Okay, so well, let's try and get started. I am not having good luck tracking down the references to get original sources on standpoint theory. That is a little bit discouraging. I have a I have a pretty nasty sinking feeling that it's grossly misrepresented. Let's see. Yeah, I'll bust Jack. I think the idea of standpoint theory is
Yeah, I'm gonna learn Euclid. I just I can't do it alone. I actually have to go to class and have someone teach me that because too much math and I'll get too anxious.
what class again?
I do. I've been planning it for a while. I just want to go to like maybe the community college and just sit in. I'm sure you can take Euclid geometry. I call it Euclid geometry, but I think you can take the class. Basically that would be it.
Oh, you said something about Euclid's geometry. What again?
Yeah, I just want to take and learn Euclid geometry. I have the books. I just don't like learning math by myself. Anything else I'm okay with.
Universities don't really do much with it. It's not really pertinent to most of the modern mathematical theory and such, right? So.
I just wanted to learn. I just wanted to learn it because I wanted to be able to read Newton's Principia, his treatise, because he does that mostly in, I think, using Euclid, right?
Not exactly Euclid. I mean, it uses kind of the ancient classical Greek compasses and straight construction kinds of techniques and such to go about proving the geometric theorems it goes about conveying. Yet I think the trick is that it's going to end up relying on Tavis conclusions, whatever you want to call it, not actually covered or touched upon the elements and all that. So I think we have a bit of trickiness there. It's, hmm. Hmm. So I think there's a I'm trying to think of like kind of more meaningful ways it might be related to this. I guess the divide between like differential and algebraic geometry. Um, I don't know. Algebraic geometry might be a bit useful, but the trick is that it's not really like what you find in Euclid's elements. Another aspect of this ends up yeah, the differential affairs. So, I mean, do things like discussing curvatures and tangents and normals and all that, and various kinds of torsion factors. or whatever for frames and who knows what. But I think I think when it comes to things on the order of comes to strange constructions and kinds of I'm not even sure what to call it. Elementary geometry wouldn't be right. I don't know. It's just really hard to say. Um, if I knew more, I might be able to identify a kind of modern successor or whatever it is that you maybe want to try and get a hold of to study something like the elements, or study do things that are like the elements, more advanced, right? So and advanced enough to give you potential for getting a grasp of Newton's Principia Naturalis and all that. Um, I know people were doing, like weird, funny compasses tray stuff. I think literally like Napoleon Bonaparte is supposed to have published some kind of compasses tray construction sort of theorem. A lot of stuff with conic sections going on, especially in the 19th century. Uh, it's just like a endless kind of onslaught of that kind of material and garbage that you could you could dig up out of like 19th century journals and such, or but I don't think it's exactly well organized in terms of presentation. Would could teach you or let you take up a class. I mean, if you were kind of like already versed in various things, you might be able to research it that way. Um, hmm. Well, anyone else have any ideas? Or
Well, what do you think about positivism and logical positivism?
um, kind of antique theories that I don't think anyone subscribes to anymore. And
Right.
yeah, I think in terms of epistemology or whatever, they you know, kind of have sort of bootstrapping issues and kind of end up ruling themselves out in various ways. So I think, what is it? Standpoint feminism might have some material. And yeah, here we go. Feminist standpoint theory reader. Here we go. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, the standpoint feminism article on Wikipedia seems to have just flat out available online or PDF links. So yeah. Hmm. Oh shoot. Well, I think as a feminist standpoint theory reader. Okay, I'm still trying.
Well, according to this book, yeah, elements is number 13, and the I Ching is the number one, and then the Old Testament after that.
The Talmud might be worthwhile to take alongside the Old Testament. Right? Do you know why?
I know the Talmud. It's like isn't it like something mystical that the Jew? It's written. It's Jewish, right? Or is it the? I'm thinking of something.
Yes.
I don't know. I'm scatterbrained right now.
Yeah, I would suggest that the Jewish perspective on the Old Testament is radically different from the kind of representation of the Old Testament that comes about from typically Christian perspectives. And I think there's also sort of matters of yeah, quality, detail, whatever you might want to call it, about translation too. So I think yeah, I mean, for instance, Deuteronomy chapter 22, verses 28 and 29. Uh, that's often some kind of like idea that the a woman might be obligated to marry her rapist. And in some respects, it ends up being ambiguous and all that. And well, like you say from there, what seems to come about from Talmud is that there's a distinction between the seducer and the ravisher, right? And I think in this we have a pretty serious kind of challenge to the notion that the um, where the hell was I? I'm sorry.
You were saying rapture.
Oh yeah, serious, pretty serious challenge to the notion that well, the I don't know, and I guess interpretations of the Old Testament, even I guess taken by Christianity and such, are entirely. I mean, a lot of times the sort of representation of the Old Testament, Levitical law, whatever, it's at the very least implicitly made in terms of sort of abrogation of the New Covenant adjustment and all that is one of being just like perfectly oppressive and so on and so forth. And while it is, quite antique, it's not, it's really nothing like, sort of like, uh, we were finally saved from having to deal with this Old Testament. It's so horrible, or whatever. Critical commentary on it has suggested actually is kind of a, well, archaic, but yeah, not unlivable way to live. So even for women or whatever group, right? Mm, mm. Okay, so I think the other one just went off air. Yeah. and like you can actually see like Jews wandering around you, at least takes a kind of stab at following political laws or whatever, and it's like, hey, wait a minute, don't they have like some kind of issue like people would say comes up as being such a huge problem? And actually, it turns out the clarifications come from basically those rabbinical commentaries. Well, make it a very different thing from what's depicted in terms of this whole New Testament theory or whatever. Um,
Yeah, I was actually thinking of the Kabbalah. I think it's like a I think it's like a I Ching, but for like the for Jewish people. I think it's
okay.
like I think it's mystical.
Uh, Kabbalah is not a book. It's kind of a like mystical practice or something on that order, and I think mm, I don't know what books would be a part of it. I have like suspicion maybe this is a horror or something, right? So mm, I think there is I don't know. I mean, what would your take on say what is it, the Hammurabi Code, whatever?
Well, if I'm correct, that was the first written law, right?
Possibly, yeah.
Well, that's-
Was that the eye for an eye? That like that code or
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
well, the eye for the eye is not a bad law. I mean, it's actually it's a good law because it actually prevents more harm that needs to be done, right? So it basically says if somebody takes your eye, you can only take their eye. You can't take more than that. So that's why I think it's a good law.
I'd question this, but for instance, how does some kind of like retribution like this prevent anything? I mean, it's not really specifically speaking prevention, but rather kind of, well, I guess sanctioning of infliction, right?
Well, I'm not saying like it's a good law now, but I think when it was created, it was an excellent law. And even with understanding like why somebody could do something terrible to me, and I would want to. I think I still, even though I know that there's the physiology of it or the psychology behind it, I still think I would want my eye. I think there's just something down in me that would want. I'd want the
People
everything.
generally, yeah, it's pretty typical for people to, well, want their bodily integrity, right? Hmm. Okay. Parting standpoint, whatever. And I'm not turning this. Not turning this thing up. Hmm. Okay. What else? Well, I could perhaps suggest that it could be a sense in which the I don't know if art had a cheek of standpoint theory to present or something. Okay. Is anyway. Hmm. Okay, that failed too. Looks like it's mostly a bunch of well, as art still there or hello? Hmm.
I think he went to get some food.
Uh, yeah, well, case of peanut nuts. Yeah. Well, uh, taking his gospel is not really a great idea, but still, from the outsider within. Hmm. Yeah, I'm still trying to track down this feminist standpoint theory reader. Whatever. Oh dear. Discovering reality. What's this? Sunder Harding. 5 pages. So it's several hundred. Like, I guess you might say 325. Mm-hmm. Baby steps toward feminist physics. Alright. Hackerspaces. Did you know? There has to be a way. Okay, that's very promising. For standpoint theory, a lot of math. Yeah. I'm looking for feminism, not math this time. Oh, that's a shame. These triples and theories. Nice. Barnwell. Add jointness for 2 categories. Interesting. Oh, it's the representation theory of associative algebra. Representation theory of symmetric groups. No such. Oh. Watch this stuff. Not the actual topic of the hangout, but still. Analytic number theory from Pythagoras to Riemann. Why not? I'll grab that from math history or some such. Alright. So, feminist standpoint, theory reader. Toward animal standpoint, vegan education, and what is this called again? And the epistemologies of ignorance or something? AnimalLiberationFront.com. Third waves feminism's unhappy marriage of something and something else. Yeah. Feminist standpoint theory Quizlet? What on earth? Feminist standpoint theory crash flashcards. Here we go. Mm, 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 well, let's take a look at these flashcards for feminist standpoint theory. Right? Just Hartsock. I don't know how I ended up arriving at it through Collins. Um, hmm, hmm, hmm. Broken links. Hmm. Sociology, the 7th Canadian edition. Now for a specifically historical materialism. Interesting. Hmm. Where do we go with this? 97. And let's see. Okay. Apparently we can buy it. Huh. Paywall on Springer. Hmm. Oh, and welcome, Dreadnought. I am desperately trying to track down original sources on standpoint theory and feminism.
Hmm.
I've only seen it tangentially touched upon, and I can't remember exactly where, but it seems to be. I recall something to do with Butcher Hill Collins, right? So it's like, okay, well, apparently she's not the only or even main contributor to it, and yeah, I guess big introductions to it or expositions of it and such are kind of tough to get a hold of and all that. So it's you've been watching for a little bit. Which part were you hoping to chime in on? Hmm. Oh, mostly silence. Okay, sorry about that. I been clicking around or something. So yeah, oh, I'm sure. Oh, the many races of spiders are something important, very important to learn. Well, maybe I think that sometimes asking questions ends up teaching people things. Hmm. Oh wow, true empiricism and an assertion about chemistry. Um, to familiarize myself with that. So, a particular idea did about chemistry and ended up getting involved here. I'm interested. I mean, I'm no expert chemist or anything, but still at least find the topic interesting. Hmm. Okay. Well, a line between them. Hmm. Between basic chemistry and stuff that's not just chemistry. How does that work? And- oh, and welcome, Joe. Uh, yeah. An artificial line draws between basic bonds of atoms and macromolecules. That's bizarre. Yep, and Joe, I've been trying to track down original sources on standpoint theory and feminism. Having a little bit
And
of
what?
trouble tracking it down.
In what? In
Standpoint
feminism?
theory. Yeah.
God. I mean, the only articles of feminism that I've read are articles from anthropology, and it's mostly pertaining to ethnography. And this is where I got my perspective on experience from the fact that, one of the things with postmodernism in general, but with feminism, is the using literary forms to kind of make a more authentic ethnographic survey. Like a, and I thought that was kind of interesting because usually when you read, you know, the whole entire point of ethnography was to go in there and just be the observer who just watches as the things occur. But feminism and postmodernism kind of explained you can actually give more information if you give it from a perspective like you're writing almost like a memoir. You can give more information if you kind of explain your role in the whole situation. Like it's not saying go and being a part of who you're doing your research on, but it's saying put yourself into context so that people can understand where you're coming from and what you're explaining. And so the major thing was women were kind of, it was advocated that women explain the concerns they have as a woman in whatever context they were researching. Like, for example, some women were concerned about if they were studying like more conservative cultures, like in the Middle East, they had to wear clothing that covered themselves up, and like they
Hijab.
would talk. What's up?
Hijab.
Yeah, there we go. I just stayed up all night, so I'm all out of it. Earlier, I couldn't pronounce anything. Anything past 3 syllables, I was just like positive.
Sounds like a average day for G-Man.
Oh, he did something. Every time I watch the video of us debating, I notice more and more. It's like it's almost kind of interesting how more terrible he did each time you watch it. Like I notice more and more stuff that he just was like.
Yeah, that's usually how it works. He'll say something really stupid, and you recognize it, but then it'll kind of throw you off kilter. And then he'll follow it up with something worse, and then you won't realize it because you're still reeling from the first comment or assertion, whatever.
Yeah.
But supposedly last night he had a hangout where he made some exclamation that I was telling people not to listen to retarded people or something like that.
Just
Something to that effect.
but not to listen. Oh yeah, that's right. I could see where you got that from. You know what he's talking about, right?
Yeah, I know what he's talking about. It happened in this hangout, and then after he repeated it back, and I and everyone else said, no, that's not what I said, and I corrected him, he still went back and said it. And so I get a message late at night from someone who is actually mentally retarded, quite upset about something, and I said, well, did G-Man tell you just to go watch it for yourself? Well, no. It's like, well, you might want to talk to him about that. Did he also tell you that I threw myself in there as well, and I said I have certain impediments when it comes to learning? Oh, no, he didn't. Oh, no, he didn't tell you that too. Oh, okay, of course. So G-Man's lying again, which is a big fucking shock to everybody. So this guy wanted me to come on camera, and I'm like, no, dude, I'm laying in bed with my wife. I connected on my iPad because Xbox Fiend sent me a message. And so I was like, well, let me go ahead and clear this up. And so this guy's like, no, I don't care. I'm like, no, I'm not playing this fucking game with you. I'm in the bed with my wife. I'm not turning on my fucking camera. And so I left the hangout. So so after I come back from class, I gotta be at class in about 40 minutes. So I'm gonna open up a hangout, and I'm just going to pretty much just rail the shit out of G-Man. And he's invited. I don't care if he joins or not.
Yeah. I think it might be lucrative to first maybe clarify what you said. I actually don't think what you said was that. It makes sense. There are people on here that I don't engage because of that reason.
I did clarify it, and when I first said it, I clarified it in the hangout because Veckel was in there with him. Veckel was trying to kind of get away from the topic because that's when when he goes silent when G-Man starts talking, and then everyone's like, oh fuck, G-Man's being G-Man again, and so Veckel kind of chimed in with something that was off topic, trying to move the conversation away because he saw what was happening, and as non-transparent as that is, even he recognized that G-Man had misinterpreted what I had said, either intentionally or unintentionally. So, I probably won't rail against G-Man. I'll open a hangout to explain. I don't know which Nadia hangout it was. Nadia has 50,000 hangouts, so I'm not going to go look for it. But I'm going to just open up a general hangout and see if he'll join, because I don't appreciate him saying that, because that's definitely not my position. But it's
this
not
is probably the most angry. I mean, you sound angry to me. I don't know. It's either you're angry or you're distracted. But this is probably the most.
I'm half naked, putting on socks, trying to drink coffee and talk.
Oh, that's what I do when I'm angry too. So.
I'm
right
not.
About that. I'm just kidding.
I'm a little perturbed, but I'm not really angry. But I kind of expect it from G-Man. He's just stupid enough to be annoying. But I mean, it's only something that he and his circle are kind of perpetuating. But I do find it interesting that there are other Christians out there who are actually railing against him, like Raw and Thick Shades and the dude that dresses up like a panda around children.
Wait,
They have they've been making videos about how
the
G-Man's not a
sexual
real Christian.
harassment panda.
I don't. All I know is he dresses up as a panda, and he's a preacher, and he has this suit for kids, and I'm guessing it's some kind of gimmick for his church. I just
Wait, this is
you know
serious? You didn't just, that's not just some joke? There's a
no
person?
no his I think they call him the Panda Man. Like he is a YouTuber.
Yeah, the Panda Man is Trevor's brother or cousin or something like that.
That's what they'll call him on the news.
What do you think they'll call him in lockdown?
Baby.
Watcher.
I don't know. Well, Panda Man was I only dealt with him like very little. Like he doesn't like when other Christians are kind of being put under the gun. So he'll really jump to their defense, and that it really didn't go well for him since he dresses up like a panda around children, because that was like the low hanging fruit for everybody. So I think he's kind of retreated to the outer reaches of Google Plus and with Thick Shades and a few others.
When I was in the hot tub on cam, I really tried to make statements that just were really, really like high and mighty. Like it was like, we don't sink to that level, because I thought it'd be really funny that there's like a chubby white guy eating chocolate cake in a hot tub saying that on Google Hangouts. But I think it would be even more funny if a guy dressed up like a panda was like, it's beneath a Christian to insult others. It's not godly. Only his voice is muffled because he has a panda suit on. That's the dumbest, funniest thing. What's his name again? Is it Panda Man?
It's the Panda. I think the Panda Evangelist or something. Let me see if I can find it.
I've never talked to Thick Shades. I don't know what his deal is. What is he? Is he intelligent design or just?
He's some type of Protestant Christian. Like the person who follows him the most would be Max Trivium, because he has a ongoing list of all of his sock accounts, and evidently there is some sort of schism that's happened between him and G-Man, because they used to be fucking butt buddies like 3 years ago, and you couldn't pull fucking Thick Shade dick out of G-Man's ass. Like they were that close. But
Well, him and Rand Campbell too. I think he snatched Rand Campbell's business email or something like that, didn't he?
yeah, I heard about that.
What happened, according to Rand Campbell, is that Thick Shades offered to set up an email account for Rand Campbell, but he didn't tell Rand Campbell that he will have access to that email. Right? And now he apparently just hijacked it. So I don't know who is more to blame, Rand Campbell not realizing that the person who creates an account kind of has access to it, because he sets up the passwords.
Well, come on, he's another Christian. Who can he trust but another Christian, right?
Yeah. Yes. I gotta talk to Tommy Hall again. That conversation we had yesterday was actually pretty fun. I enjoyed it. I don't know how many people actually caught it because it was early in the day. Which really makes me wonder what kind of business he has when he's on, like, because I would imagine if he's doing like landscaping and gardening, that would be the high time for him to be like working.
You would think.
Well, when you hire illegals to do your work for you.
Did he say that he does that?
Well, he says he's got employees. Yeah, he says he's got employees. He's got people working for him. So.
Well, that could be true. I won't doubt it. It is Texas.
Oh yeah, it definitely happens down there.
I think make some kind of I don't know, brunch or something on that order. Oh man, we have somebody to broadcast here. Joe's broadcast, okay. Yeah, so. Oh. Yeah, the standpoint theory stuff is turning into a kind of drag that can't get off the ground. Because, like, I can't really get access to the original sources on the thing that I highly suspect are being misrepresented by various of the people that made a big stink about criticizing it. Yeah. Anyway. I don't think anyone actually. I don't think anyone actually cares. I think Gary Edwards and I get along anyway, so it's kind of like, yeah. Okay. Yeah. You might have made a video, but nobody else actually cares.
The only thing I could make out of that is nobody cares. I couldn't understand the rest.
Gary Edwards made a video about standpoint theory, but no one else actually cares. I think Art now and then mentions Gary Edwards made a video. Okay, well. So what?
I haven't watched any of Gary Edwards stuff. I don't even know who he is.
Yeah, and he's a pretty interesting guy. He has some somewhat controversial stances on things, but I mean, I think I've seen one or two videos by him. It's kind of a love him or hate him sort of thing.
Really? Well, what controversial stances does he have? I'm not sure.
Very critical of hyper left, hyper progressive. The kind of
well, if it's hyper progressive, then everything that is sort of hyper kind of usually is.
Yeah, I mean it's and like I say, there's a spectrum, and I think in which he kind of, and I'm trying to go on memory because I haven't watched any of his videos in a while. It's like a more sophisticated Sargon of Akkad. Honestly, so it's Sargon of Akkad is quite, I would say, more polarizing, but Gary Edwards is less polarizing, more sophisticated with some of his assertions, and much more precise. It's not just oh, this is stupid shit, stupid, you idiot kind of thing. It's more of, here's what you're saying, here's why it's wrong, and let me show you some evidence. Kind of, really very cordial sort of dude. From what I've seen, like I said, I've only seen a few episodes, and this was a while back. But
there's people like to the same views because Gary Edwards is not like at least from what I've heard. Like I watch both Sargon of Akkad and Gary Edwards, and Sargon of Akkad is he makes really kind of claims that are out there, right? Never mind that he doesn't do it eloquently and doesn't present evidence for it as much or as good. I think Gary Edwards doesn't hold to as many controversial, so to speak, positions.
Don't I hold controversial views? I thought I held controversial positions. I don't know. I think maybe it's my manner of presentation. It's just somehow I don't know, too dispassionate or something, or I need to like scream and yell or wave pom poms or something.
The presentation does have an effect on how information is received, but when it's more for Gary Edwards, of his position is based less on visceral reaction and more on actual critical thought. Not to say that Sargon of Akkad doesn't think critically, but more often than not, you're going to get something, not necessarily palpable, but more of a cogent argument from Gary Edwards.
Yeah. Well, I suppose I don't actually make standalone presentations and such. So.
Well, imagine if Richard Raspberry grew a beard and got an education. There you go.
Really? I mean, I hope you're kidding, but you
I'm so kidding.
Okay.
I know Gary, so I don't think it's entirely faithful, but still.
Because Gary describes himself as a feminist, right? He disagrees with a lot of things that the third-wave feminists say. So how controversial can his position be, really, with regards to feminism?
Well, that's what I said, hyper. I think he does draw a distinction between where he lies with certain progressive ideologies, and I'm not sure. I haven't heard his position. I think he's against the idea of safe spaces. I could be wrong, but I want to say that was one of the last videos I saw of him. Like I said, someone feel free to correct me, but I think that's kind of where he kind of, draws a line.
Well, what's the dispute about third wave, though?
Will be standpoint theory.
Okay. Anything else, or?
If I recall correctly, was it critical race theory and critical theory in general?
Oh, critical theory. Okay. That's a little bit odd. Is he going against the Frankfurt School or the broader?
I don't know.
I'm not familiar with either, so I really can't say. Been studying more science than anything else lately. The whole social justice thing is kind of, for me, kind of gotten out of hand. It's more baggage than I'm really prepared to deal with. I'd just rather learn, feminism, racial and ethnic inequality in school rather than from people on Facebook and Tumblr.
That is a good idea.
He actually has some really good classes on the University of Delaware. Really, really interesting classes when it comes to humanities, and I'm kind of interested in taking. And then kind of comparing it with what people are saying on the internet. Just for shits. I don't think they actually have taken the time to learn enough about the subject to be knowledgeable in it. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, or if it's University of Delaware or Maryland, where Janice Raymond has taken.
Who?
Yeah, Janice Raymond.
Janice Freeman?
Raymond.
Janice Raymond?
Yeah. Transphobe extraordinaire. I can read her work. It's relatively inflammatory, I suppose.
The Janice G. Raymond, American lesbian radical feminist activist.
Yeah.
Says she's teaching at the University of Massachusetts, Amherst, and she went to Boston College.
Oh, UMass, okay, sorry.
Close enough.
I'll give you an idea what she was up to anyway. It's pretty messy. She was, I guess, with Paul McHugh, instrumental in the abolition of trans healthcare in 1981. Or at least in the U.S. Also, you might notice her background at her actual graduate study was in theology.
Yeah, I don't think there's been a bigger opponent to trans rights than the LGBT community, or LGB community, oddly enough.
There's been some teaming up that TERFs have done, trans-exclusive feminists, but I wouldn't say that they're the biggest by a long shot. The weight of numbers is definitely on the side of their religious allies.
Yeah. Oh no. As far as sheer force and numbers, yeah. But as far as I would say I think the propaganda, especially against trans and bi, because they didn't. Just for me personally, I guess that's just my perspective, is that you have this group that's supposed to be inclusive of people of a certain sexual orientation. They should be on the forefront of welcoming them in, rather than trying to push them away. But that's just simply based on my observation, I guess, and my personal expectations.
Where are you? Where is it that they're being pushed away? I mean, the issue that I see with the T part of the LGBT community is that it's just not as it's not the priority compared to the other letters.
Oh,
But,
no, this happened in the past. This is like years and years ago, where they before that whole acronym was even created. There was some particular movement, and I can't remember what it is offhand, but the lesbian gay associations really didn't want to include bisexuals, transsexuals. I want to include queer in there because they wanted to have a kind of hard defining line between lesbian and gay, and not just have these freelancers in there. But it's really odd.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Yeah, there's
kind of lesbian separatist project or whatever. Go ahead, Dex.
no, I was just about to agree with you, Nadia. There, just from my experience with the gay and lesbian community, they tend to be rather snarky, if not downright hostile towards bisexuals and transsexuals. I've seen many comments. I've heard many comments saying that these are people who just can't make up their mind that they're actually gay and they can't own up to it. That transsexuals are just gay men and women in denial. I've heard these things come out of the mouths of gay and lesbian people.
Yeah. I mean, it's just the same thing, like with Ozymandias when he won't give me any pictures shirtless. I mean, it's denial. It's really sad. Nope, nothing. Not even a giggle. Okay.
They won't let me do shirtless stuff.
I would giggle, but I'm in my closet.
No matter how.
Why are you in the
No matter
Never
how
mind.
sorry. No matter how ineffective the estrogen is for me, never mind the progesterone too. They don't seem to want to let me do shirtless pictures and all that. Do plus hangouts. So.
Nope. People are fond of reporting.
What is it? I think New York actually has it legal for me to go shirtless, but I think I'm probably about 100 pounds away for that. Go ahead.
I was going to ask why Joe's in the closet, but I think when he's ready to come out and tell us, that's when we'll know.
I'm uncomfortable with my sexuality.
Well, that's okay. We accept you. I guess.
Oh, and I locked myself in.
Lost the key. He's just stuck, man. That's all. Judge him.
You should probably check your anus first.
Oh dear.
Yeah. That reminds me, I need to get an HIV test.
Yeah.
Yeah, my lymphocytes are showing up low in a blood work. So. Yeah. Better get that checked out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. G Whistler, you're not missing much in G Man's hangouts. Honestly, he gets views because he's stupid. and people like, I mean, it's and I'm pretty sure someone will go run and tell him, but it's a minstrel show. So if you enjoy watching minstrel shows, you can watch G-Man's Hangout.
Well, it is always fun to listen to a grown man behave like that for about,
Yeah,
about 5 seconds.
Like an impetulant child, really. That like he's now under the impression that if you disagree with him, you're trolling. So he's taken the definition of troll to mean a person who does not agree with me, or a person who uses too many syllables in his speech, whichever one he kind of feels like using.
It's just him talking too. I don't even see how that's fun, even for the people who like him. It's just him.
Well, it's because it's easy to piss him off. Like even like if you go, it's like a game. So let's say Joe Sunsi, if I go into a hangout with you and I say I'm only going to say nice things and I'm only going to agree with Joe. Joe, you're gonna be like, all right, what's going on? What's the joke? Oh, I see what you're doing, and you're gonna laugh. G-Man's going to get pissed off because you're being nice to him and agreeing with him. He is that stupid. Like you have to work hard to be that stupid. So. It's really funny to do, and if you think I'm lying, go to one of his hangouts, agree with everything that he says, and sit quietly and nod your head, and he will boot you.
Well, I can't do that now because he already knows I don't agree. I should.
Yeah, I got booted for worse.
Wait, when were you in G-Man's? I want to watch that.
Who, me?
Yeah, my first interaction with you was saying I've never heard motherfucker said so fast and so many times.
Nah, I went in there. You know, it was under one of his hangouts. I think it was called the Forgiveness of God or something like that or whatever. He did about a month or so ago.
Well, that's good.
No, I went there. You know, I went there respectful and everything. I went in there respectful and everything. You know, and I actually was quiet and just wanted to pretty much hear what they had to say about the whole situation. And he came, he automatically, you know, he saw I was an atheist, so he dove right in, and all focus got on me real quick. And I was in there with a bunch of Christians, and and I think Hillbilly was up in there too, and they was like, you know, like yelling and screaming at me.
No, Hillbilly saw the fist and the colors. He immediately turned red.
And I was just giving my opinions about certain things. Then somehow or another he just started straw manning me to death, and it became about Jehovah's Witnesses for some strange reason. He just got stuck on Jehovah's Witness, and then he started trying to assert me to a certain position that I was not trying to take. And he was just trying to play a bunch of word games. And then he started that muting me. He started that muting me stuff, and that's when I started got agitated because I kept getting muted, and he wouldn't let me get my thoughts out.
Yeah.
He would rant for about 5 minutes, and then tell me to respond. I get like 3 sentences out, and then I'm muted, and he's back to going into rant mode again. He acting like he's doing something.
You know, I realized that could be like especially in a formal debate, that's like a lucrative tactic. I felt bad originally bringing up Fiona, and because it wasn't really germane to our debate. But then I realized he spent the last half of the debate arguing against Roman Catholicism.
Yeah,
and it's
just where did that come from?
I'm like, I just brought it up for an explicit example. I didn't mean to. But it's actually, it's actually working in my favor. I should have just been like, G-Man, I agree with you. Roman Catholicism is also wrong.
Like he really was trying to act like I was going, like I'm supposed to defend Jehovah's Witness. I'm like, they batshit crazy too. Like what the fuck?
He was like, so you just proved that you know nothing about Roman Catholicism, and I'm like, the whole point of the debate was about whether or not God exists. So I don't know if you realize that point is.
He wanted to get the attention off his God, and he wanted to talk about somebody else's theological beliefs, and so he could attack that.
Yeah, Joe, he gave you all the evidence he needed to prove that God exists. It's all over the internet. All you got to do is look.
See, I want every time if he comes back in, every time he's about to like make it, I want to go. Hey, don't worry about it. Just shut him up every time. He's all like, no. What Christians say is, no, don't worry about it. We can look it up on the internet. Don't worry.
Joe. Since I heard you say that he did that to you in a hangout, the first time I saw him in a hangout, I was like, you see, to all of you Christians, God doesn't exist, and we atheists have proven it. My source is YouTube. Just silence.
It's like in the same thing. He like tried to make a point that I brought up like two, like probably the most important Christian philosophers currently, and he was all like, I've never heard of those people. You apparently trust them more than I do. And like, I didn't have really time to go, wait, you don't even know the most forceful proponents of your side, and then you're saying that you could just go to YouTube. The point, it's
Joe, no. The most forceful proponents of Christianity is Jesus, okay? And they have a personal relationship with him. You know. Bro, come on.
I don't know, yeah.
Them boys are crazy.
Yeah, you see a correlation between, like, you know, being this stupid, not recognizing even people on your side, like, who are the most, you know, like Mac doesn't even know much about Vernon and Craig or planting.
No, he doesn't.
Neither does admin, neither does chief admin. Yeah. It's like these are your guys. These are intellectual. These are the intellectual heavy hitters on your side. You don't know about them. No wonder you.
Yeah, it's a bummer when you like go into like you actually you try to go into those arguments. You get all into it, and then you meet someone like G-Man, and they go, according to you, you shouldn't believe that there were actually pharaohs in ancient Egypt because they saw themselves as gods, and you're an atheist. And you're like, I just looked up a whole bunch of articles about Bayes' theorem. I'm not equipped right now to tackle such a dumb argument.
Like I was just gonna say, yeah, it's off topic, but I wish I could have got my phone ready. Frickin' crop dusters, they still use them out here in Arkansas. This guy come flying down. I watched him. He was flying sideways to the freeway. He was 15 foot off the ground, spraying the ground, and then he flew over the top of the freeway, right over the top of us. I could have sworn he was gonna crash, man.
It's weird.
Yeah. I mean, he come down fast to the ground. It wasn't like he eased into it, you know, because he had to come over the top of trees and shit.
That's weird. Like, crop dusting just sounds like it should be like an antiquated thing, but I don't, like, when you think about it, I don't see why, actually. I mean, it still seems like that would be the way to just easily dust your crops. Just get in an airplane and do it. Maybe we can come up with something and replace it and make millions.
Yeah.
So it is very cold outside, everyone, in case you were wondering.
So, Joe.
What's up, Bob?
On your channel, you got that video with Mitch the Bitch.
Who's Mitch?
Mitch? Kept calling you bitch?
Oh, that guy?
Yeah. What were they? I didn't catch what you complained about.
They were Lyndon LaRouche people, also called LaRouche bags. I don't even remember, like, they followed this crazy guy named Lyndon LaRouche who was in his 90s last I looked up anything about him. I'm surprised he would be. It's weird if he's still alive, but yeah, he's this crazy conspiracy theorist, and what is it? they don't like pretty much modern education or modern science. Like they think that Newton was like stole everything from what's his name? Like they don't like that Newton is associated with coming up with calculus and stuff. And they're the people who, with the right before Obamacare, they were the people who started the whole posters with Obama with the Hitler stash. And
I like Lyndon LaRouche.
What?
It's interesting.
What? It's incoherent. They made a whole documentary about how Harvard is just a terrible place and a terrible school. And at the very end, you actually find out the real reason why they made this documentary crapping on Harvard, and it's because because they're so into Kepler. They had like a model, or they had like a nice page summarizing Kepler's like orbit stuff or whatever, and the Harvard like space, their astronomy thing used to link to it as like a nice good overview of the history of Kepler, and then they decided to link to NASA, and because of that they made a whole entire documentary about how Harvard sucks. If you go to Harvard, you're probably an idiot. Look at all these people who went to Harvard, like Ted Kaczynski and Hitler and Stalin. And
Well, it's funny
Dr.
because Ted Kaczynski was a conspiracy theorist, kind of in line with what they think.
Well, that's yeah. I mean,
That irony.
They were poisoning the well, and they were just giving examples of people like them. They were known for being like their people were known for being very smug and mean-spirited, but not interested. If someone actually went up to them and was like, "What are you doing here?" and tell me why I should take you seriously, they would not engage in you. And there's a video of me talking to this one guy who I called him Mitch. I forget his name, but the whole point was I was like, if you want to piss off someone passive aggressively, keep on calling them like just so close to their name. Like if I kept on calling Dex Dax instead, or like I'm like, hey Archer, for art. It's subtle, but after a while, people get pissed off about it. But I messed up, and I called him Mitch, and he thought I said bitch, which was weird. And it just ended up being him calling me a bitch like a whole bunch of times.
Did you ever notice G-Man does that a lot?
Yeah, you gotta watch it.
Similar to your name.
Yeah, I said you gotta watch the video. It's funny. I mean, it's every other word out of his mouth is bitch.
Yeah.
What's it like being a bitch? It's like he couldn't answer a question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My friend wasn't a good wingman though, because at first I just tried to ignore it, and then when he said it like the 50th time, I'm like, wait, did you just call me a bitch? Like I just tried to. I'm like, oh, you're insulting me. I didn't notice because it was really stupid. But my friend was like, you didn't know he was calling you a bitch, and I'm like,
yeah.
You gotta be like, yeah, I think he was saying that because he thinks, I don't know.
You have this video, Joe?
Yeah, it's on my, I don't know. You had to probably dig deep for that, Bob. You had to go through like the 50.
No. When I went to your YouTube page, when I went to your YouTube page, when you click on videos, it lists the videos in order of when they're posted, I guess.
You can also sort by popularity. Maybe that's it. But I have a whole bunch of. I think it's like a conversation with LaRouche bags.
Okay. Yeah, it's like about six of them down. They're mostly the ones all before that are your debates.
Yeah,
and then you got also some Ray Comfort one.
Yeah, and also I went and talked to the kids of the Westboro Baptist Church.
I didn't see that one yet.
One of them was wearing a Batman or the Dark Knight shirt with Heath Ledger on it, and at the time I forgot, or I didn't know that they actually protested Heath Ledger's death, and so I was asking them, I'm like, what do you do besides this? Do you go and like watch stuff? And the guy's like, I don't do, I just do. And I'm like, well, what about? I mean, obviously you like Dark Knight. There, wear the T-shirt and stuff, and he got really like defensive about it, and I didn't realize it was because they protested Heath Ledger for being in Brokeback Mountain. And so it's kind of funny that he's wearing a T-shirt for the Dark Knight with Heath Ledger on it. The other one was a kid. He was talking to me, and then he wanted to look up a passage, and he pulled out his iPhone, and he had the Bible on his iPhone, and he just looks up at me and goes, "Man, iPhones are great." And I said, "Oh yeah, they're all right. I have an iPod Touch." And the top comment on that video is someone goes, "I thought when you said you had an iPod Touch, he was going to say, oh, those are going to hell. only iPhones are going to be in heaven." The Ray Comfort ones are really bad, but they're the most popular because they were on TMZ. And yeah, they're really bad. And there was a guy who was playing the tuba the whole time. It was at my school. It was like the 150th anniversary of Origin of Species. And Ray Comfort and Kirk Cameron said that they would come to a liberal college campus and hand out the Origin of Species. I have the book. And
yes.
their copy would have like a preface written by Ray Comfort, which was actually, like, I think part of it was plagiarized. Like, he didn't even, like, all the biographical stuff about Darwin was just copy and pasted with someone.
I heard about this.
Yeah.
And that its copyright is what do you call it? Public.
Well,
there's
Origin
no
of
copyright
Species
anymore.
is. Origin of Species is, yeah, but
there's no copyright anymore. So,
yeah,
there's a lot of people reprinting it and I guess adding to it, putting.
But the stuff he added to it, that was he plagiarized from someone else who did biography. It was a while ago. I shouldn't just say he straight up plagiarized. Anyways, so like, because I was the president of the Skeptics Club at the school at the time, and they were saying we're going to a liberal California school, and it was either our school or Berkeley, and so we contacted the National Center for Science Education, and they sent us a whole bunch of stuff to hand out while they were handing out Origin of the Species. Like, they sent us bookmarks with bananas on them, and so we can give them bookmarks to the books they were handing out.
That's clever.
And so people in the club were talking to Kirk Cameron and stuff. And there's a cute girl in our club, and she went up and talked to him about evolution, and Kirk Cameron was just doesn't know anything about it. Not that that's a bad thing, but then he does. But then he goes and says it's like linked with Hitler. So I just had it on video the whole time, and it's super crappy video. And I had to convert it, so I got a free software, and there's a huge, ugly watermark of the free software. But because it's Kirk Cameron, it was, and it was him just being like destroyed by a cute, smart girl at UCLA. It got on TMZ. That's
Nice.
when my extended family, they're like, "Are you an atheist?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And, oh, okay. Yeah, I saw the video on TMZ. Like, my whole family, like, no one was like, "He's an atheist." Zone. Like, it's kind of funny. Like, I've never had that issue. I feel kind of bad for people who do have family members that are more serious about it. But even my extended family. Yeah. Oh, what about it? Oh, but not only is it shitty quality and there's a watermark, but some guy decided, hey, I want to play my tuba the whole time, so no one can hear anything. And I thought, okay, they brought a tuba guy with them for some reason. And later, when I complained about it to a friend who was in like the orchestra, he's like, "Oh yeah, I know that guy. He just brought his tuba there. He just wanted to." He's like, "Hey, I'll start playing my tuba," and that pissed me off more than anything. 'Cause he just decided, "Hey, there's this whole event happening on campus. I'm gonna go and get my really loud instrument and just like march around with it, right next to people arguing with each other." So not only are they arguing about stuff, but they can barely hear each other arguing about stuff.
That's funny.
So if you watch the videos, that's going to annoy you. And if it doesn't annoy you, then I don't know.
Well, he was pagan and he was trolling you, atheists and Christians. That's what it was.
It sounded like there was something off with his brain,
I
actually.
wonder if you look closely at the footage, if you find it's like ocean.
Ocean.
So, did I'm assuming everybody but me knew until yesterday that there was a shootout with the militia occupation standoff people.
Shit.
You all knew about that? I just
Nope.
learned about it.
I heard about a shootout with one guy who got killed.
Well, it
Under
was
the
a,
militia.
it was a, yeah. Well, yeah,
It was before though. A few
it
days
was-
back.
yeah, like the 27th of January, I guess. Or
Mhm.
I didn't know about it till yesterday because I'd been stuck in this hole called G Plus Hangouts. But I'm surprised I didn't hear about it. But the one guy who said he didn't want to spend any time in prison, he'd rather die. That's the guy that died. He apparently charged the police and they shot him. But they arrested the two Bundy brothers, I guess. But I didn't know anything about it, and so now they're. In fact, I should see what the status is. I don't know if they rounded them all up or not, but
I wonder if they found a bag of dicks that somebody sent those militia guys.
well, they will once they clear it out. I'm sure they will.
Oh, so the militia is still there.
Are they? Are they still?
Well, I'm asking. I don't know. I don't really follow it.
Yeah,
There's
I
some
haven't
crazy
followed it.
Americans. I don't know.
It's pretty crazy. I saw a video released by them, threatening to kill anybody, calling for people to come fight with them again, and kill anybody that tries to stop you. It's just insane.
So they're getting desperate, right? Because they were expecting to get a lot of local support from local militia groups and local farmers, but this is simply not the case. They're sort of being marginalized and painted as a fringe group, even by people on their who may have similar goals.
Right.
So and the way that the town responded was rather brilliant, in my opinion,
I
as
agree.
well. Just sort of leaving them to their own devices.
Yeah, I haven't followed it very closely though, but I'll see more about it later, I suppose. And I heard today that one of the prominent leaders of the Black Lives Matter movement has decided to run for mayor of Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I think I like the idea that the militia group didn't get that much support in general, that there was no sort of national backing behind it, because it shows that this whole libertarian movement, French movement, who are all about arming themselves and standing up to the government and all that jazz, they're just not there. I mean, it's all talk on the internet.
Yeah.
I mean,
They
don't
think
get me
they're
wrong. There's people building bunkers and all that, but they're clearly not organized. They're clearly not don't all share the same views. And even the right-wing radio was not enough to sort of muster enough support for these people.
Yeah, they think they're standing up for freedom against oppression by the government.
Well, I think people sort of saw through them that this was a selfishly motivated act by the brothers, um, and that they sort of manipulated people around them to sort of go behind their cause. Once they've committed, obviously they're committed, but nobody else wanted to come along.
And then there's just a lot of doubling down.
Yeah, that's the problem, right?
I mean, when it started, they were protesting the sentencing of some other brothers, I think, or what, accused of arson, I think, which was something of a terrorist act, I believe, as I understand it. And then they accepted their conviction and their punishment, and told them not to stand up for them. And so then their cause, they had no cause other than,
So then they brought in the grazing rights issue.
Right, again. Which is there.
Yeah. Well, there's been a lot of. I was reading some of the local articles, written like editorials written by local people, and I think one from actually a local militia, like somebody in a local militia, and they were basically saying, well, wait a minute, first you want grazing rights on this property, on this public land, but how long until you're going to do this same thing and say, no, not only we've been grazing this land for so many years, now this land is actually ours, we don't want anybody from the public to be on it. Right? So they're basically arguing for the slippery slope, right? Like, we let you...
There's something funny about a more moderate militia.
There is.
It doesn't sound like we're not as crazy as that militia. I mean, we'll get together with guns and can boots and to choose own everything.
Our camo is gray and green. Theirs is brown and green. Okay, that's crazy talk, man.
Different strokes.
Yeah, it's very, very hypocritical.
I think whatever gets people together, guns, beer, and camping out. Everybody knows that that's what militias are all about. Okay.
I thought I helped communities. These militia types, and I don't know, Gina, whoever. I mean, they got some ideas here and there, but I mean, look at the whole laundry list of whatever kind of labels and acronyms and such.
You see a similar kind of persecution project complex. You see a similar persecution complex. Militia members, Christians.
Maybe I need to cultivate that.
Certain feminists.
Oh, what did I do this time? They said certain feminists. So I assume somewhere it would be me, but maybe not.
It seems that way.
Yeah. Oh, So, just chalk it all up to the patriarchy.
Right.
Hey, what can you do? You got a patriarchy against you. You're screwed.
Right.
Hi.
Oh, darn it. My persecution complex needs more work. Well, I was trying.
Nobody's persecuted like us truck drivers. I'm telling you.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys
With
aren't
your
allowed to
speed
turn
limits.
People won't let us change lanes. They cut us off. The persecution is just so awful.
Yep, yep.
You know the T in LGBT used to be for truck driver.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been told STD stands for stupid truck driver, but you know.
Oh dear. Yeah, that was some kind of hierarchical, patriarchal, whatever it is, kind of construction. and capitalistic too. I've got it all nailed down, don't I? Hey, wait. So, somehow it's like, you get flat earthers, you get, wait, aren't I feminist too? I mean, shouldn't, like, Sargon of Akkad be, like, debunking me or something? I don't know.
He's too busy having beer with Milo Yiannopoulos, so good times.
Milo Yiannopoulos.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. Maybe Milo Yiannopoulos. Sorry, say it again?
They're best buds.
Oh, maybe, yeah, Milo Yiannopoulos should be, oh, what exactly did he do again? I think it was some kind of campus, declining to, have some speaker or something, right?
Well, he spoke at a university near me. I think I don't know what happens, but he thinks that transsexual people are mentally ill. That's his informed opinion. He's a piece of shit, basically. He's an arsehole.
Yeah.
And that's actually not the worst thing he thinks.
Yeah. Sounds pretty transphobic. Yeah, I should probably talk to him about that if I ever get the chance. I mean, yeah, what can I do? Yeah. I'm sure Milo Yiannopoulos will like say I'm mentally ill or who knows what.
Oh, I'm sure he will. He's awful. He's just awful.
Yeah.
I've seen his video. Well, I went to Sargon this morning earlier before I started driving, but we're checking out some videos. And I thought it was his, but it was actually just a link to that Shoe on Head. And she did this thing where 20 questions to men asked by feminists or something like that. And one of the questions was, "What's up with the man spreading? Why do you got to spread your legs?" And it was, the girl that asked the question is like, "Well, you don't see me spread my arms out for my boobs, you know." And it was funny because the Shoe on Head's response was, "Well, the man's balls are between his legs. That's why you spread. When your tits are between your legs, then you can spread." That was funny as shit.
Is this a thing?
Not familiar with Shoe on Head. No. Sorry, go ahead.
Is that a real thing? Is that serious?
Man spread, yeah. I guess there's because they had a big thing about it, like I guess in New York subways, because the guys sit there and spread their legs and kind of take up like a seat and a half or something.
Yeah, I've been riding them for a bit. I think I don't know if Jack's on. He has been too. I don't think we've heard very much about it. Yeah, this is actually a Snopes article. It basically says there have been like kind of like fake stories or some such floating around. It's kind of like a non-issue.
Yeah.
But I guess it was an issue for these feminists. They asked the question. It was a feminist video.
Well, while there's like no actual like boots on the ground or whatever it is involved with, no arrests were ever made. There isn't really some kind of really serious gender skewed policy or anything like that. Twitter hashtag did start. That was named after the concept, idea, or whatever, and that seems to have been enough for people to go on.
Yeah, I don't get it.
I guess they're complaining more about the Twitter hashtag than any kind of like material reality itself. So.
Well, it's a disposable society. We get something going, dispose of it, move on to something else.
Yeah, I suppose to me. Yeah.
I mean, we see it here in the atheist community. It's always something different. I mean, last year you had forbidden fruit bringing up Christianity is a mental disease, and that was going around for a while. But I guess people said that happened like a year before that with somebody else, and we haven't heard it so far this year, but it comes and goes. And now the new thing is priori. I've been on a year and a half. I've never heard that word priori until like last month.
A priori?
Yeah, a priori or whatever it is. So now that's a new thing.
A priori, yeah.
Yeah, there was a couple of months ago. It was something else. Brute fact. It was brute fact, and so it's everything. New things pop up, and then they move on to something else.
Yeah, that's the a priori and the brute fact and such are actually pretty well established like philosophical concepts. Just seems it's like a wave of people going around just repeating it or something. You might be discussing and such. I guess a wave of what do you call them? Well, people received a wave of people received a philosophical education in some topic or concept, and well, then all went around banding it about nonstop.
Yeah, you may see some cyclical interest in attacking the a priori argument or the legitimacy of brute facts, but
what an a priori argument? What?
anything based on an a priori premise.
Oh, well. In
just interest in attacking these things.
Can you give me an idea in what way it's leveraged or whatever? Like, kind of what's the claim about the a priori arguments or whatever? A priori argumentation. I don't know. It's incapable of establishing synthetic truths or something, or.
Come again?
A priori arguments are incapable of establishing synthetic truths. So. I was asking if they were arguing that or something else. I mean, strictly speaking, I'd take that to be the case, but I suspect, given the pattern of things and such, maybe getting misinterpreted or misapplied. Okay. Could you give me an example of how they used a priori in a sentence? Okay. Did everyone go AFK? Or I've got a bad habit of scaring people off when I talk too much.
I'm gonna have to go here.
Okay. Oh, it's all right.
But yeah, I mean, you do see people attacking. Well, any sort of a priori claim.
Like the notion of a God they're advancing is incoherent or some such, or
That's not usually what the opposition is attacking, I guess.
Okay.
I don't know what Bob was really, why Bob brought it up exactly, but
He just said that he hasn't heard that term before.
Yeah, how things are disposable. Things are brought up and then used for a little bit, and then people drop it and move on to something different.
Oh, you mean like the way people use language in G+? Yeah, it generally depends on what videos are popular, etc. What videos people are watching. So when something new is introduced, people pick up the language.
Oh dear.
Like when Ozzy was coming out with his videos, well, when he sort of became more popular, I remember a lot of people were picking up his terminology, including myself, for sure.
Yeah, given that I don't watch a great number of videos, I might explain why. Well, number one, these, I guess, circulating catchphrases and such always catch you by surprise. And number two, of course, why, I guess he, I kind of rarely pick up on.
They're not catchphrases. People try to use this language, right? They do try to apply it. You already know this language. The problem is when you talk. At least for me, it's a problem. You apply the language without sort of. You use jargon sometimes exclusively. Like your entire sentence is full of jargon, and because of that, it's impossible for me to find a context. Right? It's one thing to use jargon, as a single word within a sentence. Then people can at least figure out what you're talking about and go from there. But you quite often just summarize your view with one word or one phrase. So if people are not aware of that, if people never read that, never read anything about it, they basically won't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, or yeah. Or I suppose, what's my famous example now? Dramaturgical circumspection supervening on deontically performative allofunctional implicature. Right.
Right.
So, yeah.
Nice.
That, yeah, in effect, is a kind of, I don't know, example or perhaps, I don't know, paradigmatic the paragon of, I guess the isoscopidalian obloquy.
Just as a host, I think it's partially your responsibility to try to assist to bring people in, rather than exclude them from the conversation.
Mm.
So I think you ought to try a little bit harder to use common language.
Right. Well, in context where I'm, I guess, not really delving into the actual topics themselves, and also not really under quite as much pressure or whatever, right? Tend to do a little bit better than a number of situations I end up in.
Right. Well, I think that if you do enjoy specific topics, you could try introducing them, but just try to make them accessible to people. Try to start at the very bottom, so people understand where you're coming from. Like,
well, you can end up with a pile of terms and definitions and such that pile a bit too high to, I suppose, be absorbed, even though it's, I guess, in some respects, plainly explained.
okay, well,
I mean, kind of a, I don't know, secondary level of, well, how many terms, layering atop, or having layered atop it, I guess a, tower or tree or whatever it is of things stacked how high.
Sorry,
and you get like, okay, let's say 1,000 terms and stack 10 or 100 high. People will probably get lost. And
right.
welcome, admin, by the way.
No, you often, you often say that the topics you introduce are not interesting to people. I would disagree. I mean, I think LGBT, transgender issues, sort of public welfare, the idea that that making people live sort of comfortable lives is as important as trying to give them opportunity, etc. I mean, all these things they're interesting topics. It's just they are difficult to approach for many people. So they kind of have to start at the bottom, work out the basics first.
Well, and then my problem is because the mic that he uses and the way she speaks, and my nerve deafness and my Bluetooth headset, I can't understand half of what she says. Not just the language she's using, but just the words all in general. So a lot of people get stuck there trying to figure out what you said or waiting for someone else who maybe had a better speaker system and understood you, waiting for somebody else to say something. Nobody says something, and then somebody starts talking about something different.
Yeah.
So a lot of it would be if you could get a better mic and not mumble and not. You got that rough voice thing going, that rocky thing, I guess, that raspy thing going now late that you haven't had before.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I guess sore throat or whatever.
Yeah.
Why?
It's not all just not being interested in the topic. I've been interested in the topic a lot. It's just trying to respond to what you're saying. I don't, it's a lot of people don't come in or discuss it because they don't want to hurt your feelings for talking about because they're not understanding you correctly.
On a related note, Bob, you're coming in really clear today. I love it. You must have a good signal. And I just really popped in to say hi. I got to go do some stuff. Nice seeing you all. Hopefully see you all later.
All right,
All right, we'll talk to you.
JJ.
What
Very good to
exactly
see you,
was
JJ.
the topic of the room?
What were we talking about?
Oh,
Using jargon, I suppose.
yeah. Well, obviously, misogyny and falsehood of Christianity. Okay.
Oh, the topic of the room, yes.
Yeah.
I find it's always bashing Christianity. That's hilarious.
Well, yeah, we get around to it. Yeah.
Just saying your views are false is not the same as bashing them.
Okay, that's a paradox.
No. There's nothing wrong with holding false views.
There's nothing wrong with disagreeing that something is wrong, but whenever you say, well, that's not right, or that would be incorrect, that would be, in other words, saying that it's wrong.
Well, I guess I used the term wrong in a ethical connotation there.
Yeah.
And sometimes the views of either side are wrong, and it just takes a little while for the person to realize that they are wrong. They just admit they're right. They won't accept anything.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, it's hard sometimes to get out of here and think of something different.
Oh, it's standpoint feminism, right? Uh-oh. So are you against feminism, Admin?
No, I'm not against feminism.
You say a woman's place is to be saved, or sorry, a woman's salvation is through childbearing.
Nope, I didn't say that.
But doesn't 1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 15?
2 Timothy 2:15, if I'm not
First
mistaken,
Timothy.
that's...
First Timothy.
Oh, 1 Timothy, I thought you were talking about 2 Timothy. Can you remind me exactly what that says? Because I'm going to look it up at the same time.
It says a woman's salvation is through childbearing. I might be a verse or two off, but still. It's like 13 or whatever. If not, 15.
You said 1 Timothy 3 or 2?
Chapter 2. Yeah.
2, okay. Just trying to make sure. That's saying, notwithstanding, she will be saved in childbearing if she continue the faith and charity of hoping and sobriety. What's your point? That's saying the part, if you actually read the whole context, that's getting a little bit more insight into it. So we're going to back up to 12, and we're going to go to 17, so we can get a little bit broader of a perspective upon that. It says, because I suffer not a woman to teach, nor trump authority over the man, but to be silent. Adam was first formed, then Eve, and Adam was not deceived, but the woman was deceived in the transgression. Neither shall a woman, notwithstanding, she shall be saved by childbearing, if she shall continue the faith and the charity of. I don't have to keep repeating it again, but basically that whole entire context is stating about how women are the I don't want to put this in such of a way to where I know it's going to come back and bite me, but I know I will. That's pretty much stating the part of the women are the weaker vessel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. At least relies upon it, implies it, and all that. Go ahead.
I did not hear you.
I would agree that the passage relies upon that, implies it, and all that.
Did anybody else hear her? Because I didn't.
I would agree that that passage relies upon it, implies it, and all that. Go ahead.
Well, the whole reason it implies it is because it specifically says that man was not the one that did the transgression. The woman did.
Mm-hmm.
The man only did it after the woman.
He still did it.
Well, although he may have done it, let me ask you your name. Isn't your name Bob?
Yes.
Okay, Bob. Let me ask you. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Do you have a wife or a girlfriend?
No.
Okay, do you have anybody that you've ever loved in your life?
Yes.
Okay, so with that being said, when you were in love, would you not do anything for them?
No.
No. Then therefore you would technically not been in love.
What?
No. No. If
I've been watching too many movies.
Really, if I love someone and they picked up a gun and wanted to play Russian roulette, I'd say, oh, fuck no.
Well, I would agree with you under that circumstance, Bob, but, I mean, come on, be realistic when I say anything for them. I'm not talking about, obviously, playing Russian roulette.
Well, that's what they did with the apple. God said, if you eat of it, you should surely die. Well, that's basically
They did die, but the difference is they died spiritually, not physically, and we both know that.
Either way, they die spiritually, die physically. Either way, they knew they were going to die. It's a death.
Were they not?
But what I'm stating
Were
is,
they
he was the
not
one
immortal prior to
Russian roulette.
Oh, sorry.
What I'm saying was, she was the one that played Russian roulette first with the devil, and she lost. Then
And
she
then
played
Adam
Russian roulette with her husband, and then he lost because she was the one that was not altogether apparently clear in her brain.
So technically, it was actually Adam who was the weaker vessel, because you see, Eve was tempted by the devil himself, while Adam was just tempted by Eve.
Adam was tempted by someone he loves, whereas
Exactly.
Eve was
Just a
tempted by the
person.
mastermind of manipulator. Keep in mind, the Bible
Well,
specifically
exactly.
says that the devil is the father of all liars. So therefore, she was manipulated by a far more in depth than he was.
Exactly.
He was just
So Adam is
tempted
technically
by
the weaker
love.
vessel.
She was tempted by no, because love. No, I'm not saying, Dennis, that you don't know what love is, but love, I can say because I just got out of a relationship. Love, you would do anything for them, obviously, with the exception of playing Russian roulette.
Right.
And
you don't know they were in love.
anything for them. It wouldn't make you. It wouldn't make you wrong in making a decision. And it wouldn't make you weak in making the decision. It would be more along the lines of you're doing it because you love the person.
You're being
Well, you don't know they
irrational,
loved
right?
each other. You don't know they loved each other. The Bible doesn't say they loved each other. Does it?
But we can
If I'm not
assume
mistaken, if you let me ask you, Bob, let me ask you, if you and someone that you loved were the only two people on the planet, would you not have an inclination to care about that person if you were the only two people on the planet, a male and a female, obviously?
Well, care is different than love.
But
You're not answering my
even if we
question.
grant that, I think even if we grant you that it's that the woman's somehow the weaker vessel, even though I don't really understand how or why, but let's say God says so, so it must be true. that sort of the passage does confirm what Nadia says. So I think that's problematic in the Christian view, right? If you're going to take those passages seriously, that even sort of even before God, woman takes second place. So how can we ever achieve some sort of equality, spiritually, socially, politically, if you hold to the position that women are weaker spiritually, that women are second place before the Creator?
Well,
I
first off,
I'd
first
also
off,
briefly ask
women.
you. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Nadia.
I would also ask whether you deem First Timothy to be a authentic Pauline epistle.
I would state the part that every word of God is pure. So if that answers your question, then that would be the answer.
Okay.
So I'm not going to say whether it is or is not, but that's what I believe.
Quick follow-up. Do you think there are any things that might be inserted in these epistles that were perhaps not written by Paul? Go ahead.
No, not that I'm aware of, and none that I believe so.
Okay.
That's why I stated from the beginning, when you asked me your first question, I believe every word of God is pure.
Well, just making sure. Okay.
So according to that text,
Now, basically,
according to that text, it says, "Should not suffer a woman to teach." What does that mean?
okay, allow me to go back to the verse here. It states, but not suffer a woman to teach. If you actually back up a little bit more on that one, you'll get a more context upon that one as well. Since it seems as though you're questioning the whole entire chapter, we'll just cover the whole entire chapter since you
Well, it's really
make
verse
a
8.
very
There's a paragraph
broad
about.
perspective. It
Well,
says,
verse 8, I
let
think,
not, it says, back, if you go back to verse 10, which is actually, you'd have to go back to verse 11, not 10, it says, let the woman learn in silence with the subjection, but I suffer not a woman to teach. When it's stating that, it's stating that they're allowed to learn, they're allowed to understand, but they're not meant to endure the same durability as a man.
They're not allowed to teach the gospel, essentially.
And no, I'm not playing sexist either.
Well, sexism is by definition sort of discrimination based on, well, unjustified discrimination based on some superficial factor. I think, of course, the issue with this is that, anybody taking this passage seriously will just appeal to a spiritual factor. They're saying, well, they'll say this is not superficial. There is indeed something about women that compromises them as teachers of the gospel. Which is more so problematic because when you appeal to these supernatural factors, what else can you add to them? And they're not demonstratable in any way. So it sort of leaves a door for all sorts of discrimination because all a pastor
You
has
kind
to
of
say
have
that.
you kind of have a flaw there already, Dix. When you state the part of they're not testable, you have a problem. Because we put,
Galatians
as I
chapter 3,
say in plain sexist, but we have put many women into certain predicaments in which they have not been able to stand up to the challenge that a man has.
Of course. So that's justified
So
discrimination,
therefore,
right?
they
Like, for
have been
example.
tested, but by the same token, there are some women that could stand the same tolerance of, in particular, men. But most men are stronger than women.
So how do we test spiritual deficiencies in women?
Well, first off, no offense, but you don't. You let God do that.
Right, so we can't. That's what I mean. So you agree with me. We cannot test these supernatural spiritual deficiencies. So we can't
No,
test
we know
whether.
by their fruits, as the Bible states.
Right.
What's that about the fruits again?
And no, it's not called cherry picking, by the way. It's just called we know their fruits by the way they present them.
Right. Fruits.
Matthew chapter 7, verse 16.
Yeah. Right. So in this case, if we're going to go by the fruits of their labors, can you actually make a case that first of all, what laborers would qualify?
I'm trying to figure out what you mean by making a case.
Right. So what laborers are affected by spiritual well-being or spiritual strength? Would be the first question.
Well, that's the thing, because because people have different gifts, okay? And anybody that knows anything about anybody that knows anything about adulthood is not everybody's the same way, okay? So that means Nadia's one way, you're another way, Dex, so is Art. Everybody's a different way. So that means you can't really define it in saying, can you give me an analogy? Because many different women are many different ways. So I can't give you a specific scenario other than if a woman is good at if a woman is known for giving gifts and she enjoys giving gifts, then that means she's a gift giver. If she is a prayer warrior per se, then that means she would be in prayer a lot. There's many different scenarios in which I can go down, but I can't quite specifically pinpoint it to a dot.
Well,
speaking of the fruits of the spirit,
explain nothing.
Wouldn't Galatians 5 verse 22 relate somewhat to the question of Matthew 7 verse 16? Go ahead.
Yeah, that to me that explains nothing. If the verse says you're not allowed to teach the Bible, what stops a woman from teaching the Bible? It's intellect, right? You say, I mean, that's the only thing that could possibly stop a woman from teaching the Bible. That's not the only thing that what else is there? And if you're saying all women are
catch anything he said because he was bleeping in and out.
breaking up, man.
Yeah, you are. Every second word is faded. Yeah. So essentially, now we seem to be discounting, Matthew 7 verse 16 because if the concept of judging people by their fruits is subjective, then we can't judge anybody by their fruit. Right, we can't judge their spiritual health by their fruit because now we say that, well, some people are going to act one way and other people are going to act another way, so we can't really tell if they're spiritually strong, etc. So that's also problematic. I think that
basically, let me clarify something, okay? Whenever a Christian is evaluating somebody when they claim they're a Christian, it's not that they're evaluating their fruits. It's that they're evaluating whether or not they're actually a Christian because
How?
There have been so many people have claimed to be a Christian and claim the Christian title, but they don't believe the same scenario. Kind of like if I go to a Catholic and ask them if they're a Christian, they will say yes. And the funny thing is, most Catholics don't agree with the same teaching of a Christian when it states that a child should not be baptized because a child did no sin, whereas the Catholic Church believes in infant baptism. There's many different regards. So that's why Christians have to test, and they're able to test.
So how do you test?
That's why I just said they test by asking questions and seeing how familiar they are, and they test to basically they test in the regards of their knowledge to find out if they're actually in tune with the same God.
That's ridiculous. I mean, I'm sure Richard Carrier knows the Bible far better than you do, and he's an atheist as much as any atheist can be. There's plenty of biblical scholars who understand the Bible in depth and can recite verses one by one from memory, even though they're atheists or another religion, right? They may be Muslim, etc. So clearly, knowledge alone is not enough to tell whether somebody's knowledge of the Bible, right, is not enough. Knowledge of meaning of the verse.
You'd be correct in stating that statement.
Right? So
Now, how you would also evaluate a Christian is you would also evaluate a Christian behind their walk as well as their talk. So, for instance, if I was to claim to be a Christian, or should I say, if I was to go so far as to claim I was an atheist, and I basically quoted scripture out the wazoo, and I pretty much did everything as a atheist would do, with the exception of I'm quoting scripture, then in turn people can see that my walk is obviously an atheist walk because I'm walking the atheist walk. But if I'm claiming to be a Christian, then I will be devoting my time to the Bible, studying the Bible, knowing the Bible, so if someone asks me a question, I'm ready for the question so I can give them biblical advice to back up their question.
Well, atheists do that too with the Bible. What is the atheist walk?
Yeah,
The difference in between when a Christian claims they're a Christian and an atheist claims they're an atheist, and one asks for advice from an atheist, the atheist most of the time, not trying to bash atheists, but most of the time what an atheist does is they try to detach a god or a deity from the circumstance. Instead of what a Christian would do is they would put the god or the deity, and or should I say, into the predicament, and they would use God as a.
The
He's
Christian.
leaving out like crazy.
Well, no, I'm trying to jump in there because you tend to preach a lot and go on for a long time when we already had your answer. Now, Christians do the same thing. I mean, the Christians read the Bible and put God in there. How do you tell which ones are not real Christians?
What if you didn't know me, or what if you never met me and I pretended to be Christian just to parody your beliefs?
Well, if that would be the case and you would be trying to parody my beliefs, Brother John.
Brother
then,
Ned, not John.
What I would do, whatever
Apparently
your
you
name
can't.
is, I speak to too many people. I just say the first name and go on first name basis because I remember there's something by the name of Brother John. Anyway, so with that being said, what I would personally, I wouldn't do it because I rarely get on, but what Christians in the community would do is they would watch you, not necessarily like stalking material, but they would keep an eye on you to see whether or not you're actually walking the walk and talking the talk. Kind of like Matt Thompson. He claims to be a Christian.
So clearly, talking is not enough. We're talking about his walk.
And he backs up what he says.
Fruits of the labor, right?
I just said.
So What
he backs
fruits
up.
do
He
we
backs up
Um,
and says,
I think it's Galatians 5, verse 22. Go ahead.
So so that's what it comes down to. It's like how do we identify somebody who is spiritually healthy, according to Christian view? Clearly, it's not their talk. Talk's not enough. So it's their walk, as you were saying. It's their fruits. So
Wouldn't G-Man disagree with that whole thing?
I think you disagree with.
actually, no, because I was just in a hangout with him last night, and he was actually agreeing with what I was just saying because we were on that topic in his hangout.
What G-Man would disagree with is that you're saved based on the fruits of your labor.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
But
That would be correct. You're not saved by the works you do. You're saved by the blood of Jesus.
Well, your works are as filthy rags anyway, right? Isaiah chapter 64, verse 6. Okay, so
all your works are as filthy rags.
So here we go. Galatians chapter 5, pericope starting at verse 22. Right. So, fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, generosity, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Those who belong to Christ Jesus have crucified the flesh with its passions and desires. If we live by the Spirit, let us also be guided by the Spirit. Let's not become conceited, competing against one another, envying one another, and such, right? So, I think this kind of description of the fruit of the Spirit is mentioned earlier in Matthew chapter 7, verse 16. May present some difficulties in terms of, objective evaluation. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we figure out why a woman is not able to teach?
She's spiritually inadequate.
Christianity is misogynistic.
I love the way he has hung upon one topic out of everything else.
Well, it's a big topic. And we've pointed out the issue with it, right? Because
I do understand. Let me clarify. I do understand the fact of whenever the Bible states that a woman is not allowed to preach. The reason in which why a woman is not allowed to preach is because most of the time, because most of the time, a woman has a way of basically not being able to hold under the pressure, as I stated earlier.
Not being able to what?
Is that in the Bible? The women.
How's this? I will personally do this, okay? I will do this just for you. I'm going to Google this so that way you know I'm not making this up. Why does
we already went over
woman
this. We already went over this with the whole Google thing.
Teach.
Of course you will Google. Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that biblical?
And it pretty much brings up the exact same scripture of suffer not the woman to teach. That's pretty much what it's stating there. And then Paul also
you
states.
said that you explained why.
Sorry.
You said that the reason for that is because women can't handle it.
I said most women cannot handle the pressure, first off, and God did not command a woman to do that. God actually commanded a man to do that.
Right. Well, it seems like you're adding the part where women can't handle it. It seems like that's your personal opinion. I do agree with you that God did command for women not to do it, which is
weird.
Right. I mean, I don't see why you personally need a justification, but from my point of view, it is problematic because essentially you are discriminating without knowing why.
Well, I can say this, Dex. I have actually seen firsthand women preaching, and I've seen them being in a pastoral position in the church. And one thing I've learned that a lot of people don't understand about when women preach, they have a way of cracking under far more pressure, because I've seen more than one woman preach, and they crack under the pressure of not just from the people coming to them like basically every hour on the hour or every minute on the minute, but they come in such a way to where they ask questions that makes them feel uncomfortable, that a man, no, not, as I keep saying, not being sexist about it, a man would actually be able to relate to more topics than a woman.
Can you give me an example of a topic that a woman can't relate to?
Wow. Wow.
That is a really dumb question, because I can tell you right now,
Which
there
topic?
is a lot of
Which
things
topic?
that okay, Dex, a man can come up to you and ask you something personal about you, and that would seem fairly odd, but by the same token, you could handle it. But
No,
let's
give,
just
give, give
say
me an
we walk
example.
up
You're
to
giving me like
someone.
very generalized things. So what topic in a pastoral role would a pastor need to handle? Okay, that a male pastor can relate to, but a female pastor can't relate to.
Prostate cancer?
Well, it's cancer.
Penile cancer.
Oh, that's you.
Right.
Of course.
By the same token, a man can't relate to vaginal cancer and everything after.
So give us an example.
What I found is funny is he said she cracks under pressure. What kind of pressure
I want to
is
hear
someone
an
in
example
the
of
church?
something that a female pastor, a topic that a female pastor cannot handle.
Well, that's what. Yeah,
Let's see,
that's
as I
my point
stated
too. Is what kind of
beforehand,
pressure?
Let him
there
answer.
is,
I want to hear the answer.
first off, there is many things in regards, if I get them down to more specifically, which that's what you're pretty much asking me to get down more specifically.
Yeah.
If, let's just say, for instance, an example, if someone walks up and says the most all mind-boggling question of all time, like, let's just say, how do you feel about masturbation? At that point, the girl would slightly feel a little bit uncomfortable, like, hello, what in the world are you bringing up to me? But
Why?
if you bring that up to
Because
a man,
because women are sensitive?
normally,
Well,
I mean,
most
why?
women are
You
sensitive.
think a man would just
Very
stand there and be like,
large
oh,
regard.
Do you think that women not talk about masturbation? Have you seen women's magazines? What is on the front of every single women's
I
magazine?
don't read
what
women's
word is on
magazine,
the
Dex.
word
I'm
on
a
front of
Christian, and I
yeah,
prefer to
sex.
keep myself
Thank
away
you,
from
Lee.
that stuff.
Sex. Yeah, you've seen it several
Keep
times.
away from that stuff.
Yeah. The
What I'm stating
cosmopolitan.
is that is one of the things. That's not the only topic, but that is one of many topics that most women that are in a stature of in a preaching stature of pastoral position, they would find it more
So there's more.
odd
Can
than
we
me.
hear some more? I actually want to know some more.
They crack under pressure. They crack under pressure. They run out of the room screaming and crying.
I want to hear some more though. Seriously, there's apparently so many.
Actually, they probably wouldn't run out and they wouldn't go screaming. They would most likely keep it to
Probably start
themselves,
masturbating on the
and then they
spot.
in turn crack under pressure.
And then masturbate in the bathroom.
Damn, this is a good idea.
See, that's the thing. See, brother. I can actually, I can almost say that would not surprise me if a woman would do that. That's the sad part.
It would not surprise you.
I think
What?
I'm done. Take care, guys. My work is
If a woman was to go into, if a woman was to go into the bathroom and pretty much do her business, that would not surprise me because, well, men, they just try to go in the bathroom, use the bathroom, and come back out.
Men never masturbate in the bathroom. No.
Nope, never. I've never seen it.
Admin, you see, this is why a woman's
well-known
bathroom is so
thing that men
clean. This is
masturbate in the
why.
bathroom.
This is why they're not sexually frustrated when they go there, so they can keep it clean. That's why, you know.
And brother has lots of experience, so we can trust him.
I know. Exactly. I've, I'm like an insider here. So. By the way, your name. Do you have a daughter? Like you have like kids, I know. Do you have a daughter or a son or
Yeah, I got 2 daughters.
2 daughters? Yeah, I see why it's a personal kind of a thing for this discussion. Yeah.
I mean, that the 2 daughters. I mean, it just cracks me up. I mean, how people, in my opinion, the reason that these women would crack under pressure, and it is because they didn't raise up a certain way. And I don't mean they crack under pressure. I think it has to do with they've been raised up a certain way, and everyone else treats them in a certain way. They feel under pressure, yeah, because I'm sure when the men go and talk to them, they talk to them in a degrading, pressure way instead of just talking to them. And I'm sure the men, when the women come up to the men pastors and talk about masturbation, the guys just don't run to the bathroom and jerk off either.
Maybe. Sometimes I do that. I admit, even in the public bathroom, but the police never caught me. Fuck the popo. You know what I'm saying?
You masturbate in women's bathrooms?
No, not in a woman, in a man's, of course, but
And I don't think you're supposed to do that in church anyways, is go up to if you have a problem with sex or masturbation, you go to the male pastor if you're male, and if you're a woman, you go to a woman, a woman in church.
I think you're correct.
Yeah, pretty much so.
That would be correct. Your name, other one is Bob. That would be correct. But the thing I'm stating is, some people can't put 2 and 2 together and figure that out.
That's under certain topics like sex. Now, if you're talking about how to raise kids, how to go about business life, how you're having a problem with prayer, or with how your neighbors are treating you because of your Christianity, then it doesn't matter who you talk to, as long as they have knowledge of the Bible and knowledge of the Scripture. It doesn't matter if they're male or female.
Well, everybody, men and women, obviously have their strong points, and vice versa. There's things that women have more experience with and are, generally better people to talk to about certain subjects, and the same can be said for men. But to say that one is better than the other, I think is quite ridiculous. And you can say it's, I don't mean to sound sexist, but what you did say was sexist. You can say you don't mean to sound sexist all you want, but it's a pretty ignorant and sexist viewpoint to have from just what little I've heard in the last 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's like people that are saying, well, I don't want to be racist, but yeah. And then they say some
I think you need to put like a qualifier in front of what you're saying.
The thing is that you have to understand is whenever I say I'm not meaning to be sexist, I'm literally quoting directly out of what the Bible says, and I'm saying this is what the Bible says, so therefore
then the Bible is sexist.
It's not what the Bible says. I'm just quoting. You can't shoot the messenger over the message.
Yeah, that's true.
So then you're admitting the Bible is sexist then.
Well, by today's standards,
the Bible doesn't. The Bible doesn't.
No, the Bible is not sexist. I would have to state the part. The Bible is the ultimate authority, and whenever the Bible says something, it means what it says, and it says what it means. It was around long before the term sexist.
I'm sorry that you feel that way.
And G. Whistler is completely confused. He thinks that we're talking about how sexy the Bible is. Apparently. Yeah.
Yeah. And then to that mission part, that part where Jesus got whipped, yeah, I like that.
I don't understand how
that part where Adam and Eve were naked in a garden,
I just don't understand. See, a woman is smart enough to teach the Bible. Do you accept that, Edmund?
Well, that's a difficult question to ask because I don't believe if a woman is smart, she wouldn't be teaching the Bible.
No.
Ouch. Burn. Ouchie. That's an ouchie thing.
And then your name, you're breaking up.
Yeah, we guys need to mute and not talk. Bob is a moment.
It's probably just because I was sounding great earlier, but I'm just running through the Tennessee border Arkansas border, so it's probably breaking up. But, you know, it had been said earlier that women are the weaker vessel, and women crack under pressure. But all the Bible says is, you know, a woman, she's not suffer a woman to teach. Doesn't say why.
Is that your opinion that they crack under pressure, or is that your opinion only based on the Bible, which is your last source for everything?
Yeah, admin, I would not state that statement in front of, well, you know, Femen or Pussy Riot chicks.
Oh no, I'm a dominatrix, so.
When those types of chicks would hear that, they would probably not react very well.
No, I'm curious, like, if you take the Bible out of the equation, would that be your viewpoint,
Yeah.
without the Bible? Or is it just because it says that in the Bible and that's
Allow
your...
me to ask this question, okay? Since you just so happen to
I'm asking you, so.
say about taking the Bible out of the equation, let me ask this question. If I ask
No, can
any
you answer?
atheist
I
to
just asked you a
remove
question.
atheism out of the
just wait.
question,
Hey,
I'm
so-
answering your question in another question.
No,
If you
no.
actually answer the question, you'll get your own answer.
No, that's not how this works.
If you remove
When I ask you a
atheism out of an
question,
atheist,
you answer
would
my
they
question.
still be an atheist?
Yes.
Okay, do you want to
There's nothing
answer my question?
What's your question?
Why would you? Now
That's
the
a
question
dumb
is,
fucking thing.
hold on,
Answer my
brother,
question, or else I'm
hold
not.
on, brother. Now why?
Wait.
Why?
I want to hear the
would they
logic.
still be an atheist then?
There's no logic. Admin figures if he can ask enough questions, he'll divert the conversation and we'll forget about the question that...
Well, that's not how this works.
No.
Yeah, I know. I've seen him do it before, sadly.
Well,
But
I'm not
See,
that...
the thing is, people have a way of not allowing me to get my point out, and then they expect me to make a point when I don't even get the full
Why I'm
point out.
asking you a question, because I'm curious about your viewpoints. And by you not answering it, maybe that's why people don't want to hear what you have to say.
I can't answer it because everybody keeps cutting me off, with the
you can't
exception of
answer it
Lucas and.
You're answering it with asking me
other
another
people.
question and completely ignoring the fact that I had asked you a question. So if you want to stop...
That's called expounding upon logic.
Okay, what? What?
Hmm?
Are you going to answer my question or not?
That's called expounding upon logic. Whenever you ask a question, and then you ask a question on top of that question to make it even
not necessarily.
a more in-depth question.
Not necessarily, Admin.
But I think we're getting off of topic
If you
asked me the question of is that my personal feeling in the personal way I believe, or is that based upon scripture? And I stated the part once before you joined that. Okay, well then please re-specify your question so I can make sure I got it right.
Well, you just worded it a little differently, which would possibly lead to a completely different interpretation of what I was actually asking. And that is completely separate of the Bible, which I realize for someone like you, it's probably very difficult to take the Bible out of the equation. But if just pretend really, really hard, if you pretend that the Bible was not at all a part of your life, would you have these same views about what women can and cannot handle? That was my question.
It's a pretty difficult question.
I know, that's why I said pretend really hard.
Yeah.
Well, first off, I would have to state a question as always. So you can either take that or leave that, but I would have a question to answer your question.
After you answer my question, feel free to ask me as many questions as you like. It's a simple yes or no question, really. Or you could make it a little more.
That's the thing, because that's the thing. I cannot. Okay, let me put it this way. Okay, there's gonna have to be a question asked, otherwise I cannot answer that with a yes or a no.
Answer my question.
You can take that or leave that, but that's the downright truth. You can either.
Well, no, it's not. Do you understand
get a question
how intellectual
to the point
discussions
of
and
answering? I understand your full question, but the problem is
so
if
you understand what happens after
allow
a question is asked, you have to answer
so
it.
that way you can understand what's happening.
No, I'm fully aware of what's happening. I'm fully
You have to
aware
understand,
of how
some questions cannot be answered with a yes or a no.
Okay, so listen. So then answer my question.
Oh my goodness.
I can answer.
I said it can be a yes or no question, or you can choose to elaborate. I'm totally fine with you elaborating on it. And after that, you can then ask me another question. But that's how like this kind of discourse works. Feel free to elaborate. By all means, go ahead.
See, I can answer that
You
question.
are completely new to Google Plus, aren't you? Oh, wow.
Easily, I can answer that question very easily. My life experience about the Bible and everything grown to know and learn. I do not find
He
women
is
in.
like way out.
Yeah, your name. Yeah, you're lagging hardcore right now.
How about everyone mute for a second? Maybe that might help.
You're like 15 miles away from your mic.
How about everyone mute for a second? That might help. Can you guys hear me? I was saying I can answer that question very easily. With or without the Bible, with my life experiences, I do not find women inferior or weaker vessels.
Good.
See how easy that was, Edmund?
Yeah.
You try it? Your turn, Edmund. Give us your answer.
How's this? With my personal feelings, setting aside the only thing which makes my life complete, which would be the Bible.
Okay.
I will do that just for this question, okay? Which I don't rarely ever do. I will do this, okay? I will put the Bible on the side and answer it with my personal feeling, and I would still state the same thing, only for the regards of that I have seen women crack under more pressure than men.
In what type of situations, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, that would be in a relationship role. That would be in a financial role. I could go down many different ways. When we all know some women cannot handle finances, and we all know that some women cannot handle pressure at all.
And the same,
Some men. Same for some men. I can't handle shit as well in my life at the moment.
So according to Edmund, women.
I'm not. Hold on. I'm not denying that part. There is some men that cannot handle.
Okay, we get it. But in your experience, how old are you? How old are you, by the way? Hello.
I'm old enough to understand that I've seen at least
That's not.
a whole entire generation growing up. Let's put it that way.
A very simple question, or are you just incapable of doing that without like prodding and prying? It's very simple question.
No, I choose not to answer the question.
Yeah, he doesn't want to answer it.
So according to the previous question, Edmund admits that women are weaker mentally and physically than men.
Yeah, I got that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And let me guess, you're not in a relationship, are you?
In my personal experience,
I bet you probably.
as of currently, no. Actually, about a week and a half ago, she actually was the one that called it quits, and
I wonder why.
No, I'm not a virgin.
I wonder why.
Yeah, exactly. I wonder why.
Well, nothing that was actually, I can tell you, nothing that was talked about in this topic would she ever disagree with. Because we talked about this topic.
Judging by your, like, for me as an outsider, like, how I view your personality, like, you seem to kind of be very, what's the word for it?
I could think of a bunch. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like you're like you try.
Allow me to put it this way, okay? The reason in which how, let me put it this way: the reason in which how, and the reason why my per se ex would agree with me is because the day that we got together was the day that her one friend assaulted her, and she couldn't handle it, and I was the one that had to talk to the police about it.
That's nice. Nice story, bro.
That's good for you. She could do the same though.
Well, you can believe it or you don't believe it. I don't really care, but it's what happened.
I would say get used to going on Friday night dates with your right hand, but I guess masturbation's not allowed in the Bible, right? So, is that a no?
Some people who believe in the Bible
Now,
masturbate.
first off, I don't. I choose not to do anything with my own body anyway, and I have openly admitted on multiple occasions that I have done things wrong in my life.
Or you choose not to do anything.
So
with your
therefore,
own
I am
body?
human. I've made my mistakes.
Did you say you choose not to do anything with your own body?
In regards to
I'm just
touching
wondering,
myself.
it's a very strange. Okay, masturbation. It was just a very strange way of wording it. I've never heard that before. I was just trying to figure out exactly what you were talking about.
Yeah, clarify. Basically, I understood you.
Okay, let me ask a really dumb question, since obviously I'm not exactly sure upon this answer. How long have you been on Google Plus, and I can never actually pronounce your name?
It's Nevin. It's like the name Devin, but with an N. How long have I been on Google Plus?
Okay, well, Nevin, how long have you been on Google Plus?
Since the day that it started. Why?
Because it seems as though that you're not to the same degree of understanding of where people come from as other people. If I get Ocean in here, Ocean and I could basically talk about things. We can have our disagreements, etc. But
Well, I'm not
we both
Ocean.
feel
I'm not
each other.
Ocean. I have a very
But whenever you and I are, I know, I'm stating, whenever you and I come in to a conversation, it's more along the lines of I can't approach the same way as I can him, because it seems as though you won't allow me to
You know why? That's
clarify my points
well, that's because
as much as I can with him.
Ocean and I are two different people, so to compare me to Ocean is just kind of ridiculous and pointless, for starters. And actually, that's really all that needs to be said, is that Ocean and I are two different people, and we deal
I think
with
I did state earlier that
people.
everybody's a different
Google
person.
Plus, how long I've been on Google Plus has absolutely nothing to do with it. Nothing.
Ocean's got more patience than some
That
people.
would actually be an incorrect statement.
clarify-
Because
when you-
if you
Okay.
because if you get on Google Plus, if you're on Google Plus for, let's just say, a couple months, you will learn very quickly on how you can word things
Like I said,
very
it's been on
quickly. But
Google
if you've been on
Plus.
Google Plus a long time, you can already tell.
Like the first day it was created.
Kind of like
has nothing.
Kind of like the all familiar that a lot of people know, Roy Montero. He's been on Google Plus for like 10 years.
But do I live my life on
And
Google Plus?
he can sit down and he can ask you a direct question. He can ask you a direct question that could result in him already knowing where you stand in one question.
Okay,
And
of this?
whenever it comes to somebody that's been on Google Plus for a year, they wouldn't be able to do that as much as he would, because he's had more
Google
experience
Plus
at
has
it.
nothing to do with that. So
Yeah.
I have a very low tolerance for bullshit, and I can smell bullshit from a mile away. And yeah.
If that would be the case, then why is it that you would come on Google Plus to begin with?
Because there are some really good people here, and I do like debating, and I like learning about new ideas and discussing new topics and new ideas and meeting new people. And yeah, there's some great people that I've met here, and there's some people who are, I would not want to spend any time with, outside of this. But that's fine. That's the way life works.
I would agree with you on the majority of what you stated.
Glad we met, Nevin. I'm glad we met. I know how you feel.
It's just like life. It's like a melting pot of, people, just like life is, and that's why I come here. I'm sure it's the same reason why most people come here, probably.
Exactly.
Yeah, talking about robots,
Derailed the conversation. So can we get back to the original conversation?
Yeah, you're a sexist and you're a misogynist and you believe that.
No, I'm not sexist. I'm quoting out of the Bible. Don't say I'm sexist.
You're Bible sexist.
Which is by today's standards that society holds as sexist. I'm sorry to tell you that.
Your Bible says a woman can't teach. Why?
As I stated, the Bible was around long before the U.S. government.
We're not
So
playing by your
therefore, the
rules,
word
though. You see,
sexist came about a
admin.
long time ago, but not
What? Are
to
you
the
saying
point before the Bible.
You know what the funny thing is about that though? Is when you talk about slavery and other things, people go, "Well, those were different times back then." Those were different times back then. So they'll bring different times up for different verses in the Bible that make the Bible sound bad. But when it comes to dominating women, oh well, then we don't bring up different times back then and different times now. That maybe we should change the view on that. No, the Bible has to stick to that, doesn't it?
Cherry picking the stone.
Oh, here
I
it
didn't
is.
quite catch half what he said. He was cutting
Origin of the term sexism. Sex plus ism, as in racism. First known use 1968. Yeah, no, admin, no. Sorry, the Bible, the days when the
You said
Bible was written,
1968?
never. Yeah, 1968. Yeah. Back in the days, like when the whole shit was
1968. So let's
Yeah.
go. Let's backtrack. Let's backtrack. Since 1968, let's backtrack to when the Bible was translated originally into English. That would be 1611. So which is newer?
Yeah, I know, but you no.
So therefore, the
I'm
Bible
talking about what
would
you
not
said.
be sexist. The
No,
people that
you
made the word sexist in the first
admin,
way that it was stated would
admin,
be
deflection,
sexist,
admin,
not the
that's a
Bible.
non sequitur, admin. Anyways, yeah, you said that they had
That
a
is not a non sequitur. It was pointing out the facts.
you claim.
What's,
I can rewind back and show you exactly where you claim that they had the term sexism back like 3,000 years ago. They didn't.
It's quite good how things don't exist before words
Well, then do it.
exist.
I wanted to see this.
That's quite handy.
They didn't because the first known
That showed
definition
3,000 years ago. Bring me a link. Show me a link.
I already did. I already
Come on.
did. I already
Bring
did.
me
I
a
already
link
did. I
where it
already
says
did.
it
I
was
already
before.
did. I already did.
Before. No. Before 1611.
Mm-hmm.
No, you didn't. There's no link in the
Yes, I
side chat.
did. Yes, I did.
You idolize a book there, admin. I'm sorry.
I can show you the link. It's from Merriam-Webster. The dictionary for Merriam-Webster, and it says that the first usage of this term
Give me a link where it states that the first usage of the term was before 1611.
Well, yeah, never. And you claimed that there was such a term back like 3,000 years ago. You claimed that, and I'm saying that's completely idiotic and wrong.
I never claimed that there was such a wording as sexist back then. I stated the part, and I quote the part of that the Bible stated what it stated before the word sexism came about.
Guys, Admin did say that, but he misspoke. He meant to say
I
that
know.
it didn't
I know.
exist back then.
Okay, maybe he did, but now,
In the context of what he was saying, that sounded what he
Yeah.
wanted to say, but he misspoke and he said that it was back then.
Of course, I wonder how many times has he misspoken in general. Maybe
It
like
was
every
not
other
back
fucking.
then. How many times do I have to say this words? The word sexist was not around before 1611.
But so what?
Okay,
What's the
good.
point?
Yes, that's it. That's it. Good. Then you were wrong about you said, and you misspoke.
He misspoke. He misspoke. That's
Yeah,
fine.
exactly.
I want to focus on this other issue. I mean, so what that the word for sexism didn't exist doesn't mean that
that's true.
sexism could not actually exist back then, because sexism is an act, right? Kind of like, I don't know, beating. Let's say rape, right? There might be a time in human history where the word rape didn't exist, but
or
that
racism.
doesn't mean that somebody could not do something that is rape. Nobody would just be able to communicate and label it and say, look, that was rape. But people could still do it. Right? Adam?
Although that may be true, Art, The only problem
Maybe.
with that being said was the Bible specifically stated after it was translated that what was supposed to happen, and yet people have a way of doing it regardless. That would be a sin.
Now we're talking about the Bible being sexist, right? And you said, well, the word sexist didn't exist back then even, right? Sort of implying that, oh, how could it be sexist if nobody even invented the word sexist, right?
Yeah, that's the general implication.
If I'm not mistaken, I never stated the part of just because the word was never founded back then doesn't mean it wasn't sexist. I never
Okay,
said that.
that's what we took
Why
away
did you
from
bring
it.
it up?
That's what we took away
But
from it. Okay, that's
it's
how we
kind of the
interpreted it. That's how we interpreted you saying that, basically. So,
Yeah.
go
So
on.
why did you bring it up? Why would you make that point? That, oh, look, the word sexist didn't even exist back then. So what?
Yeah.
What I was stating was, just because the word sexist wasn't around, does not mean that people weren't being treated unfair in different sex, basically one sex treating the other sex more superior. It would be more along the lines of one had a stronger holding point than the other.
That makes no
Stronger.
sense.
That makes
Making
no
that
sense.
point is kind of weird because nobody was even disputing that.
That's
Okay. If you don't understand that analogy, then why is it that majority of all the majority that of all professors and all the people that were actually out of slavery in the day, why is it that they're mostly all men?
Because of that damn
Are
book.
you drunk?
What's going on?
Are
I've no idea
seriously,
what
are
you
you
said.
How
drunk?
does
Yeah, I don't understand the question.
Did you wake up and have a glass of vodka and water?
Yeah, it's malformed completely.
Because men are smarter than women. And women crack under pressure. That's why.
Well, yeah. I mean, the malfunction that your question possesses is just over the chart. Like,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It
Well,
doesn't
you
make
can
any
just
sense.
rephrase it. Let's
Yeah, you can rephrase it, but I'm just saying the question that you just asked has, no merit to your argument whatsoever.
It just shows how sexist people were back then.
Actually, it does have merits. It just shows the fact of how ignorant that some people can be to understand that there were people that were freed, but they don't understand the part of that most of them were men that were freed first, if not men were the only ones freed.
What is the point being made?
Okay.
It just shows how you're choosing men over women because they're men. It just shows how sexist it is. Right.
Your name is like in and out like crazy.
What is the point
You
being
guys
made
need to
here?
mute. We need to mute. Just when you hear Bob doing that thing, that's a signal for us to mute. That's all.
Yeah, I don't know why it's acting up now.
Yeah, it's better now.
Just because you're choosing men over women that's what sexism is. When men did this first and men do that. Well, you're choosing men over women. That's sexist.
Yeah, because you implied that it cannot have
No, it'd be
a
called
reverse
stating
roles.
an observation or stating something that's been demonstrated.
Okay,
that would not be sexist.
Okay,
Whenever I look back upon something and I state, this is what it says and this is what has happened.
Yeah, and
I can't change what's happened because it's already happened.
Where's Mommy?
How does that prove that the reversed case scenario can't happen with reversed roles and
Admin, can I ask where your mommy is? Is your mom around?
Oh god. Oh god.
First off, my mother
His mom is at
pertains to
my
nothing
house.
about this topic. I don't know why you'd be asking.
Well,
His
'cause
mom is in my bedroom right
I'm
now.
curious. I'm just curious. I'm trying to figure out where some of these ideas you have come from, and I find that whether or not the mother is around, or your interactions that you've had with your mother probably have at least a little bit to do with your viewpoints on women. So I'm just curious if she's in your life or not.
Did she claim that it was tough love when she
That
tried to do
pertains
something
to
illegal to you?
nothing about this topic. I'm talking about women in general. I'm not
I
talking about
realize that, and I'm
specific.
saying your viewpoint on women in general. I'm just curious because a lot of the times your interactions with your mother has a lot and has done a lot to form your opinions in general on women. Hence why I'm asking the question.
Admin, do you have a Twitter and do you show your face like ever, or do you have a Twitter? I know it's
I
personal, but
rarely ever show my face, and no, I will not right now either.
okay.
Brother, I mean,
Okay.
I'm gonna ask you a question. I mean, don't change it. Did you want to answer Devin's question, Edmund, or no?
I did not hear a question. I was too busy stating the fact to Brother John that I do not wish to show my face.
Well, you did hear a question because you kind of answered it a little bit, or you at least referred to my question I asked you. So you did hear a question. I was asking if your mother is in your life and if you have a good relationship with her. Remember?
I have my own personal relationship with my mother, my own way.
I would
but
assume
that does not
so.
pertain to anything to the topic at hand.
I just explained why I was asking and how I think it relates. Do you want me to go over that again, or did you get that?
I find that to be not really
Relevant,
a
right?
topic that's worth pursuing.
Okay, that's fine. I was just asking. So, well, that says a lot just in your answer. So, thanks.
Yeah, what you're trying to figure out is only the Bible that makes you sexist, or are there other things in your life that makes you sexist?
Well, I would just assume that if you had a good relationship with your mother, and if your mother wasn't the type who is just a completely submissive person who has no opinions of their own, that if your mother is actually not even a strong-willed, but just a self-confident woman, and you had a good relationship with her, I highly doubt that you would be, espousing these views.
Perhaps we could move on.
Well, I think Edmund's father is a very religious fundamentalist. For how long has he been? Well, I wouldn't. Let's throw fundamentalists out. Sorry. Edmund, your father is very religious, and how long has he been very religious? Because he holds to the King James Bible
He's been
completely.
religious since before I was born.
Yeah. Okay. So when Edmund's mother married Edmund's father, she knew the type of man he was. That he was a very religious King James only type man.
Okay.
So was she very religious too? Did they meet in church?
They actually met at a roller skating rink, and then
That's
it
cute.
was a little while after that they were going back to the same roller skating rink, and they were told, hey, if you want some free food, you can come over to a friend's house. And they went over there, and they were talking to a missionary at the time, and the missionary, my dad, describes it in a way of that he saw the actual side of Christians that were loving, kind, and actually there for you, and he didn't have that role as growing up, so he understood at that point that Christians were not all about money. Christians were about trying to care for people. So then what happens? They say we're going to have another potluck next week. So my dad leaves there that night, and he takes my mother home, and then comes back like 2-3 days later because he was thinking about some questions. So he went back and asked questions and got his answers. Then when they knew that there was food the next week, he came back with my mother, and they sat down on, I believe it was September the 25th of 1972 or something like that. I can't exactly remember. But they both at the same time, 10 minutes after midnight, accepted Christ to come into their lives, and they basically devoted everything in their lives to
And then
Christ.
when did they fuck to have you? Do you know the specific date?
I think this is getting a little bit personal now. I think we can move on.
I don't have.
We need to be asking
I do not
questions.
honestly know when they did whatever they did, but I know this, that when my oldest brother was born, they made an agreement. The agreement was whenever we have children,
Mm-hmm.
mother is going to stay behind at the house and care for the children
Mhm.
while the father goes out and works. And
Were they married when they before
40,
they had kids?
50,
Seriously, I think we're
50 plus
diving into
years.
personal territory here.
Were they married before they had any kids? Out of curiosity.
If it gets too personal, I will not answer the question.
Oh, that's fine.
But,
That's
no,
fine.
they were actually already married.
Okay. Just curious. And are they still together?
And how often
That
do they
is
do
not
it?
relevant to the conversation.
Well, you just shared a whole bunch of things, including specific dates. So I figured that asking if they're still married wasn't really that much off topic, considering you just explained to all
They're
of us.
still married,
exactly
yes.
how
It
they got together.
doesn't really matter.
Well, I guess neither does the fact that they met at a neither does everything you just said. So don't act like my question is all of a sudden so far out there when you just explained all of what you just explained. Give me.
By the way, Nevin, did you end up debating Jenny McDermott? Or
God, no, no. Check my Twitter. Yeah, it was really funny. She kept putting it off and putting it off and putting it off, and then I tweeted her, and she's like, "I don't like you, and I'm not going to do it just to get you more subscribers and more views."
Oh, she's very cautious. She is a cautious person, I'd say.
I wonder why she said it in the first place. She was like totally gung ho to do it, and then I don't know. I guess it's
She's a hoe, yeah.
Yeah. Well, generally, her personal story, as I understood it, was she did some shit that was very questionable, and shit happened to her, and then she got cautious, and then she probably now
That's like all she does is shit that's questionable. It seems.
Yeah. She stirs lots of shit.
Oh yeah.
She's a shit stirrer, kind of like me. But I'm more cautious because I don't even have a fucking Twitter.
I really enjoy like good trolling. Like I can appreciate it to an extent. Only good trolling. It's a very fine line and stuff. But she is, as much as I really dislike her, she's an amazingly good troll. Like she's an amazingly good shit. Like really, really, really good. So I'll give her that. But
same with the many people though that are against her as well.
yeah, she's like really easy to discredit though, and just to
yeah.
The thing is though, a lot of the time I question how much she's actually trying to troll and how much of it is actually her genuine like thoughts and beliefs and stuff. It's kind of a weird fine line. It makes me a little confused sometimes.
How much of it's her mental disorder and how much of it's founded in reality?
Yeah. But it's good, I guess. Like you never really know.
I liked her neon wigs. Her neon wigs were the shit, man.
Her $5 or her dollar store Halloween wigs.
Yeah, man.
It's horrible.
Totally 80s, man.
Oh man, that's just. Oh. I think there should be a rule that she should never be allowed to go on cam without makeup on.
Oh. Ouch.
Her last video, come on. It was.
Yeah.
No one wants to see that. Come on, Jenny.
Oh.
Oh, whatever. I'll say it.
In before Jenny comes here and then she starts just.
I would love for Jenny to come here. I have a lot to say to her.
She probably won't though.
No, she never would do that. No.
Yeah.
She's genuinely like, I believe she is scared of me, and well, that's why she wouldn't debate me. But I tore her a new one in that video that I made about her.
You made a video about her? What's your
Dude,
channel?
Like
What's
Thunder.
channel?
If you type in Jenny McDermott on YouTube, I believe it's the number 3, like the number 3 on the search results.
The third one, okay.
I believe so. Let me see. Jenny McDermott. Let's see. It's number 1 when I search it.
Is that the one where you call her a cunt bucket for 10 minutes?
I didn't call her a cunt bucket for 10 minutes. I actually, like, totally explained all this fucking shit she did wrong with evidence to back it up. Hence why it has, like, a 99% like to dislike ratio.
Well, that doesn't really prove anything. This is fucking YouTube.
Oh no, it just goes to show, like, the like to dislike ratio of everyone who's watched it. That doesn't prove anything, right? So why don't you go get your dislike in there?
Well, you spent 10 minutes just basically insulting her. I mean, no
Actually,
wonder
no,
she
I
doesn't
spent 21 minutes actually picking apart
21 minutes then.
bullshit, and
Where's the video?
I'll post it. It's actually, well, if you type in Jenny McDermott, it should be the number 1 pop thing that pops up, but there it is in the side chat there. So as much as you might not like it, according to the people that actually watched it, they don't share your dislike of it. So.
Well, I don't really see what's gained by these hit pieces. I don't see how that advances anything.
Well, clearly you're not in the majority here, so.
Well, I'm sure I'll cope.
Well, that's fine. So essentially, your opinion really means jack shit to me.
How does that actually address what I say, though?
What's with the hit pieces is when people do crazy fucking shit that tries to, for example, get a scientist fired from his job and arrested based on that the person has created. I do have a major issue with that, so I would like to expose that. Hence this hit piece that I created.
But that video doesn't.
Jenny McDermott.
So you know, I'm thinking I haven't watched this video here if this is the same one. This one where you're talking about her restaurant. And,
yeah.
And the right. So what does that have to do with Laughing Witch's letter?
I know
she was part of it. But
what has to do with that is because she went on. It's just very ironic how she bragged and participated in this thing with Laughing Witch to get Thunderfoot fired, and then it's quite ironic how a mere 2 months later she does some really stupid illegal shit and then gets herself fired. So I was just explaining.
What did she do that was illegal?
She tried to participate. Well, she started a GoFundMe account. You've seen the video. You know exactly what it was.
Yeah, but I didn't see anything that was illegal. I'm not familiar with the U.S. law that much.
Well,
so was something in there that was illegal?
GoFundMe account, what came out after that was the fact that she's been doing all sorts of tax fraud for the last at least like 8 years, not claiming her tips, because what came from that was it's a whole. I can explain it.
You need to claim your tips.
Is this a separate thing? Because I don't know about these tax fraud things. But, video.
Well, yes, because the insurance company came out and they said that they were going to pay all of the staff their wages, right? And she still created this GoFundMe account, and she was freaking out about it, and she stupidly made a comment and made a video, which she later deleted, saying that the amount that they're paying her is nowhere near how much she actually makes, and except the amount that they're paying all of the wait staff was based on their taxes. So she basically just outed herself there, and if you put 2 and 2 together, that's saying that she wasn't claiming the majority of her tips. Otherwise, the amount that the insurance company would have been paying her would have been exactly what she was making.
Right, but what I'm getting from this video, I don't know what this tax fraud stuff is. That's a separate thing for now.
No, I think that came out.
Well, that may or may not be true. I don't know, but someone else started a GoFundMe after her restaurant caught fire.
No, she started the GoFundMe, actually.
And there was a separate start. There was one that was started first.
No, and that was
actually
her that started it.
Well, I didn't see anything in the video that showed it was her. And then what happened in the end was that, as you say, the insurance company paid up, and the boss of the the restaurant was concerned that at that point, when she had set up a GoFundMe, because the first one got closed or something, that the restaurant owner, he or she, was concerned that they were going to get. She didn't understand how GoFundMe worked and thought that this was going to somehow impact on the insurance payments, when that isn't true. It was just a massive misunderstanding, and you've sort of ascribed a sort of intention to this. I see what. A what? So say that again.
Lisa Weaver, who was the quote-unquote person who originally started the first GoFundMe, was actually Jenny. That was actually Jenny. We know this.
Your evidence?
We know this 100% that it was actually her.
Well, you don't put the evidence in the video. You just assert this. Where's the evidence that that's the case? And if that is the case, so what?
By the way, if you guys want to see
She
me
lost.
topless,
Sorry,
and
brother.
if you guys want to see me topless, and
No, we don't.
the new one,
She lost her job for that, though, didn't she? She lost her job.
Yeah, she did.
For
She
that.
got fired because.
Part of the other thing is when they found out they were going to get the money from the insurance company, she didn't cancel the GoFundMe. She kept it running.
Well,
Yeah, but here's an important. Can I make a point, G? The insurance would take some time. I mean, when you file for something like that, you're not going to see money for a couple months.
Exactly.
No. In emergency cases like that, insurance company will fork out checks right away.
It was going to be an immediate thing.
Are you sure
know
about that, though?
We don't
Like
know.
house insurance and stuff like that, they'll do that.
No, I'm 100% sure about that. I actually called her work and talked to them because I was going to make a second follow-up video.
How long before the insurance payments would have reached the
It
employees?
was going to be that week, is what they told me.
So it took it took like a month and a half, or
a week.
No, it was going to be that week. The fire happened.
The week you called, but the fire happened in early November. So you're
So can I
talking.
just,
You called in. When did you call? How about that? When did you call?
I called. It was like 2 days after I released that video.
What the fuck? This is really weird. You rang her work.
Yeah.
So that's 2 months later. Exactly what I said.
I wanted to get as much information as possible so that people like you, when they're questioning me about things, they're not going to say, oh, well, you didn't know about this or this. I wanted to get their actual explanation as to what happened. So damn right, fucking called her
you're
work.
talking. Can I please speak? So that means that you're talking. The employees would have received payment in early January.
No, I released the video. No, because I released the video over a month ago.
Well, it says December 29th.
I released the 29th. So they would have got paid in the first week of January.
That's what I said. And when was the fire? In early November? So that's like almost 2 months later. Exactly what I said.
Yeah, maybe. I guess so. Yeah. Yeah, well, the GoFundMe.
So perhaps Jenny did have motive to collect some funds for people who had to sit for 2 months without any income.
Perhaps she had motive to do that?
I don't see that that's a nefarious thing. I mean, she was trying to help out her workmates and, herself. They'd all been laid off as a result of a fire.
Well, okay,
I find this a bit odd.
When her employer is saying specifically, we do not want you to do that, and all of the other employees there, even the ones that were on the list that were supposed to be getting paid, did not want to have anything to do with her GoFundMe thing. There was 2 other people that she worked with who were, ready to do that and were like gung-ho about it. And that was only up until the point that they realized that their employer did not want them to do that. At that point, the other 2 people who were originally down with it immediately turned their backs on the GoFundMe and said they wanted nothing to do with it. And then Jenny...
Well, perhaps after they had strangers from the internet calling their works of business and talking to them on Facebook, it creeped them the fuck out. So then they're like, oh, we don't have anything to do with it. But I would assume that initially they wouldn't have thought that.
Well, I don't believe who was calling.
Yeah, I just lost. Does this make sense to you? I just lost my job. My business isn't working. It's around Christmas time, and someone wants to give me some charity, but I don't want it. Does that follow? Does that make sense?
Okay, what does what follow or what makes sense? What?
These are people who lost their job, didn't lose their job, but lost their employment for a couple months, right?
Yeah, and if their employer
Christmas
is
time.
telling them,
Please let me finish.
Well,
Christmas time is coming.
Okay, now
Christmas
I
time
understand.
is coming, right?
Yeah.
And you're telling me that they're going to say, "Oh, we don't want any charitable
Well,
support."
when their employer is telling them we're trying our hardest, and if you recall, I don't know how into the story you were at the time, but the date that they were supposed to reopen was set back and pushed back numerous times. So their employers were telling them, "Don't worry, you're going to be getting paid," and then it got pushed back a little further, and then it got pushed back. So yeah, that does make sense. When they're thinking they're going to get paid, say, in a few days. So when Jenny has this idea to do this whole GoFundMe, and their employers are specifically saying,
Well,
"Don't worry,
usually
you're
you
going to
get
get
paid after you complete the work, not prior.
What?
Usually you get paid after you finish the work, not prior.
What are you talking about?
Well, you're saying they're. Well, then what are they getting paid for? For the time that they worked in.
They're getting paid for the time that they were off, that they couldn't work.
Well, I'm sure they got paid when they got paid on payday every 2 weeks, like everyone else.
That's. Are you
I
not
don't understand what you're trying to
happened?
suggest that means they wouldn't be paid or they're going to get
Not
paid.
understanding what happened.
Well, are you trying to suggest that they get paid as soon as it opens?
That's not
Because
what
you're going to have to work 2 weeks.
Not what I said. I said that the date that it was supposed to open kept getting pushed back, as did the date that they were supposed to get paid from the insurance company.
Oh, paid from the insurance company.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the payment from the insurance company. That's what they were waiting on.
It took 2 months.
Right. So yeah, exactly. So a GoFundMe is not an unreasonable thing to do, and I see no reason to ascribe some nefarious intention there. And it seems to me that the employer wrongly assumed that the existence of a GoFundMe campaign would affect the insurance payout, when that is clearly not the case.
Well, what do you mean clearly not the case?
Well, because as far as I'm aware, there's no law that says GoFundMe campaigns affect insurance payouts, and you know, it's just a very, very big, very sad misunderstanding.
Are we talking about the laughing witch thing?
No, not yet. I'm
It's
sure we'll get on to
connected.
that. I mean, you're ringing up a place of bloody work. What the hell? That's fucking bizarre.
I just want to get this out there. I don't care for Jenny. I don't care for Laughing Witch. And I think they all act like fucking idiots, including Thunderfoot. But what they did to Thunderfoot was out of line. I just want to get that out there right away.
Yeah, personally, I say out of line. Yeah, very.
Okay, why are we arguing about this when it's all conjecture and opinion? We don't all. Everyone here doesn't know all the facts, so let's move on to something else.
Well, indeed, yeah.
Yeah.
We're just all making assumptions.
By the way, Nevin, you gained a subscriber.
Thanks, man.
Even though I'm a feminist, but you know.
No, fair enough.
I'm open. I am an open feminist.
I don't automatically
I'm
hate
inclusive.
someone because they're a feminist or because they're a Christian or because they're a Muslim. Yeah.
Good. That's good. That's good. Awesome.
I think more people. I wish. If more people were like that, things would be a lot
Better.
better. I think.
Yeah.
Like, I immediately, obviously, have certain opinions on people immediately. If you told me you're a feminist, I have, things that I automatically
assume,
maybe. But I also, I always give people a chance.
Yeah.
And I've been able to, just from what I've seen of you, I think you're a decent guy, and I don't paint you with that, crazy feminist brush that,
Yeah.
Well,
wait until you see the video posted in the side chat here.
Uh-oh.
It's more of a parody, though. It's more of a parody of, overreaction from memories, basically. I try to parody that.
Where are you from, by the way?
From Canada, Nova Scotia.
But is your accent? Where's your accent from?
My birthplace is Israel. I'm Jewish and Ukrainian.
When you first pulled away, I thought, oh my god, it's a woman who doesn't have very large breasts. Flat as a board.
I do it.
As you're pulling back, I'm expecting some crazy feminist with their shirt off.
Oh yeah, and like with the fucking
For a
tiny hair
moment.
and shit. Oh, just wait on, just wait. It gets better with every second you're gonna watch. Trust me. Yeah. Although it's only this year. Next year, I'm doing this every year. I'm gonna do this. Well, it depends if the MRH, like if certain people won't get in the this year's summary, but you know, it depends. I mean, yeah.
How long? When did you move to Canada? Out of curiosity.
6 years ago. 6 or 7. I see 7 years ago.
I was like, that's definitely not a Canadian accent.
You like Canada? You happy so far?
I am very happy so far, although it's pretty tough with jobs here.
I'm Canadian.
In Nova Scotia, yeah, Kamagi.
Oh yeah, it's very tough here.
Yeah.
And
Go to
there's
the
also,
West Coast.
it's less. There's also people. We need more. What is it? Nurses. There's like a lack of nursing job, like nurses in here. Yeah. Although I can't study for nursing,
Why not?
I was
2 years.
Yeah, I know.
2 years and you're making 50, 60 thou a year.
Actually, yeah. Why not? I didn't even. I thought I thought I had to.
Starting.
Yeah, I thought I had to take like certain like classes in high school in order to actually even get to studying nursing. Because
Are you under 25?
am I under 20? Yes, I'm under 25.
Then you're right.
Yeah. Oh, I can try, you know. But yeah, I'm kind of just searching for any job at the moment because I just really need to pay the bills and need to get some new equipment and all that.
Website stuff or like internet stuff, computer stuff?
Yeah, I'm generally I'm a good like on general like with computers, but
You should look into like affiliate marketing or something maybe.
yeah, I used to go to university for computer science until I failed. Until I failed in math and yeah, so I kind of I don't know. It was harder. It was tougher than I expected. University. I thought, oh, I'm gonna go to university. It's gonna be like all this, like gonna be laid back. But no.
When I think of university, the first thing I think is definitely not laid back.
Yeah.
The opposite of that.
Plus, I thought it would be like a semester thing. I thought it would be like 6 months, and apparently it's
STEM
only
stuff's
4
way
months.
harder than most people think. An undergraduate degree in engineering is far more difficult than most arts.
Oh yeah, or women's studies.
I'm just good at using like Sony Vegas. That's how I make my videos. I just try to like being a content creator is not really even tough. You know, the only thing you need is just Sony Vegas, and then you got yourself a nice kind of startup. You know.
Yeah, I use Final Cut. I just switched to Final Cut. But
yeah, that works. If
But
you have
I-
a Mac, right?
yeah, I have a Mac.
Yeah.
But I find myself like going back to iMovie. It's so much easier.
Ah, I see. I used to work with Adobe After Effects as well. That one's very good as well. Yeah.
Yeah,
You can
it's
do
just
more there.
complicated.
You can do more there though. You can like apply more effects and everything.
Yeah, and that's why I originally went to Final Cut was because you can do more. But I just
Have you heard of
I don't know, it's so
Lightworks?
much-
Has anyone heard of Lightworks?
Lightworks? No.
Check it out.
No, I haven't heard of it.
Check it out.
I'm gonna start learning how to make apps. Actually, that's what I'm going to be looking into doing. Because you can actually make a lot of money making apps.
Well, yeah, it depends if it sells and how well the marketing is for the app. Basically.
Yeah. There's people who like if you go to the app store and you look at like you organize the apps by like most expensive to least expensive. I forget what their cap is. If it's like $1,000 or like even more per app. But I've heard stories about people who like they would just make like stupid, pointless apps and put it for like the highest amount you can sell it for, and just in the hopes that like somebody will click it and buy it and not refund it. And apparently, if you do that enough, somebody will click it. But
Well,
I just
yeah.
think that's.
Yeah, that's.
I forget what the cap is, but I'm looking into there's this website called edX, and they do like MIT and Harvard and Yale courses online for free. And so yeah, I'm looking at like an MIT course for like making apps. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Have you guys heard of that before? edX?
Nope.
No.
I'll post the link. It's actually like
It's
really
done through a web. It's done through the web. It's like software as a service. My cousin wrote, in his development team, wrote the framework that they're probably using. Popcorn.js.
I did a Harvard ethics course through edX, and it's essentially like it's video. What's it called? Video lectures, and it's exactly the same lectures that people are paying like $20,000-$30,000 a year for these, like to go to school at Harvard for, and you do like homework and everything, and then at the end you just get a certificate. Like you don't get a degree, obviously, but yeah, but it's free, and it's
That's
pretty
cool.
fucking amazing. Yeah, it's amazing that you.
I posted a
can
link
do
on the
that.
side there for you for Lightworks Mac.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm just too used to Vegas Pro. I'm just way too used to Vegas.
You're gonna
Just
find
learn
lots of
Vegas,
tutorials on
learn something
Lightworks.
else.
What? There's too many people going at once.
I interrupted. Sorry about that.
No worries. I was just saying I'm so used to Vegas. I'm not changing now.
Yeah. I know. I know how that feels. I've used it over like 2 years or 3 years. I used to have a gaming channel back in the days, which was a failure because I'm not very good at gaming. You know, tried many things and it was a failure.
You don't have to be just screaming in the mic all the time.
With Lightworks, you can use the beta version that has full functionality, or you can just download and try it. You might have to create an edit share.
How long's the trial good for? Do you know?
You can either sort of rent the software where you pay for usage, and then you can buy it outright. Outright, it's about $400, I think. The company that developed it, Lightworks, it's a company called EditShare, and they make like server backend software for managing film dailies and all this jazz that Hollywood use it. EditShare quite a lot. It's been around for 25 years. A lot of people don't even know about it. A lot of movies were made using it. A lot of movies.
Yeah, I always assume Hollywood would use something like Adobe because Adobe is a very huge, like, well-known company.
No.
You can do lots of cool shit with Adobe though. After Effects.
Oh, for sure.
If you know how to use it.
And it's used. Yeah, I shouldn't say that.
Yeah. I just got a comment from a very well-known MRA on my video, and also a bunch two other feminists on it. It's hilarious. Lol. Trigger achieved. Ha ha ha. Yeah, and in the video, most of the people in my video aren't even MRAs, so that's he had a, but still, it's a parody. It's not even fucking. I'm not being completely serious with that shit.
The biggest one used in Hollywood's Avid, media composer.
Oh, Avid, really? Avid.
Oh yeah,
Really?
without a doubt.
Nice. I use for that for encoding and all that shit. I use Avi Demux, or I use Virtual Dub. Virtual Dub is great. If you
Avid's just really huge in the industry.
yeah, I see. Lol. Also, I got a comment from Christy Winters. Senpai noticed me. I won't be a huge fan of her, but some of the work she does it's not bad, I would say. She's more chill out about her sort of videos than most other people.
Hey guys, I just came back. I missed the how did it end it with Nevin? The whole what's that blonde chick?
Well, she just gained a subscriber. We talked about video editing. We talked about creating apps. My personal life in university and how I failed it.
Well, before that, we talked about her calling the job of Jenny. What is McCarthy?
Jenny
McDermott.
McDermott. It's such a funny name, though. McDermott. I admit, it's a very funny name.
Yeah, and that's why she's wrong. She's a funny name.
Because it's a funny name.
And that's why feminism is wrong, because she supports it and her name is funny. Feminism destroyed. You got no logic against that.
Argumentation ad absurdum. It's
No, you
absurd!
Bro, do you even logic, bro?
I slightly logic when I need to heavily use it. I am kind of laid back mostly, and then when people start attacking me, I kind of, attack them back, of course.
You mean become a hugely annoying troll?
Somewhat.
Meow.
You can interpret it that way. I know, yeah. You can.
Hey, if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
Edmund throws that around a lot. No, you're not using logic. You're not using logic. Like, he doesn't even know what the damn thing means.
He cannot spell logic.
You see, I blame it all on what's his name? What the fuck? Oh, yeah, Cult of Dusty. I blame it all on him. He started with the whole fucking logic. What the fuck, man? Come on. Logic.
Yeah, he just find cut on a new idol, almost, logic.
Logic.
I'm not a big fan of Dusty since his really controversial stuff that he has sort of said and defended. I'm not a fan of his anymore.
Yeah, I haven't caught up to him in a while. He was one of the first atheist YouTubers I saw on here.
He is good. I used to love him, man. Now
I still like him, but I mean, he is kind of hip and outspoken.
Yeah, that's what I love about him.
When I kind of went more in depth into great debate, and I learned a bit about philosophy, I'm like, okay, he's stupid. Doesn't know the fucking stuff.
I don't know. What really kind of ticks me off when he claims there is racism against whites. It's like
against what?
Against whites. Yeah, he's one of the people who claims
there's probably racism against whites.
Yeah, I mean, racism is just having an opinion that is either positive or negative based on somebody's race, right? So a black person can have that against a white person can have that against a black.
Yeah, but
if you consider Chinese people white, there's racism there. Blah, blah, blah.
Alright, there is racism against whites, but they're not as oppressed like the black are.
No, they're not oppressed.
Well, you see, then people would argue that it's discrimination, not racism.
No, racism and discrimination are different.
Well, exactly.
Are different.
Well, I'd say racism would be discrimination on the basis of race.
On the on the basis of race, and how it's implemented in the power dynamics.
Why does the how is implemented plays a role in there? In the
Well,
definition.
because race is a race is not like a group of like 5 people. It's a huge
Race is
demographic.
also, well, people do belong to a race, right? Individuals.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, it's a demographic thing. That's why. Basically.
So what? Well, you can have that still on a small scale, right? You can have like a group of, let's say, in some community you can have a lot of sort of black people who are all racist against another group who are white people. Within America, for example.
Within that community, it's racism, like, but overall, it's discrimination, I suppose.
You can even talk to the black community. The lighter skinned blacks are discriminated against from the darker skin too. So there's racism just in their community alone.
Yeah, that's because black isn't really a race. So.
Yeah, it's not race. De facto, it's not really isn't real. I think.
What did you say? Race isn't real.
Yeah, race as a biological concept is not real. I think. Like I watched some videos on it. And many people would agree with that. Most scientists would say it's more of a social construct than a.
You haven't been talking to Dionysus, have you?
Well, Dionysus would probably say otherwise, of course.
I'm not saying that. Yes, you fucking are.
I like how he nitpicks the most general fucking things and applies them to a whole race. It's like, great. Good for you, man. Good for you. But I mean, yeah, I mean, there is a very minor genetic sort of differentiator, some sort, of course, but it's nothing that would say, oh yeah, that's it. They're a different sort of a race of human, you know.
Well, let's be clear. Come on, race is not a good term. I mean, some people use the term ethnocentricity, ethnocentric, or cultural centricity. And when you say that whites are
that's it. You're politically correct. You're being too politically correct, man. I have to kick you.
No, I'm being accurate.
I'm just joking. Go on.
Instead of vague, because of course, if we take Dionysus' view that there are 3 races, I don't even know what the fuck that means. But no, I mean, I think that I know that I've been the victim of prejudice because of my culture, but what effect has that had? And that calls into question the scope of cultural prejudice. I mean, if you want to be accurate, it's probably a better term.
Yeah.
But for expediency, we say racism. And so certainly whites can be the victims of racism. As
how we use language, basically.
Right. And I just better defined what racism is. What the term we use, racism is.
I don't think it's just culture. I mean, certainly, any race, any member of any race can be racist. That's obvious.
We can certainly be more accurate than use the word culture.
Dionysus doesn't even understand what the race is, even when he uses the Mongoloid, Caucasoid, Negroid. Then he goes in when he uses the Mongoloid.
I'm sorry I brought him up.
Yeah, but then when you go into the Mongoloid, then he gets into a sub race, I guess, because they're Japanese and not Indian or Korean, So he drops down into a sub.
And again,
so how can it be a race when you got to qualify it with something else,
The term is archaic and mal-defined, but I think that when we say racism, we're talking about discrimination based on skin color, or more specifically, though, culture, or ethnicity, which culture tags along with. Certainly, I mean, skin color tags along with ethnicity, or area of origin, or wherever your society and culture exists. Right?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
So let's, we can say all that every time, or we can just use the term racism. But so certainly whites experience racism, but to what effect? Less detrimental effect in the predominantly white culture that we live in America, or even the West in general, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is, the slave master dichotomy would kind of go against that, I suppose. It would kind of say that, why if it's a kind of like a white-centric society, then whites are a master. Anyone else is a slave, sort of.
Does anyone
Maybe
pick up
on
on
a
my little?
grand scale, but individually, that's not
Individually,
the
it's
case.
different. Yeah, individually, it's different.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with that. General notion.
And that's usually what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Has anyone been picking up on the little one-liners I've been putting in my avatar?
With the cuckoo's nest?
A little bit.
They have,
A little
caught a
bit,
few.
Louis.
Okay. Okay.
So
I
how
wouldn't know
did y'all end up fixing admin? See better now?
No, not at all. Not at all. I don't think.
Not remotely?
I think maybe somewhat he kind of his vision is clearer a little bit, but.
I mean, is he even in his 20s yet? Because my understanding he's a child.
Yeah. No, he's over that.
Is he? He's not 30 yet. Or maybe he is.
No.
It just pisses me off how I got a question with question. And then I've listened.
Sometimes it's necessary.
Oh, no, because what he does is he doesn't ask one question, then he asks another question, he asks another question, until you forget about the question you asked.
Yeah, it's deflecting.
Sure, the way he does it.
It's deflecting.
Right.
It's deflecting.
I mean, I'm just saying that generally, sometimes answering a question with a question is necessary, but not usually in his case. Right. I agree.
No, it depends on the question, too. It's like the question Nevin asked him, he didn't need to ask a question to answer it. I answered it quite easily.
Well, yeah. I mean, you notice his defensiveness to certain questions, and
yeah, I generally notice that people who are religious, they tend to stretch out their sentences to completely huge volumes for some reason, and the content in there is mostly preaching, and it's it just annoys the fuck out of me.
Sure, and you get a little word salad mixed in there, and
yeah, it's annoying.
He has a limited life experience. He's been indoctrinated by his subculture.
Problem is, I have very good memory, and he claimed that he in his age that he can see a generation, he would be the age of a person who would see a whole generation or something.
I heard him say that.
So it's are you 30 or 5th? Are you claiming you're 5th? I'm what the fuck?
Seems to feel he's wise beyond his years.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
Oh,
he's pretentious fucking cocksucker.
Arrogant, pretentious, arrogant fucking idiot.
Yeah. Also, it's mostly, you see, people that claim to be anonymous, all that fucking trotting around this fucking culture of, that was hijacked long before. Now it's basically a bunch of libertarians with fucking, zero clues about anything in life.
If you want to find more about Edmund, you look to his father. His father's Jack Kuntz, the teacher of the Bible. So if you look him up, you'll understand Edmund a little more. They're King James.
I meant that statement I just posted in the side there, too. He's the worst I've come across.
Yeah, whatever the King James Bible says is, and then they're purists, whatever the fuck that means.
He's a purist as well? What?
Purist, which means the words of the King James Bible are pure. Well, what does that mean? Are they inerrant or errant? I guess they come up with this new word, so they don't have to answer that question.
Yeah. If he reads that Bible and not the very first Bible, he is automatically not a fucking purist, because the Bible, the original Bible's copied down many, 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 many times. And to say that copying errors are not there, it's ridiculous.
Oh, there is. You can go on to, I know Wikipedia's got a thing, Bible inerrancies, and they show in the King James Bible actual whole texts that have been added and whole texts that have been left out.
What the fuck?
So,
yeah, I didn't think it would be going that far, but yeah, I guess if what you're saying is true, which I don't want to like assume that it's true automatically because I am like I'm not a Christian, but yeah, if that's true, then yeah, calling yourself a purist is a very contradictory thing to do, you know, to actually call yourself. Also, it's the idea that they know God. You know, come on, you know. I can parody them saying that I know God as well. I can I already done that. I already said I'm a prophet. You know, I can do that again. I can always do that. It all comes down to what presupposition I hold. If I hold a presupposition, they cannot humanly kind of reject or kind of well, not reject but disprove.
well, I mean, you can't once they question you on the Bible.
Yeah, exactly. Then
the Bible says you only know a prophet if what he says comes true.
Yeah. Yeah, but I can say that no, I'm not playing by the rules of the Bible. I'm playing by the actual rules of the God. You know, you see, that's what you can do to them, and that's that's the best way to troll them, I think. Well, I just let out a bomb out there because now people are gonna try to do that, to mimic that. Well, good luck to anyone who tries to mimic that because it's all fun and games. It's all for the lols.
At least there are some lulls.
Indeed.
All right, kids. See you later.
See you later, JJ.
Go, just come and go.
See you, JJ.
Yeah. I mean, it's hilarious how they would laugh at me when I say when I claim I'm a prophet. What if Jesus returned and they would do the same to him? He would be like, "Hey guys, I'm returned," and then they fucking laugh at his face, and he's like, "Well, fuck you all. That's it. You're all going to hell now."
You ever listen to the atheist?
That's it.
Have you ever listened to the Atheist Experience?
Yes.
Matt, yeah, okay. Have you ever heard the caller that calls in and he's trying to find ways for Matt, and I can't remember who the co-host was, to consider the Bible, and the guy asks him, he has like a middle American Southern accent, he's like, "You all believe in them aliens?" And then they go on and say, well, possibility. And like, what if them aliens landed bearing the Holy Bible?
Lol.
Would you believe it then? And the whole crew on the set starts roaring in the background. It's like, if the aliens land and they come bearing the Holy Bible, I might reconsider.
Yes. That would take lots of acid, though.
He's like, bearing the Bible and having the cross.
Yeah.
I just might think that by the aliens.
Yeah. I would question my mental stability if that ever happens to me.
Yeah, if the aliens land and they're Christian, then yes, I might reconsider.
Lol.
What on earth?
Christian extraterrestrials, That would be the weirdest shit. The Christian extraterrestrial. That sounds like a good idea for like a B, like a B movie, like an underpaid movie, like a trash movie about like Christian extraterrestrials. It must be a horror as well. It must be a horror film. Lol.
I have a suspicion. Where did all the Christians go? I wonder.
It might offer explanation as to why the tomb was empty. Jesus got picked up by a UFO.
It's
Did
funny.
admin get abducted by UFO?
He laughed for some reason. I have no idea why. He just laughed without saying anything. I guess he got bored or something.
Yeah, it might have been enough people.
Yeah.
Given him enough teeth that he well, that kind of thing exactly, Jay. Oh, you know.
I agree. The hostile environment you're touching on, Nadia, and I listened to you chatting with Farhan about it last night, and it was much more enjoyable and fruitful, the discussion, when kept couth and.
Well, yeah, it's not quite in line with quite everyone's dispositions, interests, and whatnot.
Have you seen G-Man versus the World yesterday? I watched parts of it. MM artist, I feel so sorry for him. He basically he endured way too much shit, you know. If I was him, I would probably just curse out and just fucking storm out of the room. Because G-Man is the most disrespectful fucking cunt out there, I think. Because he just is.
No, there are worse
So that people
people.
would come by me. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Have you talked to Matt?
No, I'm saying the same thing. There are worse people than G-Man.
Yeah.
And sometimes if you can get somebody patient that can go through there and get a couple points out here and there, you know, it'll do more to make G-Man look bad than you screaming and hollering and storming up.
Yeah, I know. That's why he endured so much and stayed in there. I didn't watch it fully, but I stopped watching when I had to go to sleep, and they were on about how there would be like a global government, everyone would have chips in their
Oh
fucking
my God! Did
yeah,
you?
all
Did
that
you?
shit. And you know what?
How they can think that, looking at the state of affairs in the world.
Yeah, I
America
know.
can't even manage, couldn't even get our act together. And
Yeah,
they're gonna
they can't
fucking
even
run the
manage
world?
rocket ship, you know?
The American government could not cover a fucking blowjob.
Yeah.
You know what they say? Yeah, they're talking about the troops.
I did not have relations with that woman.
Have you heard G-Man's rap video?
Yeah, I fucking hated it, and you know, I left a comment that I still think Lacey's Green is more awesome than him, because she really is. I think she's classier than him. Anyone is fucking classier than G-Man. Fucking Godless Girl is fucking classier than G-Man. G-Man is complete trash. I think the way he behaves himself.
Well, he's got problems, man. I mean, a lot of this is out of people's cognitive control. You know, like I don't know if you've seen him bounce around in a seat. The guy can't stay still.
Yeah.
Eh?
He's so
got
excited.
real problems. Real problems. He's got a
Yeah.
personality disorder, right?
See, that's why he needs
so
Jesus.
he's a sick person, right?
I have no idea because I'm not a psychotherapist. Like I cannot analyze. Like I can kind of see there are some things that would kind of like predict or kind of would like you know make it like oh, I forgot the word for it. You know. Wow.
Well, you know, I'm.
I can't.
I so much. So very unpassable that it probably tracks quite a bit off my various class points.
You see, and what if G-Man really is a different person in real life than he is online? Many people do that. Like they go online and they just become a whole different person. You know.
Well, people said he is that way if you talk to him about Star Wars or wrestling.
Yeah. The last Star Wars.
Just don't disagree with him about Star Wars or wrestling.
Just don't, man. Just yeah.
Yeah, I'm guessing. I don't know. It's
Still have an
I guess
asset.
because it's so much
Brother,
shit.
Naughty is speaking, man.
I'm sorry.
Oh. Wow, I'm guessing that some of, I guess my less dramatic kind of manner of presenting opposition such as why it's deemed so much less interesting when, I guess, someone disagrees with me. Go ahead.
Well, you're not into drama, and you act polite and couth. Almost always. I've never seen you lose it, other than when they pulled tough love on you a few months ago. So you're
Did I
a
really
rational,
lose it then?
sane person, which is quite humorous considering the room and all of our life situations.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, our life situation is not exactly stable, but
Yeah, I would say she did get into quite a debacle with Matt Bell recently. He still blocked me, and I'm so glad that he blocked me, because scumbag.
I don't know. I don't think I, made such a hash of it or whatever.
Well, as an observer, I seen it go off, and I would say that you you
Oh,
did
I was saying
proclaim.
hello again.
You
Oh,
did
sorry.
boldly speak and everything. You did stand your ground pretty good when you tried to, claim you're not real transgender or some shit like that. It's just mind-boggling how he can.
I don't remember that. But okay.
No, he claimed you're like a what is it, like that you're an alcoholic or some shit, or that it's like not really transgender, as if I remember correctly.
Okay, well, he wouldn't be the first.
Yeah, we all go through that, we all get that shit thrown at us. Part of life, I think.
I just wonder why
I'm
you
not
haven't
sure what
blocked other people for saying the stuff he has.
Really? I don't think he's been telling other people not to. Well, I suppose go about. I guess doing what they can to go on and support me or whatever it is. So I mean, it's a bit different when it's trying to cut you out of your place to live or whatever, and it's supposed to just some guy shooting his mouth off, right? But still, there's I don't know. I think yeah, I try to keep it on level anyway.
Well, we'll know you've gone down the tubes, Nadia, when you start having fake sodomizing of people on cam.
Well, I mean,
I'm referring to something the Drunken Peasants did but a few days ago.
Oh,
I'm sorry, what happened?
Yeah, what did they do?
What? What are you
they
fake? I mean, like
one of them pretended to ram his fingers up the ass of another one, and just
They're like a couple of kids, aren't they?
yeah.
Well, why do I need for it to be fake? I mean, principle. If I lost a significant amount of weight, I'd probably have like could probably find a few guys to be the tops in that kind of affair.
Drunken peasants, I don't know. I find them silly, personally.
Yeah.
And trollish.
They're fucking awful, man. Fucking awful. I mean, I like some of their videos, a lot of their videos, but sometimes, like the other day, I just potty humor, fucking idiocy.
Oh yeah, when they go in, have you seen their like when they went into the whole like when they reviewed ads? At the end, they always review some shitty ads, and it's like, really, really, is that entertainment? You're reacting to fucking advertisements? Really? Fuck! Wow. Wow.
Well, I mean, everyone's got their thing. You always get to change it up. You can't always have it the same.
Indeed, but they just don't bring anything new, really. I don't see them as being quite as entertaining as they claim. I think just people just like the name. Basically, they see, oh, TJ, I love him. That's it.
What also briefly mentioned that I still haven't tracked down. I guess online available references on from I guess original authors on Standpoint, Theory, and Feminism, right? So, I mean, there was in principle a topic. I guess we're supposed to try to work into something in the broadcast, and yeah, I'm digging because I'm pretty sure some of the critiques and such are based on misrepresentations that could have at least a bit of I don't know, softening or whatever it is the kinds of criticisms they're making. What the reality of what they're actually proclaiming instead of the misrepresentation they're basing it on, right? So go ahead.
The audio's kicked out of your headset to the notebook, and it's better. I prefer it.
I
but
can't
anyway.
It's more sensitive.
It sounds clearer and it's not so muffled.
Oh yeah, it's way clearer.
Much louder.
If she could pump the audio into her headphones but pull the mic off of the notebook, that would be great. But
It can probably be done though. It can in the settings.
yeah, it can. In the little gear up there, you can select it discreetly.
There's got to be a software program out there she can download to adjust her mic.
And guys, by the way, TJ appears in my latest video. I like how I plug in my video. It's a shameless self-advertising. I like it.
Yeah, I see. All right. You complain about the only reason people like him is because, but then you put him in your video to get those people.
I didn't put him in the title. No, I've made one video about him, but that was just pulling his leg. That was just kind of joking around. It was when he was very pissed about the whole Draw Muhammad thing, when people killed like the Draw Muhammad people, and then he's like, "No one has to die," and I just made it like super slow motion, and you can see the rage. It's like, "No one has to die," and I'm like, "Yeah."
What's with the shirtless thing? Just out of curiosity.
Because it's just me making a stand that, you know, I am beautiful as a human being. Because
Does anybody have that as a shtick on their channel, like shirtless interviews or something?
I'm sure there's probably something like that going around in Brazil, but I was going to ask about, you know, if anyone else had successfully managed to track down online copies of some of the original authors' reference works on Standpoint, Theory, and Feminism, because I was having a little bit of trouble tracking it down. Go ahead.
I think Standpoint Theory, like, you generally defined it for me. It's just not very kind of kind of in-depth defined for me enough to uphold to it, I think.
Well, that's part of the problem. That's why we're trying to track down those visual references in order to, well, get some kind of, you know, comparison with what they're actually stating to see if the critiques are being based on, as we suspect, misrepresentations, right? So, or as I suspect, anyway. The topic of the title of the hangout, at least as set, is Intersectionality and Standpoint, right? So.
For me, the most basic critique is that it doesn't matter how poor a person is, he can still be a capitalist and kind of like a traitor to the revolution or some other thing, and can be unreasonable still. And it doesn't make him any more unreasonable or reasonable than a rich person, I think, in my opinion. And a rich person can be actually a socialist, but in his own way. In a very
the tricky part here is, it actually does have a, I guess, close interrelationship with, I guess, Marxist theory and such, right? So, I mean, in terms of, how it is such an outgrowth from it, there is something actually, we might need to consult the original references to resolve, right? And furthermore, also, gain a greater understanding of the, guided doctrine they're attempting to convey, right?
Yeah. I would also say that it kind of has an overtone of, like, the end justified the means, because of course the lower classes would more likely be into socialism or into anti-capitalism or into like saying, oh, fuck all the corporations, fuck everything, I don't want to be poor, of course. But again, that's more of the end justifies the means sort of.
What's the corporation have to do with anything?
Well, there's a lots of anti-core, like people that are standing against corporations and shit, and corporatocracy and stuff like that. So there you go. Yeah.
Well, did anybody hear Bernie Sanders on CNN last night? Sorry, I'm not segueing it, but just
what we're not doing, quote unquote corporatocracy, they really do. That's I don't think it actually resolves the fundamental issues involved.
Well, some people find that one person at the top controlling a whole corporation is a wrong thing. It's not right, basically. That's the basic kind of summary of the whole opposition to corporations.
Well, I mean, if you, I think, investigate a bit more closely how more typical corporate governance is structured, I guess apart from, say, sole proprietorships, the boards of directors and such make that a bit less of a sort of concern, as much as, well, in effect, the capitalists, those who are passively accumulating income by dint of their ownership of, well, whatever it ends up being, whether the factory plant kind of affair or, sort of more abstract notion of, whatever kind of firm and all that. Their accumulation of the passive income by dint of their ownership in it is the trick that so radically concentrates wealth. And I mean, furthermore, of course, the kind of exchange-based system touches, well.
Yeah, I can kind of see where I see what you're. I see. Yeah, there's lots of more to actually investigate in what a corporation actually is and how it functions than what most people, especially in the lower class, many are against corporations, which I think it's misguided. I personally think it's a misguided thing to be against corporations. But
it's not the good things, right? It's that they're not the root of the problem, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. But that would be an example of how one in the lower class can be this misguided and kind of not very.
The epistemology of feminism, feminist theory, or whatever you call it, methodologies. I posted a PDF on the side there for you, Nadia. And it covers standpoint theory, and then at the very end of it is a big list of 20th century sociology texts to do with it. So there's a nice big list.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. One good example of a quote unquote good capitalist would be Bill Gates. Bill Gates is always admired by some to be very charitable and very kind of like more humane sort of person that has sort of he's not an idealist in sort of like helping humans or anything, but that he has he's not a machine or something. He's like still does some work to benefit the whole, and does some good charities. So yeah, it would be one good example of the whole point. Why I think standpoint theory is generally a good thing, but can be personally deduced to be kind of misguided a little bit, I would say.
Well, it's content, right?
Also, like the most awesome thing he's done, I think, is that he's very into helping people in Africa. He's very into well, the classic case when I was anti-vaxxer, and I always used to be like, oh, look at him, giving them vaccinations.
Oh, you're talking about Bill Gates?
Yeah, that I used to be when I used to be an anti-vaxxer. Yeah, right now I'm like, yeah, look, it's a great thing he's doing.
He's a great guy. He's going to give away 90% of his entire fortune.
Are you serious? 90%?
That's the agreement him and Warren Buffett have, yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, and Zuckerberg said you're into it too, as I understand.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. The trick, I think, is I mean, to what extent is these things actually alter the sort of fundamental principle at which a system of distribution of goods and services operates? I don't think they do. I think, unfortunately, despite all the niceness, so to speak, of things that we said be happening here, there is a little bit of a trouble that the overall system is still in place, right?
Yeah. But at least it might give a better influence. It might give an influence to actually change a course of kind of how the system is placed, I suppose. It can give that.
Yeah.
Well, no, because the problem is the system.
Yeah.
Well, I think it'll be a lot easier, or a lot harder, to convince people living in a Western capitalist society to give up their private ownership than it would be in a situation that the Russians faced at the turn of the century.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
It's not easy, so, but
they're trying to limit. Let me put it this way: in the States, they're trying to limit the size of magazines for M16, AR-15 guns, right? And people completely freak out. Can you imagine what you guys are proposing?
Yeah, exactly. Can you imagine the
It's almost as absurd a notion as the conspiracy theorists thinking that there could be a global cabal that could try and run the world.
Yeah. Which is
Not
why
in the cards.
Yeah. Which is why
this is the problem. The alternative is, a person is faced with the choice of utter starvation and destitution, or selling his labour for, a pittance.
Should I turn Nadia's camera off?
Oh,
Nadia's roommate.
Yeah. Go ahead, turn the camera off. Yeah.
I'll turn it
So
off.
it's always going to be difficult to persuade people because they don't, they're complicit in their own exploitation. It's as simple as that, in my opinion.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. That's true. I mean, there must be a sort of a middle ground in between being rational about it, not being completely complacent. That's what I think should happen. I think a mixed economy will ultimately be risen from the sort of issues that are currently the world
I think
faces.
you've still got a
How do you
problem
mix?
there. Yeah,
How do you
exactly.
mix? But how do you mix these competing principles, right? I mean, on the one, there's principle of on the other of this subjectively equivalent exchange. On the other, there is a principle of from each according to their abilities and to each according to their needs, right?
Yes.
I mean, how do you? And I don't think those are.
Meaning both is impossible, I think, but
yeah.
It's a very difficult question. I think it's goes beyond my expertise in anything.
I don't think they really do mix. I think much like you have like some manner of dichotomy and such in terms of the potential kinds of just say true and false or other kinds of affairs. Well, it may not be dichotomy per se, but it's at the very least some kind of discrete choice and such, right?
Yeah. That is the biggest issue in the mixed economy, is basically knowing which ideology would get stepping the foot in the door, and which one would just, having the foot move backwards.
It comes down to what level of state control should there be with regards to production and resources for production. I think that natural resources should be controlled entirely by the state. That's my communism.
What resource? Well, that's not communism.
Natural resources, wood, minerals, oil, all those things.
That's socialism, not communism, and I think socialism also includes their notion of production, but beyond just natural resources. Right?
Yeah, see, I can't buy that. I can't get into that.
Well, what good is that line without? I guess the various kinds of machinery and such going about extracting its contents, right? What good are those contents extracted without the whatever kinds of production plants that go and
which we assume, which we assume would be privately held under what I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, just whatever kind of troll underneath the bridge, etc., that has basically what's as good as ownership of the underlying sort of fundamental material resource, right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I need cigarettes. Every time Naughty gets to talk, I gotta go some oaks.
So the problem with a mixed economy is that it's still a capitalist economy. What we have now is technically a mixed economy because capitalism is always engaged in a battle with the working class in terms of rights.
Yeah.
It has to make some concessions at some point, otherwise there will be a revolution, basically.
Well, what we see is
that's why you have things like a healthcare service. That's what Obamacare in its own way is all about.
Indeed.
There has to, and, even the likes of, well, not all the Republicans obviously, but they'd have to accept ultimately that it's in their interests, otherwise they will lose power.
Yeah. Well, unions have lost influence and power the past 50 years, right? They've been systematically undermined.
They're also
now
hierarchical.
Sorry?
They're also hierarchical. As useful as unions are for the people, it's still
they operate as democracy, though.
Well, they do, but it's still you still have people in charge who ultimately make the final decisions.
Who are voted in.
What issues to deal with. It's not solely the workers.
They're voted in, though.
Total control. They are, yes, that's true. But then so are politicians.
See, but you know what's interesting? What you're supposing now is that if you had, instead of a top-down, bottom-up, that it would somehow be self-regulatory. Do you realize that that very notion is exactly the same logic that the right-wingers use, that when they preach deregulation? It's this very Western notion of self-regulating systems, okay? You're buying into it in the same way they are on a fundamental level, though you might be unaware of it.
Well, there are no differences. I mean, there is a libertarian left position, just as there are the libertarian right, who also advocate getting rid of states and having people have control. But the thing with them is that they still want private control. This is the difference. I think it would be about essentially libertarian left would be.
It's this notion that the self-regulatory regulation would lead to balance, and that there's this. It's heavily tied to notions of the balance of nature and stuff like that, which is complete fucking horseshit.
Well,
ecologists figured that out by like the early 70s. They pretty much realized the balance of nature is horseshit, right?
Well, it would be everyone making getting a direct say in what happens and the rules of how things are done and how we want society to be, rather than giving your power to someone else and then being forced to sell your labor.
But do you realize that most social movements that affected change in a positive way, i.e. the civil rights movement and whatnot, weren't populist? Do you realize that?
Okay. All right. Yeah, fair enough.
I gotta go get some smokes now. Be right back.
Yeah, I think overall, when I see like various just nefariously minded sort of conservatives calling Obama a communist, I think, yeah, we're moving in the right direction, When that happened, I'm like, yeah, shit is changing for the better,
The more communistic, the better. Well, the thing is,
oh, and then they call him a Muslim as well, because of course he's a secret Muslim. We all know that.
oh, of course.
Of course.
So, there is an aspect of which to consider the, I guess, discrete space of the, I don't know, principal statements that underlie a system of distribution of goods and services and all that. I respect. I mean, you really cannot. Carry out some kind of. I don't know.
The Democratic Party, I think. Okay, go on.
Well, you can't carry out some kind of. I don't know. Smoothly blended gradation between the various systems. The principle at the core that ends up basically being,
I personally think on many issues, not on many, on some issues, Obama and his administration they completely, fully did anything that they could to actually make a better change, I think. On many
I
social
fluctuate,
issues.
but ultimately, I think that's like my based the way I am. It's when I'm not depressed, it's kind of like the. When's your birthday? July 6th. It's just I just have like very low self-esteem generally. So. Why?
That seemed like a personal conversation, so I
Yeah. Good. Yeah. I mean, he did go. People say, "Oh, Obama didn't do shit about banks." I mean, he did try. No. Of course, when you have pullbacks from other interests and your personal interests, because he is a capitalist after all. But he did try to regulate banks a little bit. Also cancel many tax cuts. He tried to do that. You know, saying he didn't do anything good for the United States, I think it's pretty much a bullshit claim. But problem is that under this system and under this model of what they have in the United States, if if there's a Republican majority and they want to reverse, like, let's say gay marriage, they are well in power to do so, which is fucked. This is the whole, this is when, I think a revolution sort of needs to happen if such cases happen, because there would be riots if they would actually attempt to do that. I think there would be huge backlash to that, or to many things. By the way, JG, do you remember that brain surgeon, the black brain surgeon who runs for Republic? What's his name? Ben Carson. Oh, Ben Carson. Yeah. Shit. One of the most outrageous statements I've ever heard from Sam Harris is that he would rather the U.S. being ran by Ben Carson than Noam Chomsky. It's like, wow. You have to have a huge distaste for fucking Noam Chomsky in order to actually say such a statement. You know?
Oh, I don't listen to the Republicans. They can say whatever they like. I don't care. They're idiots.
Fuck's sakes, man.
I have no interest in them.
Yeah, and it sucks because Harris is a fucking liberal. What the fuck? It's like, are you retarded? Come on, man. It's like, and I love how he doesn't like.
He supports racial profiling, so that else
know.
you need to know.
Yeah, I mean, he is some like a new sort of atheist sort of figure, which is for rationality, yet he doesn't clearly rationalize his his favoring of Ben Carson over Noam Chomsky. If he would at least try to rationalize that, I would be like, fine, but he doesn't really do that, sadly, because I think he knows that it's basically would outline that he is a liberal in a very past tense.
I remember that Noam Chomsky and Sam Harris actually had an email exchange because Chomsky mentioned Harris in, I think, a negative way somewhere, and so Harris wanted to have a conversation about it.
Oh.
Yeah, it's on his Harris's website, the whole email exchange. But they never, I don't think they got, because the email exchange, this is from memory, appears to be about the conditions for having a discussion, and they didn't agree on that. So it never happened. Yeah,
of course.
You can check his website. This is from my memory, but you can check just in case I've got it wrong. But that's what I remember.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous reading it. It was absolutely ridiculous. Remember, Chomsky was basically...
When two intellectuals do that, I know. Yeah, go butting heads. It's pretty hilarious looking at it.
It was ridiculous. It was something like Chomsky was saying, "Yeah, I'm prepared to have a discussion, but you have to quote your sources." And then Sam Harris said something, and it wasn't even, I don't know. He was being extremely indirect. And he just went back and forth, and I thought, what is this worthless nonsense?
What is this shit, man? There's some personal issues going on between them. Noam Chomsky is kind of old in age. He has nothing to do. Basically, he fucking does this stupid email exchanges. What the
Talking
fuck?
about Sam and interaction with Gnome. Sam and Gnome duking it out. An email.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't even hear about it.
I had no idea that Sam Harris was such a nitwit. Well, yeah, wow. I mean, I listened to a little bit of him, thought, oh, it's interesting enough, but the guy thinks he's a game changer. No, he thinks he's a world changer is what it is, little brother. Little brother, I got to tell you, you remind me of my son when he was younger, and you are F-U-C-K-E-D for that. So...
No, the problem with these some of these people, they call them the Four Horsemen and all the rest of them, is they've got feet of clay, the same as everyone. I mean, Harris says some smart things, and he says some shit things. Hitchens says some smart things, and then he says some shit things. Same with Dawkins.
That's fair, G.
Fair criticism. Yeah.
But that's really, really out there, and that's completely insensitive to the whole. I mean, that's almost an abuse of power for a guy like Sam Harris to say something that ridiculous, because he holds sway over, a pretty large audience.
Well,
you've got to consider the possibility that he was being hyperbolic.
Also
and
that.
So we've got to look at what, and also the background was, as I said, possibly his disagreement with Chomsky, because Chomsky actually effectively attacked him. Maybe Harris is a bit pissed off about that, but of course it doesn't warrant necessarily his response, but I'm just saying that might have been a cause of it.
Yeah,
anyway.
Yeah, indeed.
So
Same with the whole issue, but again, I would disagree. When Elevator Gate was happening, I can sort of see why Richard Dawkins would react that way. But Richard, there's a huge age difference between Richard Dawkins and Sam Harris. Sam Harris is already grouchy, and he's fucking young,
Yeah, but you're talking about a tweet addressing the Tumblr aspect of the quote-unquote secular atheist movement. Okay? Sam Harris interacting with Gnome is a highbrow.
Well, yeah.
You're talking about lowbrow.
Indeed, yeah.
Four Horsemen.
Although Rebecca Watson, she is smarter than her in some ways. Yeah, but go on. I'm sorry.
Four Horsemen are just, with the possible exception of Dennett, when he wasn't writing super popular books, are just popular versions of, criticisms of religion. That's all that there is. There's nothing all that new in what they say. Not really. I mean, with surprisingly the exception, I think, of Dawkins, actually, because he created the idea of memes, and so you could have a mimetic analysis of religion. But other than that, there's nothing substantially new, in terms of the study of religion and the criticism through the studies of religion, through philosophy and the social sciences or studies, depending on your position on what a social science is. There's nothing really new that they bring to the table.
I had to laugh when they waterboarded Hitchens. That was so fucking funny. He thought he was such a big shot, and he fucking gave up instantly, as you would.
He was waterboarded?
Well, he was talking big about
Christopher Hitchens.
Yeah, and then he volunteered to go through the experience, or a simulated version of the experience, and they put him on the table, and they said to him, they gave him a metal bar to hold, and they said, as soon as this becomes too uncomfortable for you, drop the bar. and they laid the towel over his head. And as soon as they started pouring water on him, he dropped it.
Is there footage of
He
this?
lasted yeah, it's on.
Oh wow, because I gotta put it into my animated GIF.
GIF folder. I knew.
Yeah, so I can make little video overlays with it, like I have here.
What I remember after that occurred was that he expressed disapproval of the method because he'd experienced it. And that's what I remember. I don't again.
I personally like Christopher Hitchens. I just like his rhetoric. I like his rhetorical styles and his sort of mannerism. I like it. I like it, man. He's so blunt. I just love the overall bluntness of him. When he debates a religious person, it's the best ever. It's the best debate. You already know it's gonna be the best debate if it's Christopher Hitchens. You know, at least that's for me. He's one of my favorites.
But he was a staunch supporter of the invasion of Iraq, even post-invasion, when the place had turned into a fucking disaster.
Indeed. Yeah. He had some.
Sorry.
Thanks to Bremer's second executive order that disbanded the Iraqi military. At least that's my opinion.
He has lots of personal sort of rationalizations of that and how he came to that basically standpoint. But I disagree. But I mean, I think it's just for the fact that he just wanted to be patriotic and kind of he liked America. Because I think he liked America way too much. He was just in love with America.
I would think his reasons for holding his view was more well reasoned, thought out than you're suggesting, than some love for America.
It was well written, but I think it stemmed from there. I think. Because he always glamorized how America is this bastion of civilization and just everything that's good in the world and everything. He always said America is the best, man. Best constitution is American. And it's like, we get it, Christopher. We get it. You love America. Go on.
Hey, love it. Can I bounce something off you? Because I've got a chance to ask somebody that's in the know. I kind of wondered why Canada, which was, they were eager to be at our side or whatever. The U.S. is when we were all lied to about the weapons of mass destruction, certainly, but they did point to a lot of evidence, the Kurds and stuff up north, 400,000 of them being gassed, things like that.
Things like that.
So after the 9/11, you jumped on board with us, but you guys wanted to get off board a little quicker than
Can I make a point, OG?
Yeah.
The press or Fifth Estate, whatever, is so dysfunctional in the U.S. at informing the public of anything that prior to invasion, I think it was like 80% of Americans thought Saddam Hussein in Iraq was directly involved in the 9/11 attacks. Okay.
We did. They show pictures of on our news of Iraqis celebrating of Saddam Hussein with tears of joy in his eyes, celebrating the destruction of the towers. And I think they even timed it in such a way that it showed him looking at a TV or something, but it could have been all bullshit, because I don't know how they, there was a lot of propaganda.
There was lots.
Well, forget propaganda. Colin Powell lied, or they were fed incorrect information. Donald Rumsfeld went to the Pentagon and CIA and basically told them without saying it, give us information that provides a case for X, right? And so they could claim, that they were just fed erroneous information. They knew it was erroneous from the get-go.
Yeah, interesting. Powell, he bowed out of the whole thing before his term was up and did everything but turn Democrat. He disavowed, and he did vote for and endorse Obama in 2000.
Yeah, but you can't claim ignorance. The guy was a Joint Chiefs of Staff, for Christ's sakes, at one point. I mean, you don't think he had access to intel and a clearance to know that it was a frivolous case, that they had weapons of mass destruction? He was aware of that.
It's
called plausible deniability.
Yeah, I know. I know it's more plausible that happened, but I don't think it's proven de facto. I think he might have
I
been
meant
mistaken.
plausible deniability, brothers. The idea that you're put into a position, if ever exposed, that you have a reasonable, beyond a reasonable, or that you meet a burden that it would be reasonable to believe that you were uninformed or you didn't know what was going on, something to that effect, right? So then you get away with it.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right. Then
Now,
yeah.
they lined it up that way from the get-go. That's why they haven't been charged.
But there were people saying, "Hey, this is a 15-year-old culture. Who do we think that we can go in there?" And this is at the time of the
What I personally think,
people that knew better, and I would never listen to them. I wanted, I almost went and got a rifle because I didn't know what we were silly out here. People out here in the West, United States, were fucking nuts out the front.
You mean like the months and and 2 years after 9/11, don't you?
Did you buy duct tape?
I don't know if I did anything. I went back to work and shook my head and listened to the news, and after not very long came to realize that this was, pretty fucked up. It wasn't, like we had this war on TV 10 years before that or something, and
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be another slam dunk like that, and it wasn't. This was some kind of weird situation.
Yeah.
That freaked everyone out.
Even setting aside the reasons if we're going to war, the post-war management of the country was absolutely basically fumbled. They really should have had more troops in the country. Like for the post-war occupation, they should have handled the Ba'ath Party a little differently. I mean,
yeah,
they did. I mean, I chalk all of this down into basically huge amounts of incompetence and failure. Like it's not as though
they disenfranchised the Baptist Sunnis, Frank, and that's what led to. But the biggest thing they did that screwed it up.
Men who had military, experience, who were very frustrated, and just there were a lot of things in that were handled horribly because people were genuinely short-sighted.
It
happens
without pointing to something specific, and that's usually what I do in an argument.
Look, with people like
when they
Saddam,
disbanded, the second executive order, or I don't know if you call it executive order, the czar, the guy that ran it, Peter Bremer. Okay. Second thing he did is he disbanded the Iraqi military.
Which that was a mistake.
Yeah.
That was a tactical mistake.
There were people who it was fucked from that point forward.
From that point, yeah, it was yeah.
And not just my opinion, the opinion of some generals and people in the military who just packed up and went fucking home and retired.
Yeah.
It.
And
It's
yeah,
not
I
that.
know. I know it was very horrible. It was
Pentagon
horrible.
Was that, and even the CIA, a whole bunch of people in the CIA after all that stuff went down, there was almost like a coup within the CIA.
A coup within the CIA.
Well, just a whole bunch of people just said fuck it and left.
Yeah, an exodus.
When did Canada lose interest? Back home. When did your fellow Canadians? Was it with the that
peacekeeping?
We weren't in Iraq. We never
probably
went there. We didn't support you guys in Iraq.
Oh, interesting.
I thought you guys were there. I thought you were
you
involved in the prison camps and stuff, though, right? Holding prisoners and stuff.
No.
Dude, you bet.
Well, we handed rendition. We gave people to you guys that ended up in a couple Canadians even.
Even a couple Canadians. Lol. Oh man. I don't know. My generals. I think that.
Cotter, right?
I think the earlier the better. Like the intervention that happened, if it would happen earlier, it would be better. It would be less. There would be more stability today, I think. But yeah, the whole tactic of like just demonizing the Ba'ath Party was pretty shitty.
Well,
because if you didn't do that, you would have so much more stability today with Syria that the
absolutely.
ISIS situation would probably be handled way faster.
Well, it wouldn't have come to what it has.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, can I ask one quick question before I'm going to head downstairs? Okay, maybe it's involvement with Afghanistan, but I'm thinking of stories that have come out of Canada. Like, you guys, one of the baddest fucking snipers on the planet.
We were in Afghanistan,
like,
yeah.
Shot or some kill shot like that. Some Canadian guy.
Oh well, JTF2 is like SEAL Team, right? SEAL Team 6. They're renowned. And give you an idea how good they are. Not that any of this matters. This is like, oh, my country is really great. A bunch of those retired guys work for Bruce Power. They work for Bruce Power, and Bruce Power owns nuclear reactors, and they have like a SWAT team, and these SWAT teams get together. They do a competition every year.
Wasn't it?
The SWAT team from them is the best in the world.
Wasn't it Arcane that was the greatest sniper out there? I thought I heard that Arcane was the greatest sniper. Maybe I was wrong, yeah.
Yo, I'm about to leave, so you guys enjoy your discussion. Have a wonderful day, and salute to all the fallen. And check out my video. I will appear there half naked, and also will make pretty much lots of lulz. And I mean, you know, just let the lulz take over when you watch this video. Goodbye.
See you, brother. Have a good one, man.
Have a good one.
I stopped when that razor came out. He started shaving and doing some weird shit.
I was going to point something out. Yeah, you can disenfranchise people politically and all this kind of thing, but when America attacked Iraq, they destroyed all the infrastructure, right? Like, in other words, the waterworks in the city, sewage, stuff like this, right? And I'll just tell a little story. I once lived in this apartment that had a really bad boiler, eh? So the water would be hot, cold, hot, cold. The building was heated with it too. And some days you'd fucking freeze in the morning, it wouldn't be working. Other days it would turn on, it would like roast your room to 30 degrees Celsius. And then you'd have a shower, and the shower would go hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold. Well, I couldn't help but notice that tenants of this building would tend to vandalize the elevator and the fucking hallways, because everybody would get up in the morning pissed off. It's like, I don't believe in feng shui horse shit, but it's kind of like, you know, like a little bug buzzing in you, keep bugging you, and you keep swapping at it. It's like systemic frustration, right? So imagine Iraq post-invasion, where the infrastructure is completely fucked.
Yeah.
And months go by of this shit. Years. What happens to people, right?
That's a damn good insight.
Plus, you've disbanded the entire security force that kept the whole country in check.
Yeah.
And then we're arrogant enough to think we can put in police with pistols to manage the fucking place or security.
Like, you know, years after the war had ended, there were lots of places in Iraq that either didn't have power, or they only had power for like 2 hours a day or some portion of a day. And
yeah,
I mean, you know, pre-invasion, you know, things were bad and you were under a dictator, but the lights were on and stuff. I mean, and like,
you could take a shit in the toilet and turn your tap and it worked.
Yeah, and it seems like all of these things are things that the experts should have foresaw. I mean, they really should have. I mean, if you heavily bomb a country and then you occupy it, you're gonna have to rebuild stuff. I mean, like, it's a no-brainer.
What's the discussion?
Hey, CK, we were just talking about, I guess, Iraq. It worked its way into that somehow. They were talking about 9/11, then we were talking about the situation in Iraq and how the Baathists were disenfranchised and stuff of that nature. And I just pointed out Bremer's second order to disband the military, which I thought played a big role in what's happened.
Yeah, I'm just not clear on how those things are relevant to the U.S. war aims.
Well, good point. Clearly they weren't.
Presumably, the
So why do you keep referring to this stuff as mistakes?
Because of the current situation in Western Iraq and in Syria. Right? We're supposing that it led to the current situation in some way.
Well, the things that described are mistakes. Like, they are mistakes of the war and the occupation.
You have a
They were not
unusual usage of the term mistake.
See, CK's pointing out, Frank, that what occurred, it reflects their intentions.
Right. So.
Am I wrong,
Are you
CK?
saying that it was the intention of those who were planning of the war to essentially have the country turn into chaos?
Maybe a lack of consideration.
I mean, not the
I don't know.
chaos that we see now, but the chaos of post-war Iraq. I mean, power outages.
Well, they don't necessarily intend to kill millions of people. They just are indifferent to it a lot of the time.
Yeah.
What do you think there? What do you
specific to the U.S.
of the war planners was exactly?
For Iraq, for which we're talking about Iraq, Obi?
Yes.
Well, I don't think that can really be answered without going back to the Gulf War. So when Saddam... Sorry?
I said okay.
Yeah, so when Saddam invaded Kuwait, as far as the declassified documents that we have, what they express is a concern that he would withdraw from Kuwait, leave a puppet regime that would allow or strengthen Arab nationalism. And so they use that as an opportunity to, bomb all of the critical infrastructure, etc., in Iraq, destroy all the food processing, storage, water treatment, that kind of thing. And then they put sanctions on the country, which killed, I don't know, could be over 2 million people, nearly 1 million children under the age of 5 or whatever it was.
So the methodology then, CK, wasn't so much to take out the current regime as it is with military force, because they realized that ultimately wouldn't be possible. They thought that if they pissed off the citizenry enough, that they would uprise and overthrow the government, and do so by destroying their because when they went into Panama,
It's not exactly right. They wanted to change regimes. They wanted to remove Saddam and install another regime that would be more favorable. Although Saddam for the most part, had done it.
So if you think that was the end goal, then you would go about doing it by attacking the regime specifically, i.e., ministry buildings, military sites, whatnot. But they didn't. They went off their civil infrastructure. So what I'm supposing here is that by doing so, they felt that by creating the environment where that was dysfunctional and working, that would cause the populace to form a popular uprising to overthrow the government. That's what I'm suggesting.
Yeah, that explanation fails because it's more or less exactly what happened.
Yeah.
After they put the sanctions on Iraq, they started to soon the numbers started leaking about the number of people that. Sorry. Soon the numbers started leaking about the number of people that that were being killed. So they needed some kind of answer for that. And what they said was they wouldn't remove the sanctions until Saddam was gone. And they actually broadcast something on Iraqi radio from Saudi Arabia to encourage the population to overthrow Saddam. And that's what led to a Shiite uprising.
That's right. And we left them hanging. And they thought we would help them.
The problem is that Britain and the US didn't have a favorable alternative. And so we gave the green light to Saddam to crush the Shiite uprising. And this was after the Gulf War during the sanctions. Sanctions continued. But
I don't know if I go as far as to say green light, but we certainly did through lack of action.
My thing is, if they really wanted to have
but anyway, just to continue,
gone all the way to Baghdad.
The objective was to weaken the population for eventual regime change.
I mean, Schwarzkopf, I think, really wanted it to go all the way to Baghdad and get. I mean, he wanted it to basically get rid of the problem directly.
Yeah, but I think even in the Second World War, they would have bombed the infrastructure first. I'm pretty sure that they was doing that. That is how you break down that regime eventually. You know, you do. You bomb radio stations.
Yes,
there.
And, bomb the factories.
But that was done under the
World War.
He's talking Second World War now. But under the pretense that we would send a ground force in, though, post-bombing, right? Like, it was understood that a ground force would be going in.
Yeah, all I'm saying
What I'm trying to suggest is, and they did the same thing in Panama when they kicked out Noriega. They attacked. They freaking rocket barraged the middle class neighborhoods. Is what they did. They pulled a ship into the bay and just rocket barraged like people like me sitting in my fucking house.
Well, during World War II, they bombed working class districts.
Sure.
I mean, the fire bombings of the 4 major cities in Germany killed more people than the nuclear bombs. So
yeah.
And the reports of those are pretty horrifying too. Like the chief of police in Hamburg wrote about how it created a vortex of fire that literally ripped children away from their parents.
Yeah. There's a good. What's the name of the book? There's a good book on the firebombing of Germany that is written by a German author. Like, and when you really wrap your mind, I mean, first of all, when you wrap your mind around the technology that went into these bombs, they're basically creating the kind of a firestorm where the workers in these cities were literally on fire.
Yeah.
And then you have
they were more effectual than nuclear weapons.
RAF
nuclear weapons.
Deciding to basically carpet bomb Germany.
Yeah, I mean any kind of bombing of cities is to destroy the morale of the country itself.
Yes.
That's what it was done.
No, that's not right. I mean, it was to cripple their production of aircraft.
Yeah.
So they targeted.
Those are related, I believe.
And I think both imperialist powers actually refused to evacuate workers from cities that were being targeted to maintain production during the war.
Perhaps, yeah.
But they indiscriminately, towards the middle of the war, they just bombed cities outright.
Yeah.
But it was, I mean, technically the operation was almost kind of elegant. It was like a 3-stage bombing campaign with different types of explosives, specifically with the objective of creating this kind of firestorm.
Yes. Yeah.
But I think we're getting slightly off topic. I just wanted to question some of the assumptions about what the U.S. aims were, given the way you were discussing what's considered a mistake. I mean, Jack actually has a slightly different view than I do on Iraq, relating to a Marxist analysis, which I'm not especially clear on. But I don't know if Jack is around.
I think the aims of the U.S. administration were to get rid of Saddam Hussein, and to try to bring some kind of democracy to the country in a way that would kind of, in the long term, kind of stabilize the region.
No. And their objective was to set up a dependent client state. Whether that can be done with multi-parties being able to run or a dictatorship is not something that U.S. or Britain care about.
Okay, so what
they wanted a way to be able to extract profits from Iraq more efficiently, as well as preventing Arab nationalism from gaining any strength.
Okay,
those are the two.
The latter was I think the people at DOD and stuff are much more interested in the latter. You can make an imperialist argument and say that it was for resources and whatnot, but I think in the climate, I think in the post 9/11 climate, it wasn't resources didn't really matter. It was more like about attempting to.
Well, the paradigm shift was preemption, right? Like the Bush, quote unquote, Bush doctrine, right?
And I mean, I'm not saying I agree with any of these reasons, and even if they had,
well, they're not Bush's
totally fumbled.
They're not Bush's reasons. I mean, it's just, this is capitalism. It's not. Blaming Bush is a little bit.
I think it's motivated.
Blaming Bush is a little bit silly.
Temporal factors.
No, that's not true.
Well,
how do you explain it happening repeatedly?
What happening repeatedly?
Well, imperialist powers just invading other countries and just completely destroying them. The means that they use to do it varies, but it's just the same thing going on for decades, if not centuries.
Well, can we talk about some examples?
How about the whole 20th century?
Right, but we're not in the the war that we were just discussing is not in the 20th century, and it's not even in a Cold War environment. I mean,
well, you could pull the Cold War card out and say that
what difference?
CK,
What difference does the Cold War period make?
September 11th? And I think it's shifted where it's.
Did you hear CK's question?
Primarily about capitalism.
Yeah, what difference?
It's about other stuff.
Yeah, what difference does the Cold War make to anything?
Because
maybe
there's no ideological struggle anymore, and there's no.
There was no such ideological struggle during the Cold War. You know nothing about the Cold War, apparently.
You don't think so?
What do you mean? Don't think? We have all of the declassified documents from the Cold War period.
You don't think
there's no dispute about the Cold War anymore.
I want to make sure that we're understanding each other. The wars and invasions that the U.S. participated in the latter half of the 20th century was not influenced by the Cold War.
Well, it just depends on how you define the Cold War.
Invading and propping up a dictator in various countries was not.
So what do you take the Cold War to be? The way that you've defined it, it's no different than any other period.
Well, I think it's largely a global ideological struggle, and basically.
What ideological struggle? What are the ideologies that are struggling against each other here?
Communism and capitalism.
Okay, yeah, that's total crap.
Okay, I mean you can say that, but you haven't.
There's a massive declassified record on the Cold War now. It's acknowledged at the highest level of planning bodies in both Britain and the U.S. that the Soviet were just completely insignificant.
Okay, so what motivate? So are you saying that it was just
insignificant? In what regard?
Yeah, I don't.
In any of their foreign policy. I mean, this is stated explicitly in the documents. In fact, they go even further.
They didn't want socialist. They didn't want.
They go as far as to say that it's useful for the public to think that the Soviet Union pose a threat because we can use it as a pretext. You just seem to be completely clueless. This is.
So the Soviet Union.
But they didn't. You do have to concede that they didn't want communism spreading because it wasn't in their best interest. But their best interests are what you're saying. I agree.
Well, the reason they didn't want communism spreading anywhere is the reason that Henry Kissinger gave about Chile, right? Was that Allende had created a social democracy that might spread to other places and affects the global economic agenda of concentrated capital in the US. None of this is new. None of this is new. And in fact, everything I'm saying is public record. If you don't know anything I'm saying, you just don't know anything. If any of this, if anything I've said that's is in any way surprising to you, you just know nothing about U.S. or British foreign policy in the post-war period.
So what
But that is the popular opinion.
in order to become informed?
No, sure, but the popular opinion is ignorance. Is just garbage. The popular opinion is not to look into these things. You just read the New York Times. Right?
Pretty much.
I don't even understand why you discuss it with the level of ignorance you have. You know, it's just ridiculous, I think. The way that you even discuss it is just bizarre to me. It's like me talking about neurology.
I feel the same way about your position. I'm sorry to say. I mean, what documents?
Position on which subject?
On the one that we're discussing now.
Well, specific.
What are the classified documents that have informed your view on this?
I mean, I'd have to look them up again, but it wouldn't take. I mean, I think you could find for the Cold War period. It wouldn't be hard for you to find them by Googling. I don't think.
Right, but what kind of a search term am I Googling? Like, give me some.
Cold War propaganda.
Cold War propaganda. That's what I'm supposed to Google. Declassified documents about Cold War propaganda?
Well, it would be a good starting point, yeah. There's plenty of people that have written on Cold War propaganda. It's hardly a novel subject.
No, I'm aware of that.
In fact, I think that view is actually.
It seems like some kind of.
I think that view is actually the mainstream view. I think that view is actually the mainstream view in contemporary scholarship.
But
Google containment.
Some kind of a dump of formally classified documents that really blows the lid off of my point of view.
But look,
is that correct?
There's lots of historians that have. There's lots of historians that have cited the declassified record. People like.
This is mainstream
Noam
contemporary
Chomsky.
Scholarship now.
Yeah, Gabriel
Chomsky's not
Kolko.
really a historian. I mean, he writes on the subject, but he's a linguist.
I don't see what difference that makes. If you can show errors in his scholarship, then that would be a relevant criticism.
There are plenty of historians who are actually.
Well, you could read Mark Curtis if you want.
Who disagree with his view. I mean,
I don't see what difference that makes.
What difference does it make if they're contradicting what the government is explicit?
We're having right now.
You said you wanted to know. You said you wanted to know how you could find out more about the declassified record, right? So we can name a whole list of historians that cite the declassified record if you wanted resources. One of them being Noam Chomsky, another being Gabriel Kolko, another being Chalmers Johnson, another being Mark Curtis, another being Gar Alperovitz. I mean, I can go on.
Did Chalmers write the blowback?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yes. I've read these people. I'm familiar with them, and I'm also familiar that their historical analysis is not the be-all and end-all of the topic that we are discussing. I mean,
I don't know what you mean by be-all or end-all. You said you wanted to know how to search for information about the declassified record, and all I'm doing is telling you some of the scholars that cite the declassified record, right? So if you don't know anything about the declassified record, which clearly you don't, then if you want to learn about it, that's one place you can go to get a start on learning about it.
I wish to learn about it.
All I'm doing is answering your question. I don't understand what the objection is.
And then the use of fallacy afterwards sucked. Can you guys post some of those stuff, names, whatever?
Yeah, here are some historians that cite the CK.
Mark Curtis and Noam Chomsky would be the ones that I know the best.
In what ways is Chomsky known as a historian?
I don't know what you mean by known. He writes books of the history of American foreign policy.
And so, if I were to write a book
Oh, Gabriel
on the
Coco.
history of foreign policy, would that make me a historian?
It seems like you want to attack Chomsky's scholarship. Be my guest. You can show a mistake in his scholarship.
No. I think you misunderstand me. I'm attack. I mean, he is a scholar. I've read his books. There are a million footnotes.
Mm-hmm.
He clearly knows how to do scholarship.
Okay, so then I don't see what the problem is.
That
But you could ignore all of the scholarship and just go straight to the declassified documents directly.
You could go to the declassified.
And his argument, the arguments
exactly what I'd like it to do.
Okay,
like,
they cite the declassified documents in the footnotes, so you could use the footnotes as a guide to finding the declassified documents that are relevant to the issue.
Yeah, I don't mind if you.
Is there a particular?
I don't mind if you take either approach, Frank. But
Well,
for you to take
like
neither approach,
I'd like it to go
and then try and discuss these issues is just ludicrous.
Well, the validity of a claim hinges on the claim itself, not the scholarly background or particular degree in which the person making the claim holds. You agree, Frank?
I do agree. I just
okay.
But
don't use that argument.
I'm not actually making. I'm not proposing any particularly strong, claims that require some kind of analysis. I'm just talking about what certain things that the declassified documents state explicitly. I mean, there are bigger claims that we could talk about, where things have to be decoded to some extent. But this wouldn't be one of them. This is a terrible example.
What a specific? I guess I'm asking for what a specific area, of classified documents are we talking about? Are we talking about things from a CIA, a DOD, like in the White House, or is it kind of all of the above from this period?
I would think it's all of the above. I know Britain better. So things like the Foreign Office, the Foreign Commonwealth Office.
It's just that. Yeah, just that. There you go. Sorry.
Memos between staff, foreign policy planning papers. The usual collection. I mean,
there's a vast range of different types of material.
I
mean, we have the Nixon tapes, of discussions between him and Henry Kissinger. There's internal memoranda. There's
You guys have a lot more material than we do, incidentally.
The Pentagon Papers. I mean, there's just a vast corpus of different types of documents that are now available for public inspection.
And that's before that's before you go anywhere near leaks that are published by people like WikiLeaks and stuff, or the drone papers.
Right.
Just the declassified record alone is just horrendous. Oh, I haven't read that one, but I think
Edward Herman. Edward Herman is another person who draws on the declassified documentary record.
What about Edward Said and Howard Zinn?
I don't know how much they've looked at that.
Howard Zinn must be. He did the People's History of the U.S.
An actual historian who taught at Boston.
Yeah, Howard Zinn does draw on things like the internal memoranda about the atomic bomb, but he's basically summarizing the research of others. Yeah, I mean, in the second half of that book where he talks about U.S. foreign policy in the 20th century, he does cite a lot of that material.
He actually flew I think it was a bomb.
He flew bombing missions in World War II over France.
Yeah. You see, I'm
he wrote
actually
an essay about
personality
that.
than you might think. It's just been a long time since I've taken any of them very seriously.
Ludic, that is a PDF of After Socialism.
Oh, awesome! Thanks, CK.
And I've got three more actually that you might like. This is World in Crisis, Triumph in Conservatism. I don't know anything about. And then Another Century of War.
Oh, the first one I'm downloading now from Genesis, LibGen.
But Kolko is spoken about very, very highly.
Well, he's probably the dean of the historians of the post-Cold War, of the post-World War II period.
Yeah. I'll ask my sister about him. She has a poli-sci degree.
I mean, the number of books he's written is just insane.
And they're incredibly long and detailed. I mean, it's just insane how he was possible for him to do all that research. It's kind of mind-boggling.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much.
He must have never done anything else.
If you want to know about Britain, Mark Curtis is pretty much unparalleled. I haven't been able to find anyone else that even comes close. But I don't think many people really have that much of an interest in Britain other than Brits. So. But a lot of it's really surprising. Like, British support for the apartheid regime was just absolutely insane. Completely off the wall. And it turns out that it was actually Britain that initiated or that prompted the CIA to overthrow the regime in Iran and install the Shah. And there's a decent...
That's probably not surprising because their three-lettered security agencies probably had more access to the region or more, you know...
Actually, you know what it was? There was a company called Anglo-Iranian Oil Corporation. And they had some kind of agreement with Iran that gave them access to a huge amount of profits. And Mossadegh was going to either nationalize it or some reform he was going to introduce in the interests of workers that would have cut into the rate of profits for this particular company. So they actually took Iran to the International Court of Justice to get a decision on this, and they ruled that they had no jurisdiction, so they didn't take a position either way. As a result of that verdict, they overthrew the regime and just installed another regime.
Send in Roosevelt's nephew.
And that company ended up being called BP, British Petroleum.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was one of the most incredible discoveries. I can't stop bringing it up.
Is that in Mark Curtis's works?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's actually written in a book called... This is his first foreign policy journal, which is out of print now, but you can buy it secondhand. And I highly recommend it. If you ever wanted to learn about Britain, I would recommend that book. All of his other books are still in print. But now he does research for an NGO, or works as a consultant for NGOs doing research. And most of that stuff seems really excellent also, but it's sort of a bit sad that he's moved away from this because there isn't really... The US, I think,
what's
has
that
a number
title that you were talking about?
Ambiguities of Power.
Okay.
British Foreign Policy since 1945. You can find it, it's like £26, so probably about $40 secondhand. And I would really never recommend buying a secondhand book lightly for that much money, but I think it's just an outstanding book.
Get my sister to buy it.
Yeah. Well, she might actually... She'd probably think it's a very valuable text for her to have. And she can share it with you.
Yeah, she went into the law afterwards, but she's getting her master's in poli-sci now. Or has it, I believe. Not sure.
So you and your sister are quite different.
Yeah, she's successful in life and I'm a loser.
Well, you're losing. Maybe your essence
material wealth
isn't that to be a loser. currently you're operating at a loss.
Yeah, that's
But that could
Jack's
change.
that's Jack's version of reassurance, by the way, is to say, well, maybe you're just losing. That's Jack being
Realist.
kind. Yeah.
No, I think they're not done yet.
Did you tell
Yeah, there's a chapter called Threats and Remedies on page 35 where Curtis goes into it. The standard version of history presented by academia follows a similar pattern here, overriding the basis of the post-war foreign policies of the leading Western powers is seen as the containment of Soviet expansion. And it then just goes through all of the details of how that's...
And he does a real good job of building a case.
Oh, it's...
Lots of footnotes. And...
Yeah, it's... I mean, Curtis is just... his citations are just insane. Just on and on and on. Never stops.
Mark Curtis.
But Chomsky has cited, I forget exactly which document it was, but I think the US ones are even available online.
I found Web of Deceit.
Web of
British
Deceit
Israel Foreign Policy.
is very good, yeah. That's one of his more recent books, though. I was keen to start from the beginning, so I started with Ambiguities of Power.
That's the one out of print.
Yes. Here is a link. That's the book I'm talking about, but that's on .co.uk, so I guess we should check out .com for you.
No hit for me here.
There you go. That's the link for that
great.
book.
Thanks, CK.
On .com.
CK, man.
Yes.
Oh, right. Do you play chess or anything like that? Well, chess.
I used to play for my school team, but that was over a decade ago. I was okay.
You don't play online or nothing like that, then?
I have played like intermittently, but I'm pretty rusty. I'm not a strong chess player. Yeah, I'm a much stronger poker player than a chess player, for sure. Are you a chess player?
I am, yeah. I play on chess.com, you know.
Yeah, I know it. It's a good game. I like chess. I think I like the game. It's very time consuming if you want to take it seriously, unfortunately.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. I mean, I've learned a lot more about it. I mean, I've played it ever since I was a kid, but, you know, when you're a kid, you just sort of play it as it comes, you know. There is a lot more, you know, to it as you sort of get older. But, yeah, it's cool, man. I like it, you know. Especially now with the internet, there's so many videos you can watch about it and live games, even on chess.com, they have live chess tournaments.
Hold on. There's a YouTube channel I subscribe to, which I think you would really like.
Is it King Crusher?
What's the name?
Internet Chess Club? That's a big one.
King's Crusher?
No. Although he's very good. He's very good also. But that's not the one I'm thinking of.
Alright.
It'll come back to me. When it does, I'll
Is he English?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
You know, I have to say something. Has anyone ever noticed, in today's world, we're all multitasking, right? Like I'm partially reading some preface of a book whilst I'm talking, while I'm doing all these other things. I got 3 monitors up. I mean, this stuff is just... I've gotten older. I'm 42 now, and when I was younger, I could do it. I could keep, juggling thoughts and all stuff at once, but as I've gotten older, my God, I look at some of the things I write down my prose after and I can't even formulate a bloody sentence properly.
Operating at a loss.
I don't think it. I mean, I don't. Like, I don't really know you well enough. Like, I don't know your habits well enough to say if none of it has to do with your age. But I know that there's more ways to multitask now, and the research is showing that we're not good at multitasking. At certain times, we're obviously able to multitask, and can have it work, but our brains are not designed to kind of do things well when we are multitasking. And so I don't really think it's because we're getting old. I think it's because, like, all of us are multitasking more, and as a result, we're not really getting stuff, done as well.
Is Godless trying to get in? CK?
Yeah.
Oh, she is.
Yeah.
Does anybody want to give a spot to Godless Girl?
Yeah, I'll give it up. See you later, guys.
Okay, wait, hold on. Wait, okay.
Let me know when.
Wait, you give me 1 second. Let me just make sure she's ready.
Ready to troll.
I'll welcome her with my new...
Okay, she's ready. You can go.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Tex.
Okay.
I put together this special meme/avatar thing just for her.
Deidre had a good one too.
She's here. The fun can begin. Godless, go after Ludic and Frank.
Godless, attack.
CK said he's conflicted on whether he likes me anymore or not.
I'm sure he's not upset about the way you behaved with Faith, though, right?
Well, yeah, but what I'm worried about is CK doesn't know what context that was in.
No,
So
Godless was trying to defend me. CK.
he's mad that Jet has a whore that gives him cookies. She came in ranting, kind of.
I don't think CK was disturbed by that behavior. Were you, CK?
No.
Like, it was half joking, like I was half trolling.
Yeah.
Nobody cares but you, bitch. Did you
Godless,
know
numbers?
CK?
Godless, I had a meeting in Birmingham today.
Yeah, was there lots of Muslims there?
No, but I'll tell you something funny. On the way there, on the train, when I was arriving, I saw this huge building with this massive banner on it that said Islamic Relief, and I just immediately thought about you.
What is it? What Islamic Relief? What would that
I have
mean?
no idea. I have no further details.
Oh, I had to Google that.
Yeah. Of course you do.
I want to come to the UK in like 4 years about.
You should go straight to Birmingham.
Why?
You'll be welcomed with open
Because I
arms.
want to be on the front lines. No, really, I wanna like rally with the EDL, Britain First, and Pegida.
Oh my God.
But more to incite them, like, what the fuck? You guys aren't doing anything.
Yeah, Godless. Godless, do you like football?
No, I hate. You know what? I hate men. I hate men who like football.
Alright,
Why?
okay. Well, you ain't going to do very well with the EDL, man, because that's all they ever fucking talk about is football. Because all
I'm not necessarily there to align with the EDL. I'm going to bitch at them.
That's what it is.
Why do you hate men who
If you don't like football, they ain't going to like you, really.
What do they say about football?
I hate those men that they'll be like, oh, their team loses, and they're like, I'm so mad, my team lost. It's so fucking. It looks so stupid.
Yeah,
Like they'll hit the wall and shit.
Football's a really big deal.
I don't think, like, sometimes I don't believe they're even really angry. I think they're just doing it because they think they have to be men. It's so stupid.
CK, did you hear the part where Godless was yelling, "Nobody cares but you, bitch. Nobody cares but you, bitch." No, it was nobody fucking cares but you, bitch. That was it.
Well, that was
Nobody
that was the preliminary video.
Yeah, that was the preliminary. Nobody fucking cares but you, bitch. Nobody fucking cares but you.
Because she kept trying to talk over me, so I just kept saying that.
It was hilarious.
Well, that
I
video.
got another one just for that.
Ludic song.
Check it out. Godless versus.
Oh,
Were
you
you
have to
playing
see
that case?
Godless versus Alexandra.
Oh, yeah,
CK.
that's
It's
the
so
good
funny.
gift.
It's so funny.
What was the fight you were talking about?
Well, you understand that I would be taking Alexandra's side against you.
No, we weren't fighting about Islam though. I completely destroyed her. You have to go back and watch from when she first joined the call. Really, I think you would say you would take my side in it.
Well, what was the dispute?
She said that the child looked. One of the things she said was that the Muslim child in the video I posted looked right at me with fear in its eyes. So I screen shared and I showed the video, and she just kept asserting it. And I said, well, like, why do you think that? And she said, because I'm a sociopath. That was her reason.
Well, but if the child understood what
Is that everything, or are you coming back?
I think the child was oblivious, and I think you can tell that by watching the video.
They don't have to understand anything that you say in order to be affected by the interaction.
Plus, she kept saying I bullied the child. So even if, like, the child could sense that its parent was upset, the child was completely oblivious to the fact that I had caused it.
What makes you think that?
Watch the video.
But one of the children was able to walk, right?
Well,
yeah, but it was only like 2 years old, 2.5.
I'm not going to watch the video. I really don't. I mean,
a 1-year-old can walk.
And you know, I'm not going to give your video any kind of support or viewership. But is the child right next to the person that you are yelling at?
I'm not yelling at anybody in the video. I was talking to the French guy who had said before the video started that the Muslims were taking over his country.
Okay, are we talking about the video where you run a family out of a Starbucks?
What do you mean run? I was just being obnoxious. I didn't say anything directly to the family.
Okay, then what did you do?
In the video or before the video, including before the video started? Well, for one thing, I was on Pal Talk.
I want to know what you did.
I aligned with a Shia Muslima to be obnoxious so that the Sunni Muslims would leave Starbucks.
Okay, how were you obnoxious? Did you say something? Did you?
Well, for one thing, she was holding this dog. She was holding the dog before the video started, and she goes, "You know, they would never touch this dog because that's haram." And then I had Islamophobia. I was in an Islamophobia room on Pal Talk, and I was blaring my speakers as one of my friends on Pal Talk was talking about how Muslims are going to try to wage biological warfare.
And so you didn't actually say anything, you just...
Not to them. But then I said to the French guy who had been obnoxious too, he was saying, you know, in Marseille I couldn't even walk 10 feet down the street without getting attacked. And so on the video, then I go to him, I'm sorry they're doing that to your country. In other words, nothing was said that wasn't fucking true. But Alexander kept saying that the child looked at me with fear in her eyes. She got that from the video. Show me the fucking second in the video that happened, you fucking liar. Why does she have to lie? And why? The reason I bullied the child, the reason she thinks that is because I'm a sociopath. That's not a reason. She's an idiot.
My concern wouldn't be some incident that people run into a lunatic in public. I mean, that happens, and everybody stops and stares and.
Well, I mean, I think that
My concern would more or less revolve around Lily being around you when you do such things.
I'm in Florida.
Who?
No digas. Yo me nací en la Florida. Well, particular, pequeña Habana. ¿Y tú?
CK, another thing,
I
you gotta
don't think
watch it.
Carlos speaks Spanish.
Oh, you don't?
Oh, you were talking to
I live
me?
in Florida.
Yeah.
Oh
He
yeah,
just moved
well I
to
just moved to
Florida.
Florida. But yeah, there's a lot of
Where
non-Spanish,
did
like
you move
a lot of
from?
white people here that speak Spanish though.
Oh,
Speak
well,
anything other than white?
What?
I mean, like,
What language is white?
well, in many respects, the,
I bet it's American. I bet Ludic speaks American if he's white.
in many respects, the whole Cuban emigre affair was,
Oh yeah.
in effect, an international
Miami.
incident of what could be called white flight. Go ahead.
And another thing, CK, Jack, there's feedback. There's mic, your mic. She kept denying that she's in the side chat all the time. She's there every day, and like everybody knows that. So why is she trying to lie? But you know, it was weird. Like the way she kept denying it was as if she really believed that she's never on here. It was weird. You know what was weird about Faithless too, Jack? I think you weren't there for it, but after that happened, we settled down. Hang on, somebody's knocking on my door. We both settled down, and she started we both started telling each other our deep personal problems and shit. Hang on a second.
Well, I mean, I heard Florida. I pretty much just assume Cuban. But, I mean, yeah. I mean, let's face it. Florida is just kind of overrun with Cubans. So.
Yeah, especially Miami area, I heard.
Well, I mean, where do you think I was born?
And I think, yeah. I think there's also there's a Haitian community. There's, a decent amount of Spanish speakers. And I mean, really, like in the entire country, if you know English and you know Spanish, you're pretty well equipped to, to go almost anywhere and stuff. And I wish I had studied it in school, but I decided on taking French, which I proceeded to forget everything I was ever taught on the subject.
I'm back.
Well, I'm not sure how much what I guess my current command of it might be from recall of the time. However, Spanish was in fact my first language.
Mm-hmm. And that's interesting, because I know there's been a lot of research that children are very well adapted to learning languages in general, and especially learning a second language. And if you start on them young, they'll be able to absorb a lot more in a shorter amount of time than if you tried to learn a second language as an adult.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't well get around as much as I might like to have. At least not in terms of that.
Yeah, like I've got a friend who's my age, and she has like a couple of kids, and her kids are her twins. I think they are 7 now, and they're at the age and like my friend is Greek. I mean, she's American born here, but her father is like kind of high up as far as the Greek Orthodox Church. Well, maybe it's not Orthodox, but he's like he's a high up guy in the Greek Church in the U.S. And so my friend's kids are basically at the age where they're able to go to Greek school, and I think that's cool because they might, like, if they're going to learn Greek, a language, it's going to be easier now at the age of 7 than it could be 10 years later. I mean, learning Greek. I mean, culturally, these kids are not Greek; they're American, and learning Greek won't really help them, in like employment or anything like that. But I mean, all the same, I think it's good and kind of cooler for them to go to Greek school and stuff.
Well, maybe he could take lessons from Mac because he knows at least 10 words in Greek.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. I think. Excuse me. I think God probably is like projecting his understanding of Greek into his head.
Yeah, must be. Yeah. Yeah, to know all 7, just imagine.
I kind of connect with my friend's younger brother because he's a huge fan of Greek football. Like, he's crazy about Olympiacos, and I can kind of I can bond with him over football and stuff, which I think is cool.
Yeah, I'm sort of more of a cricket fan myself, but
I came into the chat with CK.
Okay. Aren't you guys able to communicate directly in other ways? I mean,
Well, I was just throwing
are you
out
trying to have
what
a
I
private
wanted.
discussion or a public one?
What?
Are you trying to have a private discussion or a public one?
The public one.
What were you asking, CK?
Okay, then
I said I wanted to chat with CK. I wonder why he's not talking.
Well, he might be in the middle of downloading.
Why,
some
Frank? Do you have a
porn or
problem with
something.
that?
No,
as long as you're having a public discussion, then I don't have any problem with it. No.
Well, yeah, the hangout is live.
CK Godless wanted to talk to you.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi.
Hello.
I like to know what you think, what your thoughts are of me. I'm always curious.
Well, I think you know, right? I disagree with your views. And not only do I disagree, but I also dislike your views. Which I think you already knew.
Yeah, I'll get the same sort of thing, but I can't help but fucking fancy her. Do you know what I mean? It's fucking hard, isn't it? Yeah, man. Strange, really.
Well, does that answer your question, Godless?
Well, I just want to chat with CK. Can I ask you a question about foreign policy?
Yeah.
So what you said we really went into Iraq for.
Hmm.
I was wondering how aware are the people that ordered us going into Iraq, like Bush, of the real reasons that we did so? Like, does it just end up being that way, or how many people are aware of it that are making decisions like that?
It's it's kind of
that understand the reasons behind it, like you do.
I don't think that there is a clear answer in terms of the psychology. I think it varies from person to person. I think that there are people like Kissinger who pretty much have the same understanding of the world that I do.
But he wouldn't have chosen to go into Iraq, right?
Sorry?
But he wouldn't have wanted us to do that, right?
To do what?
Go into Iraq?
No, I think Kissinger supported the Iraq War.
Right, so what I'm asking it... Oh, he did? Oh, okay.
Yeah, Kissinger is a sort of one of the major facilitators of U.S. foreign policy. He was particularly active during the Vietnam War.
Well, he was Secretary of State. Is that right?
I forget his exact job title.
What do you think Bush was thinking?
I don't really know how relevant presidents are at all, actually.
Really? I mean, presidents act as a commanders-in-chief. And, like, in the kind of... I mean, they're at the top, aren't they?
And what authoritative power does that give them, Frank? What powers does that afford them to affect change?
Because they can give orders to the military. I mean, they are informed by decisions of their generals, but I mean, what's higher up than the commander-in-chief?
Well, what's influencing his decisions? Is that right, CK? Right?
Well, you can have any amount of influence on a commander-in-chief. They are the ones who are actually making the decisions.
Well, if you have total influence on them,
Yeah,
then
but who are they serving? They're a servant of
Sorry,
someone.
what was it?
Who are they serving? Is the question.
Who is the president serving?
Yeah.
Is the right answer
Well,
the
I mean,
people who back him
I guess
financially?
it could be anybody. They could be serving their own interests. They could be serving a perceived national interest. They could be.
If they serve their own interest, they would never be in office.
No, I'm saying when they're acting as a commander-in-chief, they could, hypothetically be doing things for entirely their own reasons, right?
Well, what you're proposing is somewhat crazy, but I guess it's logically possible that a presidential candidate could dupe large concentrated
sets
sectors.
about candidates, okay? I'm not talking about candidates. I'm talking about the office of the president.
Yeah, well, how do they become president, though?
They get elected. But that's irrelevant.
And how does that happen?
CK, is the right answer... Can I ask CK a question?
How it happens? There's an election.
Is the right answer that...
I mean, that's how it happened. But I thought that we were talking about...
Frank, can a president do something?
I'm sorry?
Can a president do something for reasons that he doesn't even have to give?
Yes, I mean, technically speaking, I think so.
So he can be a dictator. He can just say, "I want this done."
No.
I'm the president.
No, because there are things in government where there are things he can do unilaterally and things he cannot do unilaterally, and that's outlined by the Constitution, and it's outlined in law. But
Right,
there's
but
something
can he
that the
do
president
things
can
without
just
giving
make a
any
decision
reasons
on.
whatsoever? Yes or no?
I'm sorry,
Can he
what's the
order,
question?
can he order things, order to get things done without giving any reasons whatsoever, purely by command? And there's a follow-up to that after you answer.
Or lie about the reasons.
I think some things he does have that authority. Yes, it's granted to him by the Constitution.
Okay, well I don't know
I don't
that,
think
but
it's
here's the
granted,
other
but
question.
I think there are some things that he's the only one who has the authority to make a decision, and when you say like give a
Frank is
reason,
referring to executive
who would he
orders.
give a reason to? Well, he can give a reason to anybody, but
Again, I think this gets
that,
us away from. I think this gets us away from the discussion.
Can I ask a fucking question?
Yes, yes.
He's serving the interests of the people who back him financially, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Theoretically, he could do that. He could also be serving of the interests of the American people.
It's not theoretical.
Well, would he
theoretical.
ever
It's
gotten
something that can
elected?
be. It's something. It's something that can, and it's something that can and has been studied.
I understand that.
And does in fact occur. He has veto power as well, no?
But wasn't the original issue about what possible
He doesn't have to
reasons
give a
were
reason why
given
he's
for
doing
the...
something. He likely will because a politics.
New was just talking, Frank, and I'm not trying to be rude to you or anyone, but we have to have better social skills here with each other and how to carry on a conversation.
Okay,
That's probably my fault.
I apologize.
Most of the time, but sometimes when we scream and yell, that gets Nadia's numbers up.
Yeah, what I was saying is the original discussion was, well, when I came in, seems to be about what reasons government have for the Iraq War, right? For invading Iraq, and there's an administration. There's no reason to think that they all have the same set of reasons, right? They just have to somehow they just agree, or even some may not agree, but the people with the power will push it forward. So there doesn't have to be one single reason amongst everybody in the government, or the same set of reasons.
Would you agree with what Nootropic is saying, CK?
I'm not sure I completely understood. If you're saying that the people that make decisions, or there are levels of government where they're not aware of the reason for these decisions being made, I think that's actually just empirically demonstrable.
Yeah, I'm saying that whoever's in charge, whoever's making the set of people who say, right, well, let's go. If that's what it is, they don't all have to have exactly the same set of reasons, but they could still agree on the decision to go in. That's all. It's just fairly trivial. So when people talk about what reasons did the government have? It's somewhat fallacious because it's treating the government as if a government is a single person, whereas in fact, there's a committee of people who are making decisions, or even one person. It's not that simple. That's all.
One of the interesting things that you see in declassified documents is that on certain issues, there is a level at which the propaganda is actually believed. At all but the very highest planning levels.
Yeah.
The Cold War is actually one of the examples of that.
And the president wouldn't even be at the highest planning levels, or what?
Well, it's not.
Thought.
It's not really clear how much importance the president has.
The president is informed, right? So he acts at least sometimes, unless he has some executive power. Because I don't really know for sure.
Yeah, but even his executive powers are going to be used in a way that are in the interest of the people that he's serving.
Right. Well, I don't know, because Frank's talking about these almost divine command, executive powers. I don't know.
Yeah, I
Wait,
mean,
CK, you
like,
said they're not going to be used in a way that serves the people that
It's not.
benefits the people he's serving. You mean that they're not going to be used in a way that's going to benefit the people he's supposed to be serving, or the people he's really serving?
Right,
You
I
mean
mean
the people he's supposed to be serving, right?
Well, no, I mean the people that he's really serving.
Not
I mean,
benefiting.
the drone papers is a good example. The disclosures recently about the drone assassination campaign is a good example of executive orders that are used.
For drones on what, ISIS? What are you talking about?
Well, so there is a program of assassinating people using drone strikes, and there was a very big disclosure at the end of last year detailing various components of it, the chain of command, how someone gets approved on the list, what techniques they use to locate and track people, what the success rate was, and all of it's illegal as it happens, but it's all done under executive order, meaning it's extrajudicial and carried out by the president. So the president approves every single person that's put onto the kill list, but he doesn't approve every strike. But
and that's done through liaison through the CIA, or the CIA talks to the Air Force, and the guy sitting in an ACO trailer listening to some unidentified person at the CIA who has what legal authority we don't know to direct, young officers to kill people.
Yeah. Well, another interesting. You mentioned the CIA. Another interesting thing that came out there was that there was some kind of territorial war between, I think it was the Pentagon and the CIA, over who would have jurisdiction over drone strikes.
Oh, I can imagine. A lot of stuff's occurred since the Bush regime.
It's like a gigantic system with multiple feedbacks that can be dinosaur and that can have, opposition within the larger system. And that's what it is, right?
Yeah.
And when the Cold War ended, none of it was dismantled either. So
the thing that I'm more looking at, Nootropic, is the very high planning bodies and the major decision-making unit, which I think is quite separate from people that just carry out instructions.
Okay, but would you say that even those, there's a system of interaction between, there's no, I don't know, there's people lower down, there's certainly a hierarchy.
Yes.
There's still this systemic mess of an interaction where, information can get circulated, propaganda goes around, it's just a giant mess, and that's all I'm saying.
There are examples of them making decisions on inadequate or poor information. Iraq is actually a very good example of that. US and Britain were completely unaware of I forget his name.
What? So CK, like I think it was the day after 9/11 or the night of 9/11. Like Bush gave this speech saying we're not going to live in fear, or saying we're going to go to war.
Muqtada al-Sadr, that was his name. He was sort of considered a type of revolutionary in Iraq, and he was an important figure. He had a lot of the support of the population and that kind of thing, and US and British planners were oblivious to him. In fact, in the Clinton email disclosures, or leaks, I'm not sure what the correct term is for the Clinton stuff. I forget who it was, but someone actually advised her to pay attention to Patrick Cockburn, because Patrick Cockburn was right on pretty much every question with regards to Iraq. So there are examples of of governments acting on incomplete or inadequate information, certainly.
So where does that leave the original issue about, Godless was asking what reasons were there for invading Iraq?
Yeah.
So I just think that is, well, the answer is what? I don't know. What is the system we're considering that is who made the decisions and interacting, and what reasons did they have? How much do we know about it, and so on?
Well, I think the people that made the decisions were primarily concerned with a puppet regime in Kuwait, strengthening of Arab nationalism, setting up a client regime in Iraq, and better extraction of profits in Iraq. Well, I guess the last two are more or less the same.
So the Kuwaiti puppet regime, can you talk about that? Because I don't know anything about this. I've not really looked into it.
Yeah, so it goes back to the Gulf War, when Saddam invaded Kuwait. And Washington and Britain were immediately concerned that Saddam would withdraw and leave a puppet regime that would strengthen Arab nationalism. Arab nationalism has been a major concern of Britain and the US in the post-war period. I mean, it's got to be one of the top three concerns in relevant factors in their decision-making criteria for foreign policy.
So they didn't want Arab nationalism. What specific threat is it, to form some sort of bloc that,
Well, the problem with nationalist movements in general is that they will result in poor investment climate for foreign capital, and foreign capital really just refers to, U.S., Britain, Japan, the traditional imperialist powers, France, etc. And so all of those kinds of reformist regimes have to be overthrown or destroyed or whatever it might be. And, the alternatives. I mean, Saddam was actually someone that was supported for that reason. He was very favorable to US and British interests.
But that was when Iraq and Iran were having their war. Right?
Yeah, we supported Saddam right throughout that war, through some of his worst atrocities. Yeah, I think the Britain actually supplied the chemicals for chemical weapons for use on the Kurds. I think we even know the name of the company.
Why would they do that? Because those weapons had been outlawed since the First World War.
What does the law matter? You've got this bizarre way of thinking about things. Sorry to say. Look, we're talking about two countries that violate international law more or less on a daily basis, and then you just randomly bring up the law for this one local event. Sorry, it's just this bizarre conversation.
Well, okay, what was the purpose for the British to give? I mean, are the British essentially arms dealing, to make a profit? Is that
just look at the number of countries that supply arms to Saudi Arabia.
Right, but who's just supplying Saudi Arabia with outlawed chemical weapons?
The U.S., well, not chemical, but the U.S. supplies Saudi Arabia with arms that are illegal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can't talk about the trafficking and the selling of the kinds of weapons that the international community has explicitly banned. That's what I'm interested in here.
We can't talk about arms when we talk about the depletion of phosphorus. We can't talk about arms when
white phosphorus is something that U.S. and Britain used in Afghanistan, in Iraq. Israel has used it in Palestine. I mean, you just talk. It's bizarre.
Okay, then
you keep referring to international law as if it has some kind of meaning or something.
You think it's meaningless?
It is to us, Rain. We do whatever we want, anywhere we want.
I mean, actually, that's another thing that's explicitly addressed in the declassified documents in the post-war period. Britain and the US both understood that the UN was a threat to their interests, and both made the decision that the UN would either become a tool that they would use to further their imperialist interests, or it would just be ignored in the cases where it couldn't be used to do that. And there's a number of examples of that. Iraq is an example of that. I think Korea was an example of that. And then there are other occasions where the UN's decisions go against them, and it's just ignored. Those aren't the things that put constraints on the way that governments behave. The things that constrain governments are a strong workers' movement.
Okay,
This
so
conversation. This conversation.
So what can the workers do to keep these chemical arms from being, traded?
So they can do the same thing that they were doing during the Vietnam War. Just engage in huge amounts of civil disobedience and threaten to shut down the country.
It's my understanding that the economy was pretty good during the Vietnam War, and a lot of the people who were protesting.
What does the economy have to do? What does the economy have to do with?
Jobs
What does the economy have to do with anything?
What
does the economy have to do with anything?
I'm saying I don't think the power of the workers influenced the Vietnam.
We talked about the name of some scholars before that you said that you had read. Which ones have you read?
Chomsky.
What book have you read? Okay, let's start with Chomsky.
10 years ago.
Okay, what book did you read by Chomsky 10 years ago?
I read a number of them.
Well, name one.
I had a compilation called the Chomsky Reader. I had a number of his books that were basically talks that had been published, in book form. But this was 10 or 12 years ago. So
do you think that Chomsky's material has all been refuted?
No, I think that it exists in an environment where there's a lot of other ideas on these issues than just those,
Give me an example of something that you think Chomsky is factually inaccurate on.
Well, you see, I don't think he has his facts wrong. I think he has his analysis wrong. And the things I like about Chomsky are when he talks about things like anarchist ideology, things of that sort, or when he talks about.
It's unsurprising that the thing that I like about him the least is the thing that you like about him the most.
I agree with you that that's not really surprising at all. Yeah. But the thing I'm wondering though is how did the workers exercise their power in the Vietnam War? I guess that's my question.
Well, there were huge popular movements that were generated during the Vietnam War. There was the anti-war movement, obviously, but there were a huge number of other popular movements that were the outgrowth of the workers' solidarity that developed during the Vietnam War. Incidentally, it's something that the FBI took great measures to destroy.
You see, I don't see Vietnam as being a war where the workers were.
But what does it matter what you see? It doesn't sound like
I think it was other groups. Yeah, the student movement.
What's any of this based on? You just seem to be completely ignorant about all of the relevant facts. Are you familiar with COINTELPRO?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So, and you think Chomsky misinterprets the intentions of COINTELPRO? What do you think was the intention of COINTELPRO?
I don't remember in a way where I can describe it to you.
Well, the way that I would describe it was that the U.S. were concerned that the country was becoming too democratic, and so they took massive measures to destroy popular movements.
Mm-hmm.
The one that
Black Panthers, among others, yeah.
Yeah, the Black Panthers were probably the one that suffered the most. But they targeted a lot of groups. They targeted the Socialist Workers' Party. They targeted the Communist Party.
Yeah.
Massive amounts of illegal activity. Do you think Chomsky is misinterpreting that, or what's the alternative interpretation?
What were the workers' groups that they infiltrated? Because, I understand that they infiltrated, student groups. They infiltrated the Black Panthers. They infiltrated. The
Black Panthers is
understanding of the kinds of
the Black Panthers is a workers' group. It was a communist party, right? The Socialist Workers' Party is a workers' group. The Communist Party is a workers' group, right? The anti-war movement I would describe as being a workers' movement.
Okay.
I mean, if you go to these kinds of protests, you don't see hedge fund managers from Deutsche Bank, typically.
Well, that's true, but if you go to,
in fact, one of the things that Chomsky likes to cite is how opposition, or what he calls principled opposition to the war, was inversely correlated with education and probably with income. 70% of the population considered the Vietnam War fundamentally wrong and immoral. Probably the lowest 70% earners of the country. Right? It's only when you move up to the higher areas of a population that you get these kind of ideological justifications for these sort of imperialist ventures. But this conversation is just ridiculous.
Well, I'm waiting to.
I just object to this whole conversation.
Go ahead.
Okay, that's fine. You can object to it.
So CK, we both political or Democratic and Republican parties serve the interests of the people with the money, right?
Gigi, you're going to drive me down an anti-Islamophobia route? Are you sure you want to do that? Careful.
Well, I'm just getting your opinion. That doesn't mean I'll accept it, even if you have good reasons.
That's true. What was the question?
So the question is, both parties serve the people with the money that back them financially, but do the Republicans end up serving them more than their Democratic parties?
No, it's not. At least the way that I would describe it would not be in terms of degree of support from capital, but rather there are different sectors of capital, different industries, if you like. So like pharmaceuticals, oil and gas would be another industry, car manufacturing would be another industry. And there are interesting so the two parties really just represent two different wings of capital. And this Thomas Ferguson has done, I think, the best analysis of this kind of thing. He's actually got a documentary called The Investment Theory of Politics, which is, it's like an hour long on YouTube. You should watch it. Doesn't threaten Islamophobia directly.
Because right now, like in America, doesn't it seem like that both parties have about equal power?
I think for the most part, I mean, one of the things that they look at is what's the best predictor of election success, and unsurprisingly, it's the amount of money that the party spends. I think you could do a comparison of how much. I mean, Obama way outspent McCain, so I don't know if it's correct to say that it's close necessarily. In every case, actually.
Obama simply, I mean, he raised a lot more money than McCain as well. He had more in the coffers to spend.
The documentary you showed me, like the fact that 9 out of 10 politicians outspend their opponents on campaigning, that's so fucked up. How do they keep the people from why doesn't everybody know that? Like if that's
I don't think who do you think really doubts that capital is what controls policy or politicians? I think that's actually a very mainstream view these days.
I think the average person would say that it's because of who the people are electing. I don't think the average person understands.
I'm not sure that that's true, actually. I think most people.
Okay, don't you think that the average person would be extremely surprised that 9 out of 10 politicians elected outspent their opponents?
No, I don't think so.
Oh.
I think there's actually some polling.
I was like, that's disturbing.
Is that is that for?
I think that's actually one of the more trivial points. I think the extent to which their influence controls, both domestic and foreign policy would be very surprising to people. I think a lot of people don't really realize the extent to which that control manifests itself abroad and domestically. Like in the UK right now, we have big pharma and biotech companies that are effectively lobbying for privatization of the NHS, and the way that they're doing it is to constantly, so the government will continue to cut resources funding the NHS to worsen the service so that public support will eventually switch to a privatized health service. There's some very good studies on that as well.
Yeah, man. That is a Chomsky idea as well. Underfunding it, so then the public dislike it that much, so they want to get rid of it.
I'm not aware
And
that Chomsky's actually written about
it's horrendous,
that
isn't
on the NHS actually, but I think John Lister and Stuart Player have done like very detailed studies of that.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a scam, really, isn't it? They've done the same with the railways. They've done the same with anything, really. Underfund it, then nobody wants to pay for it, and then they can just fucking privatise it and sell it off.
Yeah,
it's
seems like a strategy that conservatives in power are employing.
But doesn't the average politician think they're really serving the people? Are they ignorant of whose interests they're really serving?
Well, if you ask most of the people that you know in real life, do you think that money has too much influence over politics? I think most people would say yes to that question.
Yeah, but they're ignorant of the extent. So politicians are ignorant to the extent. Do you think of whose interests they're really serving?
No, I think that politicians understand. They understand that they have to raise a lot of money, and that's, as time has gone by, that's come more and more from the private sector. I don't think that there's any illusion about that.
So
how it plays out psychologically, I mean, in some ways it might be comparable to the media, right? Like if you have 500 million from a car manufacturer in advertising revenue, you're just going to realize that it's a smart idea to not publish stuff that attacks them.
Right. So are they conflicted about does that go against?
Well, they don't necessarily need to think about it in such cynical terms, is sort of the point that I'm making. Like, I currently work for a publisher, and I don't think that really anybody else that works there thinks about what they're doing as producing propaganda. But that is what they're doing. And the thing is, it's talked about very plainly. They'll say, look, if we're going to do an editorial piece on this company, we're going to need some advertising revenue, or we'll stop doing editorial on them that gives them exposure. They just don't think about it in terms of propaganda.
The benefit of the doubt. But hey, CK, can I ask you something? I know you're midway into something here, but I wanted to ask, you've heard about these two movies being broadcast on British broadcasting this coming season. They both have to do with Russia invading Great Britain. And isn't that fucking sick? I mean, I can't believe that Britons are gobbling that up.
Well, I don't own a TV, so I'm not a good person to ask about this kind of thing.
Well, you don't need a TV. I mean, you can look online and see some of the back and stuff, but we are yet again dumping, I don't know what the word is. It's not strawmanning, but vilifying Russia. And how convenient to use that violations when we're all the time trying to find ways to put new NATO installations right on their borders. They already have 9 or 10 of our NATO installations that are in direct reach, in easy ground reach of Moscow. Wouldn't you go crazy? What if Russia was putting those in Mexico or Canada? No offense, Ludwig. I think the Americans we'd be at war.
Well, examples of hypocrisy are all over the place, I mean,
you don't have to look far.
Yeah. I mean, it's Chomsky actually is probably the best at this, but he'll often say, so if we're willing to bomb a location because they're terrorists operating there, does that mean that we should bomb the White House?
Well,
and it's just inconceivable to people that people would be consistent with their standards,
Well, this gets us back to the Harris-Chomsky email exchange. I mean, do you think that do you think intentions make a difference, or are or is every U.S. president essentially, guilty of war crimes or crimes against humanity?
I would say yes to both.
Okay, and so you would share Chomsky's view that when you authorize a military action and you're trying to kill a specific people, and you end up, killing the son of the person who you're trying to kill. That 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 you would have to know that you could kill, bystanders, and thus, like, you would have that intent of.
Well, look, you're sort of mumbling through this bizarrely, but Chomsky's view is very simple, right? People are responsible for the predictable consequences of their own actions. Chomsky's a moral realist. I'm not. Right? It's one of the few areas where we disagree. But as far as his meta-ethical position goes, his view is that people are responsible for the predictable consequences of their own actions. I take that to be an uncontroversial view within moral realism. I take that to be just straightforwardly a truism, right? In fact, I think he often refers to it as a moral truism.
And so you would say that when the president authorizes an airstrike, that he is fully aware that he's intending for that airstrike to basically.
Look, there's a reason that the legal system doesn't discriminate between intending to kill and indiscriminate use of force, where the predictable consequence is going to be killing civilians, right? Because it doesn't matter. If you walk into a civilian area and just spray bullets all over the place, but you don't actually intend to kill any particular individual, it's still mass murder.
I don't think that's a good analogy to use here.
You would have to. What would be an example? What would be an example of British or U.S. foreign policy that doesn't fit that example?
Somebody has a gun.
I can't think of any case where the predictable consequence of our actions, our being the U.S. and Britain, wasn't massive amounts of. Just take the sanctions that we discussed, right? We knew that we would be killing nearly a million children under the age of 5. That was the intention when we destroyed all of the infrastructure that would have supported them and then put sanctions on the country to stop them replacing any of it. We didn't even allow them to get chlorine or replace the infrastructure for water treatment. Like, there was 500,000 children dying from things like bloody diarrhea and dysentery. We knew that was happening. That was a.
CK, when you say
intention of the oil for food.
This is just a ludicrous conversation. Sorry, go on, Godless.
When you say we, who do you mean exactly?
Well, I should probably stop saying we, but I mean U.S. and British government.
Oh, okay.
Occasionally, I might include other countries like France and stuff, but I just know a lot less about French foreign policy.
But you mean you're just saying the government, right?
Well, yeah, the
West.
Oh, certainly. I'm restricting it to the government. I certainly don't think that, like the workers in those countries are supportive of this kind of thing for the most part. But yeah, Western. I think Ludic said West. Yeah, I'd say the Western imperialist powers.
Yeah, Western imperialism sounds like a good way to summarize it.
Anyway.
So, what was the intention of the oil for food program?
I don't actually know that much about it, but it seemed, the small amount that I do know about it, it seemed pathetic. Like, I'm not really sure. That was the program that people like Halliday resigned from being the head of, right? Because they thought the sanctions were genocidal. I think there were 3 UN resignations at the head of that program. There's got to be some sort of marketing component, I guess, to accompany whatever they're saying. Although some of it's just so ridiculous. But
Does it benefit them to make the workers be anti-Islam then?
Yeah. You're on thin ice.
No, it doesn't.
It benefits to make them all Macadam Donalds.
CK, Noam Chomsky is considered one of the #1 evil leftists, most influential evil leftists to the counter jihad.
I think your buddy Majid Nawaz coined the term regressive left.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me. I'm one of the regressive left.
What did he mean by that? Aggressive left.
And who's the guy behind all that? There's that think tank or group or whatever the fuck they are.
The Quilliam Foundation?
Yeah, what's that guy's name?
They were getting
Jewish
a lot
last
of
name.
funding.
The Quilliam Foundation is named after
He was
a
a
British
leftist in the
jihadist,
60s and
a British
70s.
convert to
Oh
Islam.
no,
who
that's
waged
not what I'm
jihad.
talking about. Your Jihad Watch, the group behind your Jihad Watch website.
That's nothing to do with what we're talking about. Robert Spencer?
The Quilliam Foundation was
that's it.
initially funded by the British government, but I think that became unpopular. So the British government, I think, ceased funding, and now they're being funded by right-wing groups in the US.
They have those counter-extremism think tanks and shit. You know who Douglas Murray is, CK?
Yeah.
What do you think of him?
There's probably not many people I hate more than him.
Oh, I think he's soft on Islam.
Yeah, but you think everyone's soft on Islam, except Mecca.
She thinks at one point she thought Mecca was soft on Islam. Did you not know?
Yeah, well.
Tell her about that. Tell him about that.
The genocide thing?
I don't know what it was. You
Godless.
said something.
Of all of the guys for you to have a crush on, seriously, out of all of us, it's just ridiculous.
Oh, we had a big falling out.
David Horowitz.
Collaterality, did I tell you about that? That was partially over you. He said that all Muslims want Sharia. So I agree with him about I want all Muslims.
Paul's not a Muslim, is he?
No, but I was saying, so what about collaterality? You think when he was a Muslim he wanted Sharia, and he was trying to say that you were never a real Muslim, and I was like, so if you got your deportation back when collaterality claimed to be a Muslim, you wouldn't have deported him, and he just started flipping out on me and getting all emotional and shit, and that was the beginning of our falling out.
Yeah, look, he wants to
contradicting
do. He wants to make non-nuanced pronouncements about various things that are actually admit of degrees amongst the population of Muslims, and the reason for that is it's not just he has polarized emotions, right? It's also because he's willing to sacrifice truth to err on the side of caution. What he thinks is erring on the side of caution. So he doesn't care. He equivocates. If you say something, whether it's true or not, with whether it's the consequences of that would be good if you acted on it, erring on the side of caution. And that's why I don't like him, amongst many other reasons. He's not interested in any kind of actual study. Well,
in that case, I have a question for Godless then. Why is Hamas so much more peaceful than Israel? Godless.
Stop.
What did you say? Did you say stop?
So the thing with collaterality with Mecca is he feels bad that he would want innocent people deported that are truly secular and stuff. So he's deluded himself into believing that all Muslims, if they say they don't want Sharia, are just doing taqiyya.
Yeah, he's insane.
Yeah,
he's insane.
Did you just say stop when I asked that question?
Yeah, I don't want to talk about Israel with you.
Okay.
Who's that guy that you like again? Robert Spencer. Right.
Robert Spalding.
It's a useful idiot for David Horowitz.
David Horowitz talks about the regressive left all the time.
All right. I have to go, guys. It was a fun discussion.
Bye.
Good night.
Okay.
See you, CK. Thanks for sharing the material.
Ludic, I know you were here, and you heard me calling on you to ask you a question the other day when I was fighting with those bitches, and you were ignoring me. Because you didn't want to lie. You didn't want to lie, but you knew if you answered, you'd end up taking my side. Right?
Somebody's just turned the heat up.
Yeah,
I heard you saying that a few times, but other people were talking when you were doing it. So
Oh, I was like,
didn't wanna interrupt. And I was busy
you just left
working.
your mic muted.
Busy working.
Look at what Ludic's got. That's awesome.
Well, Ludic, will you answer me honestly, though? If I ask you questions?
Probably not.
Ludic?
I'm mostly dishonest here.
No, please. Ludic,
Yes.
will you?
Will I what?
Answer a question
your
honestly, 'cause
questions?
you
Get
wanna-
grilled? You want me to say yes to getting grilled?
Just one question, then.
Yes, sure.
In a second, sorry.
Who's the most alpha female here? That was one of the questions. And that's excluding the alpha empress, Nadia. Besides Nadia.
I don't know.
Geez, don't even have to think about it. It's godless.
Are they fighting over somebody's cock?
Yeah, it's sort of it's a male equivalent to what do you cock fight?
Who is that? That's Jennifer Aniston versus someone.
Yeah, it's from Friends. It's a scene in Friends when they started
It's
fighting.
her sister thing. It's Applegate, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Applegate. I forget her first name, but she played in. So.
Christina Applegate.
Christina Applegate. Yeah, she played in Married with Children.
Yeah.
She's a real smart lady.
Alive. She's still alive, yeah.
Yeah, she is. She had a breast cancer operation, though. Both of the breasts were removed, unfortunately. Such an atrocity.
She's quite a businesswoman. She owns a bunch of restaurants and stuff like that in San Diego, I believe.
Oh, I saw
Anyway,
Can I tell Godless something real quick? I got to split here in just a moment. Godless, I saw somebody using an icon yesterday with Beckles' car, maybe a day before. You know Beckles, that Cadillac convertible?
I can hear, but I can't really talk right now.
Well, you can hear me then. And your face was on it. So they took your face with the burqa thingy or whatever it's called, and they placed that, and so you could barely see Beckles' head in it, and then it was like you were riding along in Beckles' car. But it wasn't you or Beckel. Anyway, I would let you guys go back to your talk and just listen and go off air when somebody worthy wants to get on. Let me know.
Hey, Ludic?
Yeah.
You there? Hey, man, I was just looking at homemade CNC machines, and I just found there are like kits and manuals how to do them, and I'm actually planning to do it sometime myself. And I was wondering
awesome.
if you're maybe
Like
like
CNC router? CNC
yeah.
router?
Yeah, people do it
Cool.
themselves. It's not that hard at all.
Yeah, I got a friend working on one in Florida right now.
Oh,
for a
cool.
guy.
I was thinking maybe you'd be interested in. You can maybe pass along some experience. to
Yeah,
me.
I'll ask him some stuff about it because a friend of mine's actually building one for some boat company that manufacturing some weird little boat part.
Oh wow, so he's
Yeah,
making a big one, I guess then.
Okay, Ludic.
I think it's 4x8
Ludic.
table he's got. The
Well, can
parts
you
aren't
give me,
very big.
Ludic,
Yeah.
will you give me 3 questions actually?
What are you trying to do?
Well, the first one I don't think I don't think you'll mind answering the first one so much.
I'll answer your questions. Sure, you want to
Okay.
demonstrate my hypocrisy? Is that your objective?
No, I just I want you to say the truth while lying.
Godless girl, it's 10 inches, okay? It's 10 inches.
It's not, you wouldn't be guilty of hypocrisy at all. You could still hate me and think what you think what you really think.
I don't hate you personally. I hate your views. I said once I hated you.
It's not anything
I didn't
that
mean
would
that.
look like a hypocrite for hating my views. So first of all,
I hate sad men.
heard me scream at Faithless, right?
Why would you scream at Faithless?
She kept interrupting me. She came in here, she had a huge problem because Jack has a whore that bakes him cookies.
And what famous historical figure yelled a lot?
Oh, come on, Ludic, come on, dude.
Okay, so you heard that. So my question is, were you laughing?
What particular part?
Alpha female versus me versus.
Yeah, I was having fun laughing. I was in the background making these memes the whole time.
Not me versus Alexandra. You heard me scream about the alpha female thing to Faithless, right?
Oh, you two fighting, yeah.
Were you laughing?
I thought it sucked because you two share some things in common. I think you could find some common ground.
After that, didn't we become really civil?
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah. After I screamed at her, we became really civil, and had we're sharing our deep personal problems and stuff. That was cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't Faith like communist as well? Just a big fan of
I like Faith.
You guys would, I think, agree with her. I mean, Faith is for communism. She's like a big fan of USSR.
But that was only because she came as like a ratchet batchy,
I like how you comment, right?
And she kept trying to talk over me.
UK news that Saudi Arabia have agreed to send ground troops to fight ISIS if the United States-led coalition agrees.
Is there any conditions for their agreeing? Like, do they have to include forces as well?
Sorry, what? Ground troops, what?
Saudi Arabia have agreed to send in ground troops to fight ISIS in Syria if the US-led coalition agrees.
The US-led coalition? Wow.
Yes. All the people that are bombing, all those that are bombing, I presume that's what that means.
Pretty big news.
Okay, Ludic.
Brigadier General Assyria said they were determined to fight and defeat Daesh. Did not say how many troops they were thinking of sending, but he says if there is a consensus from the leadership of the coalition, the Saudi kingdom is willing to participate in efforts because they believe aerial operations are not the ideal solution and there must be a ground operation.
Can I finish my questions to Ludic, please? It won't take long. Ludic, please answer honestly. You could still hate my video and think I'm horrible and everything, but I made Annabelle look stupid, right?
I think when any two people start yelling at each other, they both look stupid.
But who was right about the claims they were making and stuff?
Who cares?
I do. I'm asking CK
What do you need affirmation for? You said some shitty things.
I'm curious about Ludic's opinion.
Not a popularity contest, is it?
I'm curious about Ludic's opinion.
I tend to tone out. I tend to not listen well when people are yelling.
Oh, okay. One more question, and then Mark can talk about Saudi Arabia. Who's the alpha female?
Really?
I don't know.
This Ludic is lying.
Who's got the biggest dick? Does it matter?
Ludic,
No.
why are you lying?
Move on.
Ludic, why are you lying? That doesn't make you look like a hypocrite for disliking my views at all.
I think the alpha female would be Xbox.
I think it's Shani for Christ.
Ludic. Ludic.
Depends who's got the biggest hand.
No, she's the heavyweight. He's the heavyweight female.
Ludic,
Yes.
why are you lying?
I don't know.
Please answer honestly. Come on, Ludic, just give
So
it to
you
me.
are
No one
lying.
cares. Move
Ludic,
on.
just give it to me. Ludic,
Ludic, did you just admit implicitly that you're lying?
I don't know.
I don't know.
come on, Ludic, you can still hate me. You can still be
Maybe
justified. You can still be justified in hating me and thinking I'm Hitler.
Maybe he doesn't want to answer it. Just
On Google Plus, no one gives a fuck.
I don't know what this is
questioning.
about. What, Godless, why are you asking him these questions? I don't get it.
Because I want him to say it, and I'm curious to be sure that he really thinks that.
He said he doesn't know. No one else cares.
Why?
Have your own hangout about it. Do a private hangout. No one cares.
Nobody cares about your fucking Saudi Arabia.
You can even take your veil off in private. No one will know.
Until you have a mud wrestling match, I don't know.
I already did it.
That's a good answer.
Basically, guys, like I said earlier, nobody gives a fuck. Who the alpha fucking female is.
Guys, she said
Obviously, the other bitches do. The other bitches do. I'm not the only bitch that cares.
No, they don't. We don't want to talk about that.
Not one person fucking cares who the alpha male or the alpha fucking
The other
female.
women do. Why did they all room raid that night? They
Well,
all
go and have a hangout with all the other women. And
5 females in here at the same time.
just grease up, get some jelly. I don't care. Custard. Go in another room. Film
All
it.
of them show.
We'll
Every
watch it
female that
later.
comes to this hangout shows up to attack me.
Oh yeah.
I'm rooting for Godless when she makes the other three women get all bent out of shape. I think it's funny as shit. And that's where the impact is being lost. If she was in the room right now, it would be a little more impactful.
Yeah,
But
it's funny. It is funny if you understand it. Yeah, it is fucking funny. In actual fact, it's fucking ridiculous. That's
There are
what it
blokes.
is.
Yeah, exactly, Pope. There are blokes on here that argue and have shout sometimes. None of us sort of say, well, who's got the biggest
Okay,
penis?
Mark, I have a question
Everyone
for you.
cares.
I have a question for you, Mark.
Right.
If nobody cares, then why did Ludic lie about the answer if he doesn't care?
No one cares.
What did he lie about?
You didn't. That's not answering my question.
That was his way of saying, I don't care, move on.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
It was. I read between the lines, so did everyone else.
Ask him.
What was it then?
I don't care. That's the point.
Obviously, you care about nobody caring.
Oh,
You
dear.
want to assert that nobody cares.
I've been awake all night, so I don't know what this is about. I don't know what
It's about
Godless
some
is
sort of,
asking.
It's about Godless getting some sort of weird affirmation that she's the top.
No. I'm not talking about Godless's motives. I'm talking about what the question was.
Oh, who's the alpha female of the hangout?
The alpha female. And
There was a showdown between me. They all came here to attack me. All of them came here to attack me.
It's like Rob Beasley's
fucking female because she can drive.
And I don't know why Mark. I don't know how Mark can claim nobody cares. They all showed up to attack me.
Fame.
Notice Mark.
Claim the fame.
How about this? Have you ever managed any people before Godless? And do you have a LinkedIn profile?
Not professionally, I haven't.
And do you have an undergraduate degree?
No. How the fuck is that relevant?
Okay, then I've answered you've answered the question for us.
Because you need that to be the alpha female of Google Hangouts, Ludic? Ludic? Oh, and notice Mark can't answer this question. So why did they all show up to attack me if they don't care?
Because it's probably entertainment, and you're a bit dumb, and who cares?
Oh, so they do care.
Caricature.
It's the internet. Go over yourself.
Don't they attack you precisely because they don't care? Because they want to get away from discussing the subject?
Will you be joining the Saudi army?
That's why they tried to shut me down. Because they can't really.
They care enough to shut you down because they're not interested.
Godless, will you be Will you be joining the Saudi army? They might even let you take your laptop, so you can play the same videos to ISIS. That'll work.
So, Mark, what do you think of it then?
No, I don't want to join them. I think
What-
letting Muslims kill each other is a good strategy.
But surely you'll be over there helping. I mean, your laptop may be
Why
indispensable.
would I help Muslims? Why wouldn't I stand back and let them kill each other?
Well, yeah, but surely you being there will help. get it over
Help
quickly.
Muslims kill Muslims? Why
Well,
not?
once
So I'm helping
ISIS,
one side.
once
They're all
ISIS,
fucking Muslims. They're all
once
fucking
ISIS,
Muslims. So
yeah.
why would I pick a certain side?
Well, once ISIS hear that video that you've got to play on your laptop, they'll probably run the other way. So you could save lives.
What?
Well, there may not be a need for too much fighting, because once they hear that video you play in Starbucks, they may run the other way, and you could save a lot of innocent lives.
Oh yeah, and not only that, there was a ridiculous claim made by Godless, I think, the other day that, and it is partly true, that a Muslim wouldn't go to heaven if he was shot by a woman. So or if he was killed by a woman. So why do we not just send loads of fucking feminists into these regions, and they'll all turn around and fucking run away, won't they?
Feminists
They'll all turn around and run away because they won't want to be killed by a fucking female, would they?
If a man, according to a feminist,
women with guns.
According to one of those,
yeah, man, and they'll all run away and give up. Yeah,
according to feminists like Rebecca Watson, if a man looks at you wrong, it's rape. But if a Muslim actually rapes, it's not rape.
Have you got a citation?
That's ridiculous. I mean, that's ridiculous. I agree with you that a lot of these if you're trying to hammer home the point that there's quasi-leftist Tumblr type dipshits out there who have views that are stupid, then yeah.
Yeah,
Do you wish us to also concede? Do you wish us to also concede that there's aspects of Islam where they believe that the state should be, religious? That you should have a religious state, and that they wish to do their things that way. There's no separation of church and state. I don't know how you guys use the language.
I think Nadia has a point, Lulu.
But yes, I concede that.
I think Nadia has a point to make.
Yeah, I would briefly note that I've tried to get, state or somewhat to allocate about, $25,000 toward, getting a clitoris for me constructed. I'm not very happy with the idea of, Muslims cutting it off. So, I think feminists are not entirely necessarily endorsing or happy with Islam. Go ahead.
Well, Nadia, we could always perhaps get part of Matt Bell's forehead transplanted for you.
Ludic, that was what I was trying to talk about, was the crazy bitches online. Not like just genuine feminists. We're all feminists by definition, right?
Anyway, what do people in the room think about a possible Saudi ground invasion?
Well, I'm cynical. I think that it's a way for Saudi to expand its influence in the region and by proxy the US. That's what I think.
I agree.
Yeah.
Apparently they're going to have a something's going to be discussed in Brussels in the next couple of, or later this month.
And I'll tell you why. There's currently, possibly, I suspect.
I'll put a link to it. It's only an article, a very short article in the Independent, but I'll put it in the side chat anyway.
Brussels is really bad.
Okay, so you've got several powers vying in the region. So you've got obviously Iran and its proxies, which include the currently somewhat weak Iraqi government. And even Yemen. There's even Shias in the north of Saudi Arabia. Now you've got Turkey.
Have Iran acting by proxy.
Right. You've got Turkey, and so you've got ISIS. Now, ISIS are not all that effective, to maintain their borders, or could be potentially.
Yeah.
They're not. They
Can I interrupt you briefly? I think looking at the article.
Finish.
Sorry.
Dude, come on.
One point that you might be able to pick up that was relevant, that you just mentioned, that's quite relevant. It says that the Saudi kingdom is currently embroiled in the conflict against Iran-allied Houthi rebels in Yemen, which is putting a strain on the Saudi economy, which is already being battered by a fall in the oil price. So what you just mentioned, ulterior motive-wise, looks to be possibly the case. Sorry.
Right. Well, there's the other factor, which is, Turkey is licking its lips, possibly. because its economy is going up. It's vying for expansion and increased power and control and influence in the region. So you've got this area of northern Iraq, which borders, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and so, and Iran. They all want a piece of this. They want to expand into the territory. And of course, that's also, you've got areas of Syria that are under ISIS occupation. So you've basically got a power struggle in the region, and you've got proxy interests and so on. So that's what's going on, to me, probably, possibly, plausibly, whatever.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah.
I'd agree. But yeah, I would rather troops in the region deal with it than we have to send ours there.
Yeah, I think that no Western power is likely to send any ground troops. It's going to be done by proxy. So if there are any interests, it's going to be done through these other troops.
Well, we already have troops there.
Yeah.
We already have troops on the ground, although we won't admit it. I know that when it's said on the news, the UK is sending 400 or 500 military advisors, that usually means the SAS. So yeah, those advisors are usually special forces. So we've got them there already.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And
there's
same.
training troops, special forces, that kind of thing.
That's our way of getting our special forces in there to look and find things out. And
what part of it? I guess it does border Iraq.
Say again, Lou?
Or sorry, I mean, I was just looking here. So where's the conflict zone? Basically,
well, it's in northern Syria, near the border with Turkey.
Right. Because I thought someone mentioned something bordering Saudi Arabia, and I wasn't.
No, Saudi Arabia are going to send troops, ground troops.
There's Saudi Arabia and Turkey and Syria all have borders with Iraq.
Yeah.
And I think Jordan does too. And so, ISIS is a potential issue for all of these countries. Saudi Arabia even was trying to build a wall, in fact. So this is like Trump's wall, prototype. And that was funded by the US, actually. Heavy funding, investment, expertise, etc.
I see Arcane has put in the sidebar that ISIS are our troops and we should all stop listening to the news. Says the guy that watches InfoWars regularly. Yeah, but stop listening to InfoWars, Arcane, then it works both ways, Sunshine.
So anyway, but Saudis are really heated.
They brought down the towers with box cutters, and you're sitting here telling me that I listen to InfoWars? You got to be kidding.
No, they brought down the towers with planes. It wasn't box cutters.
Well, how do you think they got the planes, genius? Was it AK-47s they walked in the airports with, or what?
No.
He's going to change the fucking subject now. This is ridiculous.
I'm just saying, stop listening to the news, guys. They're playing you. They got you by the balls, and you just don't see it.
Okay, stop watching InfoWars. Same thing applies.
All right, now we can get back.
But okay, buddy, keep watching Fox.
So anyway,
Saudis.
Watch Fox. The Saudis are not very good at fighting. Have they been training themselves by putting down uprisings in their region? That's very cynical. But yeah, I don't.
I think they've probably been training with our military and the Americans, and they've practiced, as you say, with their own uprisings, and perhaps now they're ready to send a few thousand troops towards where ISIS are.
Yeah,
for their own reasons.
They're pretty good domestically, about putting down uprisings, with big sticks and threats. But, to be tested on the outside, especially, in that sort of thing, without their planes that they get from America, to be walking out there, maybe a different story for the Saudi army. I mean, let's face it, I don't think they've got that many medals, have they, the Saudi army?
I don't even know how many people they've got. to fight. They probably are hiring people from the Arab world to do a lot of their
Yeah,
fighting.
oh, it would be. Yeah, it would be a. Yeah.
They've
It
been
would be
building
a
up one
coalition.
hell of a military, though. Sorry, Pope.
Oh yeah, they would certainly never do it on their own. No.
The Saudis are still a slave culture, even though officially slavery was banned in '63 or whatever it
Oh,
was in
it's
the kingdom.
horrendous. Yeah,
So they effectively employ others to do their
of course they do. Yeah.
terrible job. So that would probably include the troops.
It's a
I wouldn't be
horrendous
surprised.
regime.
I've seen documentary where they've brought in foreign workers and they take away their passports and they can't get the hell out of there.
Right. Right.
If it wasn't for actual money, nobody would have anything to do with them. They would be fucking isolated. You know what I mean? It would be like apartheid in South Africa. You know, what other country in the world would get away with not letting women drive, or the silly things that they can get away with? Nobody would talk to them. But
The Saudis have got approximately 250,000, something like that.
yeah.
Well,
In public, beheading people in public is fucking disgusting. It's vile. And
but you see that doesn't really contradict their beliefs and what the way their state's set up. But the thing is that I find hypocrisy of the way they operate is the plight of the Palestinians. Right, the entire Arab world. They use the Palestinians as a cheap labor force. I mean, what is it to be a Palestinian but to be an Arab without a nation state or citizenship and all the legal rights that affords? So they have no problem grabbing Palestinians and putting them in jobs and paying them fuck all.
I actually wanted to discuss what would happen, to speculate on the consequences of this ground troop movement from Saudi Arabia for, the power in the region. Because, right now, there's this problem of ISIS that has destabilized the region. So ISIS is bleeding, obviously, into Iraq, to Syria, and it's a problem. So say Saudi takes over. Now, this could lead to potential conflicts with Syria, with Turkey, and that could get kind of messy. I don't know what relations are like between Saudi and Turkey.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the problem isn't what they're going to do; it's what they do afterwards. Say, if, for argument's sake, they succeed in some military engagement with ISIS, then the problem is going to be what happens afterwards. Will they stay? Will they go back? What will the Turks, as you say, the Kurds? What will they feel? What will the Syrian rebels? There's several different
how will they
factions.
orchestrate the theater of operations? I mean, you got a bunch of people with guns running around, and planes and stuff, and the Russians are there on the ground. Unlike us, they're on the ground, eh? They have air bases in Syria Prime, right? So
right, the Russians. See, I think what's happening here is right. So ISIS have bled into Syria a lot. Now, Iraq is fair game for anyone, but Syria is effectively under the protection of Russia. In other words, the Saudi troops will not most likely go into Syria. That would be a huge mistake. So they'll probably start with an incursion, if they do, into Iraq.
Western Iraq.
Right. So they'll leave Syria for Russia, and with Assad's regime to retake, and then Turkey may get involved. Basically, it's Iraq that's the fair game, because Russia's in Syria. That's what I think.
This is very dangerous, though. I mean, just look at the fighter bomber that Turkey shot down. That was Russian, right?
Yeah.
It only crossed into their airspace for moments.
I think if the Saudis take on ISIS
right?
in northern Syria and northern Iraq, that will leave the Kurds open to close up on ISIS where they are. I think the Russians will be happy if the Saudis take out ISIS and then withdraw. But I think Saudi will get the backing of the US and the UK and NATO.
I don't think the Saudis, any kind of Saudi troops, would ever enter Syria where ISIS is, because then Russia will get pissed.
Well, that's what they're saying. That's what's saying in the news.
Well, that's a fucking disaster. Unless Russia's agreed to some covert deal.
It actually
to
says
chop it up.
Saudi
Yeah.
Arabia is ready to send ground troops to fight ISIS in Syria if the United States coalition agrees. They're going to have a.
Right.
It says they're going to have. There's an upcoming meeting of coalition partners.
Agrees in what
Brussels.
sense?
Sorry.
I'm
just reading from the article.
Oh, yeah, you bet. Sorry, Mark.
The Brigadier General Ahmed Assiri has told Dubai-based TV channel Al Arabiya that Saudi will commit ground troops to the conflict for the first time if coalition partners agree during an upcoming meeting in Brussels. There's going to be, it is in Brussels, will be various, where's the bit it mentioned? Yeah, it doesn't mention. I think it's various military leaders are going to have this meeting in Brussels later this month.
So it's planned, but I think that Russia will object to it. If they actually say, yeah, we're ready to do it, Russia's going to say, and then it's proposed as we're ready to whatever forum. Russia's going to say, no, you're not going to go into Syria. I don't think that is going to happen, honestly. But yeah, Iraq, yeah, they'll go into Iraq because Iraq is kind of controlled that northern areas.
Well, that suggests that they're trying to pressure the U.S. to get more directly involved.
The article doesn't mention, the news doesn't mention Iraq. It's specific to Syria. Apparently, German intelligence has suggested that the kingdom was already destabilizing the entire region with interventionist policies pursued by young branches of the royal family, and also Saudi supports the Jabhat al-Nusra, which is a jihadist
Absolutely,
group.
Mark. It's almost a rite of passage for one of those young family members to go sponsor a kid in the Palestinian West Bank to raise shit. They'll pick one kid. Oh, we'll give him money, send him to school. The second kid, oh, you're going to be a martyr.
Well, the Saudis
and this is like a rite of passage of young Saudi.
Yeah, as I said,
wealthy kids in their 20s. They go to Palestine. This is the shit they do.
Yeah,
They do that kind of
Saudi
shit.
already supports, as I said, Jabhat al-Nusra, which is a jihadist group which is fighting against ISIS and the Assad government, which is backed by Russia and Iran, the Assad government. So as New has just said, that's going to upset the Russians, isn't it? Because the Saudis are supporting an anti-Assad, the anti-Assad people.
Yeah.
So you know what this looks like? It's
strange that the British government are still supporting exactly the same family, the Al-Saud family, as they were after the Second World War. You know, that's about the only family that is left now, isn't it? But they will still support them to the end, it seems.
Yeah, it says that the United States is scheduled to convene a meeting of defense ministers from all the countries fighting ISIS in Brussels later this month. So, as you said,
Okay, I see.
The US led and NATO will say we're going to do this.
First place.
But Russia.
Okay, I see what's going on here. Okay, I suspect. Basically, the US tried to support various anti-Assad groups in Syria, and they basically failed. So this is attempt to something that may be more successful. But now effectively it's a proxy war with Russia. Now then if they and Russia's aware of it and the US knows it. So if if they're not successful, they can just say, well, it wasn't us, it was just the Saudis.
Yep.
And if they are successful, then yeah. So this is a dangerous game. I don't know why this. If that's the case, I don't know what the interest is in.
Certainly is.
Syria.
I mean, you got two. I see it as a proxy war between the House of Saud and elements of the Rajak, which is like.
Well, I think
Iran's like secret services and stuff. So you got Iran, you got the House of Saud fighting by proxy. Now you got Russian involvement and NATO, the West involvement. This is bad stuff. A couple weeks ago, you got Iran grabbing U.S. troops.
No, I think as Nootropic mentioned earlier,
Fifth Fleet, grabbing Fifth Fleet members.
As Nootropic mentioned earlier, the Saudi kingdom is already embroiled with conflict against the Iranian allied Houthi rebels in Yemen. That's putting a strain on the Saudi economy, which is already struggling with the fall in oil price. So the Saudis are thinking, well, we have to do something for our own ends. The Americans and the British, of course, and NATO will back the Saudis.
Well,
the
they're
Russians
worried of
will
it
be on the
showing
other
up on
side.
their own. They're worried about it showing up on their own doorstep and having that. You know, I was arguing with some Saudi guy about this
That's
a
the
while
point that
ago.
the Nootropic was making. It will be a coalition-backed Saudi against Russian-backed pro-Assad. You'll
Well,
end
it
up.
could turn into blowback for the House Assad, where you got Kaifs. You know, I was telling the Saudi guy arguing about it because I know that exactly what you're saying about their proxy, what they're doing, and you'd have a bunch of Keef, which is that headdress they wear on heads on spikes.
Yeah, it'll be like a Vietnam, but in the Middle East.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? So the Assad regime, what do they support that's against American interests? Key question.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that.
No, apart from they think he's a monster like they did Saddam and that he needs removing for some strange reason. But yeah.
Why? Why would the?
I mean, I don't know, but it would be a strange conversation because I know that Assad is a dentist. So if you put him up against Trey Jadlow, that would be quite an interesting conversation, wouldn't it? About dentistry.
or just get the Saudis to invade Trey Jadlow.
Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, that would be quite a good idea, yeah.
Okay, does Assad support, I don't know, terrorists or troops who are attacking Israel?
Who knows?
What's Assad's relation to Israel?
Well, didn't they wage war and attack them?
He's allied with there you go. So this is possibly also an allied issue, right? It may also be an issue of furthering Israel's interests for stability, because obviously Israel gets attacked on all sides by everyone in the region, or a lot of people. So there is that element. Now, are there any oil wells where ISIS are in Syria? That's the next question I want to know.
Yes.
Okay.
The Turkish are buying the oil from ISIS.
Ah, so there you go. Right. Well, then,
on the black market, and the
Right.
Russians have exposed that. And of course, Turkey is a member of NATO and wants in on the EU as well. But they're a Muslim country that are being supportive of ISIS. It's so complicated.
Well, it seems strange to me how a bunch of apparently disorganized fighters are running oil refineries. I mean, what's going on there? I mean, who's working in these oil refineries then? Is it a bunch of bearded bigots that are, I don't know,
No.
engineers?
I mean, and
They're
also
using their beards.
the Turks aren't keen on the Kurds, who want their own independence, but the Kurds are supported by NATO and the British and the Americans, but the Turkish don't like the Kurds and have been fighting them on the border, and the Turks have threatened to invade in the north to get rid of the Turks.
Yeah.
It's just a mess.
Oil, around that area always comes through pipelines. Can we not bomb the pipeline, for instance? I know it wouldn't be ecologically very nice, but apparently this is where ISIS are getting all their money from. It's for selling oil. But as I say, are they running oil refineries and pipelines?
But it's not just oil. The ISIS have also sold a lot of the antiquities they've taken from various museums and sites and have sold them to Western collectors.
Yeah, they probably could have made a little bit more money by not blowing up some other ones.
Oh well, they were clever. They took all the antiquities away first, and then blew up just the buildings. This thing about them hitting things with hammers, a lot of them were plaster and other replicas. The real stuff was the reason they beheaded the curator of the museum, because he wouldn't tell them where it was. But they found a lot of it, and it's been bought by British and American collectors on the black market for millions.
Yeah.
Along with the oil.
Of course. Yeah.
Baghdad had an incredible museum. It's been raided and.
Of course, yeah, man. It's one of the oldest cities in the world. They would have, what wasn't pillaged from there, by the British years ago. They would have had a lot of antiquities, man. There would have been a lot.
Oh, there was one particular necklace that's incredible gold necklace that people were really concerned about, and it was in the bottom of a building underwater, and they flooded it so that nobody could get in there and steal it.
You've got an Assad-held air base close to Palmyra, which is where ISIS are. ISIS are up the north between the Turks and the Kurds. You've got Iranian troops fighting alongside the Syrians of the Bashar al-Assad regime with the backing of the Russians.
Yeah. Plus his little tribe, his little Alawite tribe that he belongs to. So, there's an interest.
The long and the short of it is you've got the US and the UK backing the more moderate elements among the rebel forces in Syria, but we oppose al-Assad. We're opposed to al-Assad and ISIS and other extremist groups. You've got the Russians who are backing Assad, who oppose ISIS and other extremist groups, but not the rebels. Turkey, they back the US-led coalition and tacitly the rebel forces in Syria, but Turkey oppose Assad and the Kurds, allied with the PKK as well as ISIS. Iran backs Assad and the Syrian government, but Iran opposes the Sunni insurgents, ISIS and the other Sunni extremists. But the Saudis, who back a number of rebel groups who are fighting against the Syrian government, Qatar, who back rebel groups fighting the Syrian government and are against Assad. Then you've got the French, who back similar to us. Then you've got Lebanon involved, Hezbollah, Egypt, the Houthis, Yemen, Sudan, Libya, Pakistan are involved.
You forgot to mention the Scientologists and the shape-shifting lizards.
Yes, and the lizard people and the Scientologists, they're just against everybody.
And the Knights Templar, Rosaricans, Freemasons, and...
Let's not forget the Knights Templar,
Well, why not? We might as well bring them all in. People of the Grove, Bohemian Grove, let's bring them in.
But I think the Swiss are still neutral, though.
Sorry, Mark.
And the Italians have changed sides 3 times already.
Yeah.
And the French, I'm surprised the French haven't surrendered. There's that old joke.
Yeah. But, I think that's getting into bored piss territory, Mark. You know what I mean?
It is.
Funny,
Oh, dear.
Hey, Mark, where I'm having trouble is I'm sure I've read somewhere that Saudi Arabia's military trade, let's call it that, the import and export of weapons, they're like second or third to the U.S. But I'm nowhere am I finding any corroborative evidence that they have that kind of a military stockpile. So I'm wondering if this is private arms trade that's aside from their military, or what in Saudi Arabia.
They've got a pretty hefty, I mean, their armed forces are around about 250,000, but they've got something like, they can call on 14 million. They get 510,000 people of military age every year. So I think there's something like 26 or something military power.
Okay, I don't know what some article I read misled me.
Well, most of their weapons come from the UK and the US, that's for sure.
Isn't that amazing? How come that's so often neglected? Why is that
state-of-the-art weaponry too?
Fucking loads of fucking armaments export.
I've just looked it up.
Shouts over me every time I bring this up. Whenever that's do with any kind of depletion of resources, any number of things, we export fucking tanker loads of weapons.
I've just looked it up, OG. Saudi have got 1,200 tanks, 6,000 armoured fighting vehicles, 600 self-propelled guns, 400 towed artillery, 300 multiple launch rocket systems, 800 aircraft, 220 transport aircraft, 200 helicopters, 7 frigates, well, naval strength about 55 anyway, 700 planes.
Now, I bet Ludwig would know their fighter jets, if those are up to date or if they're not, but Ludwig could probably know what they're...
Yeah, but
ISIS don't have any
state of the art.
Yeah, they've got a population. Saudi have a population of around about 28 million. Their available manpower is 15.3 million, 14 million fit for service, annually reaching military age 510,000, and active personnel of 250,000. So they've got the resources.
What's going to happen?
Is that ISIS have got 15 Toyota Land Cruisers.
ISIS have a lot of leftover U.S. armor, but the thing is that
they've got real machine guns that sort of come out the back of them and all, apparently, you know.
Right,
yeah?
right. Well, the thing is, right, here's the thing. Saudi, like I said, it's a slave nation, so they're probably going to employ non-Saudis on the bottom, and the officers may be Saudis. That's probably going to be the structure of it. So they'll just hire people from the Arab world.
And you know what's interesting about that nootropic is that some of the leaders of the ISIS are in fact have that background. Were Iraqi or some Saudi military officers.
Oh yeah, and not only that, all their wives, all these ISIS fucking fighters, all their wives come from Birmingham. Fuck me.
Birmingham, England?
Yeah.
That's
all right. I'm an ISIS wife, all right.
Yeah, man, they're all out there apparently. There's no women left in Birmingham now.
And you also got to remember that Saudi gets its nuclear weapons projects from Pakistan.
Mm.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Well, they take their weapons from. They don't care. They'll buy Russian. They'll buy American. They'll buy, they have a mix mash of stuff. And they got so much money coming out of their ass that it's not a problem with affording it.
Well, my premise is this: you can remove all other economic factors, and the arms trade alone would be enough of a finger of blame to point to the finger of blame at for our continued involvement, because of our regions that Mark just named. I doubt there are many other than some small arms manufacturers that are very reputable in any of those. Syria, all the nations that and regions he just mentioned, they're relying on Chinese, Soviet, American, and British and French arms. Lots of French arms. I mean, that's the whole problem right there.
OG, in 2014, Saudi Arabia was the world's biggest arms importer. In 2014, they spent $65 billion on weapons from 65 countries.
Wow.
Spent $6.4 billion in 2014 alone. Their arms imports increased 54% in 1 year.
Wow. There's an uproar brewing politically in Canada right now.
The top weapons exporter to Saudi in 2014 was the States with 23.7 billion pounds worth of equipment, and then Russia sold $10 billion worth of gear. So yeah, Russia and China 2.3 billion. France, Britain, Germany, they just buy it wherever they can get it.
Well, they buy the best.
Yeah, they are. Some of the stuff they've got is, as you said, it's all state-of-the-art aircraft.
Well,
just F-15s.
Their SAMs would be what they bought from Russia because they make the I think it's called S-400. It's like the best in the world.
Yeah. And then on top of that, they're trying to get nuclear weapons from Pakistan.
Yeah. I was wondering because some of the features that I've seen about like the Egyptian Air Force and stuff is they're flying pretty much raggedy jets, at least that I haven't seen anything that showed their whole Air Force or whatever, but the ones I've seen they've mentioned are old 1960s 70s era U.S. jets.
Well, they haven't recouped their Air Force since the Israelis took them out in
the Egyptian Air Force fly gold pyramids. What are you talking about?
Oh, that Egypt. Well, I just think, Mark, that's the thing that gets off overlooked. And I wonder sometimes if I'm bringing it up, I really usually get shut down whenever I start talking about the arms trade. And I wonder if that's a little bit of that U.S. is our absolute love for gunpowder.
It's brewing in Canada right now, OG. We're about to sell them a bunch of armored personnel carriers, and we got the best one in the world, the Canadian one. That's not tank tracks.
I think any
what? Canadian what?
Lav.
I mean, if you remember back to the first Gulf War, the supposed Iraqi, this elite guard was supposed to be, but when push came to shove, they didn't have much and ran in the opposite direction. I mean, some of them didn't even have boots to wear, let alone decent tanks. So I think the same will be with ISIS. You've got state-of-the-art Saudi fighters up against a couple of Toyota pickups. It's not going to work out well, is it?
Yeah, but
there were
Toyotas are very
600,000
durable.
of this.
Come on.
Yeah, presuming they can find them, of course, because they won't be wearing uniforms with ISIS written on them, will they? So,
well, that's why you just kill everybody. It's easier that way. Just Moab everything. It's easier that way.
Nuke it from orbit, in a way, to be sure.
Yeah, well, I was saying Moab it, so because you don't want the fallout. So.
Well, that's the allegation, isn't it? That they sort of melt back into villages and act as civilians and.
I think that's probably true, and I think it's probably true that there will be some support from the Syrians for ISIS if they're supplying them with something. If they were
things do tend to change when you've got an invading army, don't they? You become a bit more jingoistic then.
A lot of that points to what CK was saying about the Cold War and what the true motives are and the true influence on foreign policy is coming from. The corporatocracy, of course. Yeah. Let's see what kind of pressure General Dynamics can leverage against the Canadian government.
I have a secret. I am actually a member of the Saudi Arabian army, and we're going to win against ISIS.
You best go and clean your boots then, Sunshine. Get all your kit ready.
No, I'm lying. I'm a member of the SAS.
Well, that's why I think all this money and all these arms, all it needs is Godless to take her laptop, play a couple of anti-Muslim videos, and they'll be running away. It works in Starbucks. It should work in northern Syria.
Say, Mohammed was a pedophile!
Especially if they've got Starbucks in northern Syria. That'll work even better.
Godless, are you within range here?
I was actually going to say to God, I don't think it's always, even for what she's proposing, it's not always a good idea to have all Muslims fight against all other Muslims, because in some cases that can exacerbate the activation of traditional Islam with its negative consequences.
Well, it creates a vacuum, and they fill the vacuum.
So it's not always the good strategy just to have indiscriminate Muslim on Muslim fighting.
They'll annihilate each other, and then Switzerland will step in and take over. Those Swiss guards, you've got to watch them. They've got some wicked knives.
They're the ones who are guarding the Vatican, aren't they? They still guard
the funny outfits.
Yeah.
Well, imagine what you can do with one of those knives. The amount of things they've got on them. You could kill someone and cut their nails at the same time.
Yeah,
and under a bottle of wine.
Not only that, they'll have the perfect fucking timing, won't they? You know what I mean? That cookie will fucking jump straight out as soon as it starts. There it'll go.
Can you imagine that the Muslims would be scared to death to see a load of guys dressed as like weird beef eaters with all these multi-use knives? It'd be terrible.
Oh yeah. I mean, you could take fucking stones out of camels' fucking hooves with one of those knives, no fucking problem.
Yeah.
They're rigged. They're rigged. You know the way Britain prepared for an invasion happening from Germany in World War II, right? That they placed small arms all over, had arms stashes, to fight an insurrection, right? Like the guerrilla war. That's how the Swiss have been set up for decades. Like almost all citizens. I had a friend from there. And in his house, he had an M16. And his
we would mandatory conscription. Everybody has to serve in their military for at least a year.
Yeah, do. Yeah.
But they all got arms at home.
Automatic weaponry.
Like a kit.
It's an automatic weapon they all have to have.
Yeah. We don't fuck about in the UK, I mean, we fooled Hitler by just using inflatable tanks.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
They're true.
We just phoned it right through, didn't we? Yeah. We just thought we'd have a bit of a phony war, man. You know.
Inflatable tanks, and when
Yeah.
the Luftwaffe flew over, they thought, bloody hell, they've got a lot. We're not going to go there.
Yeah, that's right.
That's dead true. And a lot of the Home Guard trained with broomsticks because we didn't have enough guns.
yeah, of course, yeah, man. Yeah.
No, you're wrong. Those were Harry Potter people. They had power. They would have taken out. Yeah.
Well, we'll have that. If there is a war next time, we'll have all those. You know, we can sort of militarize the Quidditch brooms, and
we
need jets.
I'm sure there's still a few witches flying around on broomsticks now. You know, it's just that we can't prove it. You know.
And if the worst comes to the worst, we can press the the goblins and
the knives and
the dwarves and all that, like Mordor. They'll probably come out of hiding and help.
Yeah.
They always do.
And the power of Stonehenge. Don't forget.
Don't fuck with the druids.
No.
Not to mention the hidden power. There's actually a Stonehenge beneath the Stonehenge. Hey, can I throw a word out to Pope? No, hey Pope, I meant to say to Nootropic. Nootropic. You know, Matt Bell, this now long-awaited debate. I don't know. He's been around here a time or two. Just to let you know, but he seems inconspicuous. What's the word? Conspicuously absent from this
Wait,
area.
You want to set up a debate between me and Matt Bell?
Yeah, I've already told him to expect a debate.
No.
But
Matt Bell's been doing.
I don't know how to monitor a debate.
Who is this Matt Bell anyway?
I've known of Matt Bell.
From?
Nootropic. Matt Bell is a rabid Scotsman. He's not stupid, but he's been doing the rounds for about. I've known him for about 5 years on and off. Twitter originally, he did the same sort of thing, begging for debates with prominent atheists like Matt Dillon, etc., etc.
Like a very good union leader, you know.
When push came to shove, he was on a show called Trolling for Logic or something a long time ago, and Trolling with Logic. He came up against Matt Bell in a hangout and ended up Matt Dillahunty versus Matt Bell, got his wish, and then got his ass kicked, and then they kicked him out of the hangout for being abusive. So nothing's changed in the last 5 years.
Wait, collaterality?
Obviously, if you know nothing about him, you've got to have a certain amount of knowledge on the Leibnizian argument and the Kalam and the thing. Otherwise, he could, run over you like he has done with some people. You'd obviously have to have some understanding of that.
Jack wants to say something.
I will.
Jack?
I'll give you links on Paltalk to a couple of videos just so you can get a little bit of a sense of what he's like.
Yeah.
Those don't show him. Those don't show him at his best. I mean, that sort of shows him in an extremely weak position. He's actually, for the G+ community, relatively formidable. I mean, he's probably the
he is.
The best Christian debater in the community, except for
I wouldn't agree with that. I mean, if you just type Matt Bell into YouTube, there's plenty of evidence of what he's like on there.
Yeah, you can find a lot of videos. But if you want to see a couple of run-ins that I had with them, I sent them to your Paltalk PM.
Cheers.
In the main,
I think he's Darwin's lost brother.
He's better than Darwin.
Separated at birth.
He's only that rude if people are being rude to him in the main, I mean, there are other examples. I mean, like when he told Jim Gardner that he was wrong for smoking in his own fucking house. I mean, that was idiotic to say the least. But I mean, usually he's quite civil if you're civil to him. If you start calling him a cunt, if you're a Stizer and you start calling him a cunt, then he's not going to worry about calling you a cunt.
Well, him telling people not to smoke cigarettes is irrelevant to whether he's a good debater or not. But Jack, you think he's better than Shamos?
Shamos is a whiny little boy.
There's no question about it.
What about Shamos versus Darwin?
I'd rather eat my own feet.
Well, that's a tough one. Because the thing about EF is that he's actually pretty good at cornering people, even when his arguments are actually quite.
Yeah, I agree with that. He's got good debate tactics.
Jack.
I vote for Seamus in a couple of years. Seamus hasn't really. I don't think he's found his identity yet. And once he does, his worldview is solid. He's gonna kick some ass.
Yeah, Seamus has only been a Christian for 3 years. I think he was leaning towards being a Muslim before that.
Or atheist, I think. But I think he's only had a couple of years in the debate scene, and he's got a way of playing people using that same what Nootropic referred to as whiny. But he's got a way of actually muscling it in and using it. But overall, he does go to the facts in the footnotes. Excuse me.
Sounds like he's trying to piss off his parents.
I like Seamus' style. I think he's highly entertaining. And I don't walk away from a conversation from him. You know, he kind of tends to try to bring people along with it, but he always gets cut off and
Going
jammed
to
up.
law school, not theology school or whatever the fuck. He's doing it to piss off his parents. I bet you. The impression he's a rich kid.
You could be right. I'll tell you one thing I've heard here.
That's what I would say. Sorry.
My first impressions here have been I've deceived myself probably half a dozen times already in trying to figure out what somebody was like, or jumping to conclusions like that, which I always wanted to do.
Didn't do that.
But Matt Bell has been around, but I didn't know that Jack had engaged Matt Bell. I know that he had wanted to, but I never got to hear any of that. But Jack actually were you able to engage that Matt Bell here in Nadia's chat?
Yeah, I gave the links to Collaterality if he wants to repost them, because I'm on my phone right now. So
I'll do them.
Yeah, you can get a taste of some of the.
And you figure he's a green or a brown belt?
Matt Bell?
Yeah.
Well, what is Darwin's deity a green belt? That's how Floyd described him. If Darwin's deity is a green belt, then Matt Bell is on a much higher rung than Darwin's deity.
Yeah, definitely.
Our own godless, actually, who everybody cries about how stupid she is or whatever, he's actually, in my opinion, one of the fiercest little debaters in the bunch. But people always start ridiculing her as soon as they hear a female voice. It's fucking ridiculous. But you ever heard?
I don't think they're doing that because I'm female.
The reason that Matt Bell.
One reason or another, there's some operational bias there.
Art defeated me pretty bad one day.
Yeah, the reason that Matt Bell is more formidable than Darwin's fucking dog is because Darwin's dog has to keep taking his dog for a fucking walk. And, every time,
Jack, did you hear that?
You just can't win. And
yeah,
I want to, what I want to see? I want to see.
That was hilarious.
I want to see his car.
I
I
wonder
don't
why
want to see his face.
laughing.
Matt Bell, he's on. There's pages you can find him if you Google Matt Bell, and there's places. He's kind of he looks like a dickhead because his head's kind of bald and red, so he looks like a penis that's been severely pounded. That's how I would call it. What I would say he looks like. And when he talks, that's about
Philip has a photo of Matt Bell's head on the head of a penis, but I'll have to get him to repost that when he's around. I think he's probably at school right now.
I think that's what the British call a bell end. Go ahead.
An angry cock.
I mean, it reminds me of The Raspberry Reich by Bruce LaBruce, where, well, of all people to be made into bell ends and such, it was George W. Bush and Tony Blair, of course. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was a rather bizarre marriage.
have you seen the Raspberry Reich? It's fantastic. I mean, well, I mean, they go on to say that heterosexuality is the opiate of the masses. Of course, asking immediately afterward whether or rather that they were under the impression that opium was actually the opiate of the masses, and they follow that up with ask people to join the homosexual intifada. Go ahead.
I don't know. I mean, I just prefer actual opium myself.
You ever see Slate had a really good series in the early '90s where they followed Bushisms. It was really funny.
Yeah.
There was a website called toostupidtobepresident.com, and there was a bunch of these really funny flash animations on there. And you remember those little things that you'd pull the cord on and let go, and it would say stuff, and you had a little dial you would turn it to. Like they had toys, and when I was a kid, you pull this little cord, and it wasn't digital. It was like recorded on some kind of mechanical thing in there. Well, it was Bush's head, and you'd pull it, and then you'd say a Bushism. It's very funny.
Well, there's one thing I think we learned from the Bush presidency. Kanye West may not have been saying quite stern enough of words when he said that George Bush doesn't care about black people. Go ahead.
Here's a mirror of the original site. The best one is How the Bush Stole the Election. And it's the Grinch, the Grinch, how the Grinch stole the Christmas. Very funny.
I shouldn't think it was Bush himself, though. That guy, I just get the impression he could barely tie his own shoelaces. It's a wonder he didn't kill himself fucking waking up.
Well, after his gubernatorial debates against Dan Richards, and you may
the leader of the free,
go ahead.
The leader of the free world telling people on television that God told him to invade Iraq. I mean,
he was governor of Texas before becoming president, right?
Yeah, well, Tommy Hall lives in Texas. That's enough said.
Okay, so in the debates against the competing candidates for governor of the state of Texas, who was at that time Ann Richards, you will see a very different kind and quality of performance from George W. Bush. Go ahead.
I think the people, us in the UK, we were just incredulous when Bush became president. I just don't know anyone that could actually believe that such a moron was running things supposedly. But there you go.
Well, respects could regard it as rigged. But, I mean,
I quite liked Clinton.
Who counts the votes anyway, right?
Clinton had the charisma, I think, and all that fuss about Monica. It was just a misunderstanding. He just told her to sack his cook. She misheard, and the rest is history.
Yeah, but surely anything after Ronald Reagan isn't that incredible, is it?
That's true. That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
It's a shame about Arnold Schwarzenegger. I would have liked him to.
Well,
to have seen him president.
Yeah, I think it was probably the accent that let him down. The past.
Well, yeah. Plus the fact he wasn't. You can't be president if you're not born in America.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, a bit of a letdown.
Well, it looks like there's going to be a female president next time, I think.
Yeah. Arnie should have cloned himself.
Oh, yeah, had the clone made in America, he'd have been alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Then you have to implant all his memories.
Orgy of corruption surrounding both the electoral process and the Bush presidential reign as such are perhaps indicative of the kind of flavor of governance more typically ascribed to the well, despotic dictatorial regimes, the U.S. itself installs in many of its subject states, right?
Not quite the same though if he'd have turned up and said, give me your turban, your sandals and your camel.
I think it seems very strange. The electoral thing in America does seem very strange to us British people,
Is my audio coming through?
The way that it plays out. We've got a much more simpler thing, I think.
Yeah.
Is my audio coming through?
Yes. Now, loud and clear, Nadia.
Okay, I just kind of didn't seem as if the last thing I said it actually.
Oh, didn't hear the last thing. Repeat the last. Repeat the last bit.
Sorry?
Repeat the last bit.
And it seems that the kind of quality of the governance Bush regime and such was rather reminiscent of the kind of it's more typical of what the U.S. imposes on its client states. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a bit ignorant when it comes to
internal
American politics. I'm interested. I watched the last two elections avidly and trying to work it all out.
Yeah.
I can work the system out, but as far as the internal bit politics goes, I wasn't not that up to date.
No.
Have you ever heard of a banana republic?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
And the part where like a dictator has some kind of rigged sham election and all that?
Yep.
Well,
that was Bush, was it?
Okay. You see what I'm talking about now?
Yeah. It could have been worse. McCain could have won, then had a heart attack, and Sarah Palin would have been president.
Yeah, that would have been terrible, wouldn't it?
There's a book about that.
God.
Called Christian Nation. It's worth a read. It's scary, but it's worth a read.
Is it like an alternate reality science fiction piece?
Sort of, yeah. A lot of it's based on fact, but the story goes that McCain won the election instead of Obama he was against, wasn't it?
Obama,
yeah. McCain won and I think, hasn't McCain got a history of heart problems or something? Or
well, he eats too many chips.
So the story in the book goes that McCain wins the election. A few months later, he has a heart attack and dies. And then Sarah Palin is sworn in as the President of the United States. And then over a period of months after that, her advisors convince her. A lot of the advisors, of course, are the evangelicals and they convince her to, over a period of months, to dump the Constitution and to implement biblical law as the law of the land. So homosexuality becomes illegal, and such things, abortion, it becomes illegal, all those sorts of things, and then America becomes a Christian theocracy.
Yeah.
And there's a resistance in the book to it.
I think they would be quite a long way from that, but some of the candidates do seem to be a bit fucking radical, to say the least, don't they?
It's quite convincing in the book because it's not direct. It's not done. It's done in very subtle ways that the electorate. They appeal to the electorate along family values. Or surely you want family values reinstated and homosexuality and wickedness and sin and all these sorts of things removed from, and gradually, slowly, little laws are replaced, and then the bigger laws, and before you know it, the whole thing, everyone accepts it on the basis of, crime is reduced and abortions are stopped and gays and LGBT community that go back underground. So,
as long as you play with the figures enough,
on the surface, it appears that everything's great, but there's a resistance, but it's quite scary because reading the book, you can see it happening.
I suggest, though, Atwood's Handmaid's Tale actually depicts a similar, if not in that particular form of the arc, theocratic revolution in the United States. And that, of course, perhaps centers maybe more around abortion and LGBT issues per se, though the LGBT issues are touched upon. Yeah, and of course, Kevin Swanson was it Joel McDermott, John Eitzmo, and what's the other one? All preaching to was it at least 3 presidential candidates at a time, and I think so. There might have been a different conference where it actually got higher than that, something like 5. Of course, LGBT people like myself should be comprehensively exterminated.
Well, yeah. The book goes along the lines of, I mean, the Christian fundamentalists, they said what they would do, no one listened, and they did what they said they would do. I mean, the book goes along the lines that, I think it's an American lawyer that wrote it. He goes into quite chilling detail that constitutional protections are dismantled and all aspects of life are dominated by an authoritarian law called the blessing. And that's enforced. They reconfigure the internet and call it the purity web. And anyone that defies the system...
It must be a dystopia. Well, obviously it's some kind of nightmare, but it must be black humor. Like, it sounds humorous.
No, it's not. It's quite a serious. It's called it's Frederick with a C, Frederic. Rich. I've got the book, but it's worth a read.
It's like an Animal Farm kind of crazy.
I mean, obviously I support the idea of free speech, but I think when it comes to the free speech that you can have in America, like saying that homosexuals or transgender people should be fucking stoned to death, then I think there's a fucking limit on what free speech should be, you know?
I mean,
and I think that's fucking hate speech, not free speech.
As the review says, it's not a comedy book. It's an earnest, quite heavily researched warning about the real life threat to democracy and tolerance that's posed by the religious right. It starts off in 2029. There's a civil war between what was called the Holies, those are the Christian fundamentalists who control the federal government, and the sects, which are the SECS, the secular opposition, which are centered in Manhattan. And then the federal purity web, which is like Big Brother on steroids, rewrites American history. So dissent, homosexuality, and abortion are outlawed. So Palin, who's unable to complete a coherent sentence that's not written for her, becomes president, and Fox News merges with the Faith and Freedom Coalition and becomes a political arm to form Fox Faith and Freedom News. And then there's a terrorist attack that happens, which is supposedly worse than 9/11. Palin declares martial law, elected president, and then a new federal law comes through that lets churches contribute to political campaigns, and it just gets worse and worse from there. And in her inaugural address, Palin says that she submits America to Christ, and she names Roy Moore. I think he's a real-life judge, isn't he? The one that's got the 10 Commandments in his courtroom.
Yeah, he's I think Chief Justice of the Alabama State Supreme Court.
That's him. Yeah.
And I would also note that John Eitzmo, noted neo-Confederate white supremacist, and I think an advocate of biblical patriarchy as well, as I think some kind of employee of Roy Moore, and I can't quite recall what capacity. Go ahead.
I mean, it's quite creepy. I mean, yeah, she in the book she names Roy Moore as the U.S. Supreme Court, so she puts him in the Supreme Court. There's the New York mayor. Is it Christine Quinn? Is she a real person? Christine Quinn, was she mayor of New York? Maybe not. But in the book, New York has an openly gay mayor who, along with her wife, is gunned down at a gay wedding. I think she was a proper candidate, though. And then the Air Force bombs the Castro.
Christine Quinn is a real person, and I've heard of who she is, but she's never actually, to date, held the office of mayor.
No, yeah, I think in the book, at the time that the book was written, she was a mayoral candidate, but in the book she becomes mayor, then she's assassinated, and in San Francisco the Air Force bombs the Castro neighborhood, killing 12,000 people, mostly gay men, and it just goes on and on from there. But it's worth a read.
Yeah, that sounds like something the Christian right would do. Absolutely. Go ahead.
There is another book called, I think it Couldn't Happen Here, which was written in the 20s or 30s, which along the same lines.
Oh yeah, that wasn't. Was it Macon? No, it was. Oh, why can't I remember his name?
It Can't Happen Here. Sorry, Sinclair Lewis.
Sinclair Lewis. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good book as well.
Yeah, when fascism comes to America.
Yeah.
It'll be carrying a cross wrapped in a flag.
Yeah, 1935 he wrote it.
I don't know, you might remember this one, Mark. There was a famous one quite over here about if the Germans had won the Second World War. Was it not Robert Harris or something? It was, but anyway, it was quite a famous novel, like, and that was quite interesting.
Fatherland?
What was it called?
Fatherland. Is that the one you mean?
Oh, was it called Fatherland? I think it might have been called Fatherland. Yeah.
Yeah, that was Robert Harris. I haven't read it, but I've heard about it.
Oh,
It's set in the modern day, I think.
Yeah, Fatherland, Robert Harris, yeah. Then there's The Man in the High Castle, similar, isn't it?
I'm not sure. I haven't read.
There's a TV series about The Man in the High Castle, I think. And that was Philip K. Dick, I think. Who's the guy that wrote the book that spawned Blade Runner?
That is correct.
Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? Is that the one?
Yes. Yeah,
Too many
really.
books, not enough time.
Yeah. So does Trump have the vice president plan? Does he have like a... Because they always run with the vice president, don't they? They have like a fucking package deal.
Yeah, running mate, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, Palin's endorsing him, but I don't think she's his running mate.
Who?
Well, Palin's endorsing Trump, but she's not his running mate, as far as I know.
I would think, I'm just looking at that, yeah. It suggests Scott Brown. I don't know much about Scott Brown.
No, I don't know. Never heard of him.
But I would guess possibly. I mean, I could see, I don't know, if Trump wins, could he have Senator Cruz as his running mate?
If he wins, he could have Sarah Palin, and then we could have Melania Trump also. That would be fantastic.
Wouldn't he go for Cruz though?
Wouldn't have thought so.
I think he's heterosexual, so no.
Yeah, but surely if conspiracy theories were true, the CIA, whoever they are called, would shoot Donald fucking Trump, man. You know, and they'd end it there somehow.
I'm just reading about an article. There's an article.
The president, surely.
There's an article in the Political Insider that says that Trump on Tuesday named Senator Cruz as his running mate. That can't be right, surely.
I thought he was having a go at him. They wanted last I heard, he wanted a recount.
So the Trump card is a fucking cruise missile. Fuck me. Terrible.
Are you serious that Trump named Cruz? What?
Well, there's the article. I don't know what it's called. The Political Insider. It's a website. I don't know whether it's satirical. I don't know whether it's for real.
No, the Trump card is what you get at Christmas telling you you're fired.
Yeah.
I thought the Trump card and such is well, the fact that you have designated as Trump.
Well, the website's dated today, and it says that he has named, if he wins, he'll have Ted Cruz as his running mate.
Well, I think we have a change over very imminently, and what advice will change over now? Is anyone on a mobile device in need of a... Sorry? Oh, you're on mobile? Okay,
Okay.
I'll
see you there.
Okay, how do I do this? Alright, where is it? There it is, fine. Okay, and here we go. It should be on very, very shortly. Oh, Benedict. When did Benedict retire anyway? Go ahead.